Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Disabled Deku Was a Genius. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If Izuku could be happy about anything in this situation, it would be the fact that he is a fast learner. That and the plus side of having no friends being that he has endless free time to devote to practicing whatever he chooses. As he walked into the small apartment he shared with his mother, he took out his bulky hearing aids and sighed at the instant relief from the high-pitched squeal that was being broadcast into his ears. Kachan had once again set off an explosion to his shoulder, so now he had to clean up burns to himself and his Gakurin, as well as try and see about fixing the cheap pieces of shit he has to use to have any semblance of hearing. The fact that he was legally deaf was also Kachan's fault, but he didn't have time to get pissed about that right now. He threw his scorched backpack into his room on the way to the bathroom and the extensive first aid kit his mother kept under the sink. Within 20 minutes his shoulder was cleaned and under a large patch of gauze, and he was heading back to his room trying to figure out how to patch his jacket. He was getting really good at blending the patches, and by this point, after hiding the bullying from his mom for years, he has had a lot of practice. Even after the incident last year that left him deaf in the first place, and Ko had no idea that it wasn't some sort of playground accident. It's probably a good thing that his mom works so much though. If she ever caught him before he had time to patch himself up, she might have more questions than he had answers. With a glance at his phone, he sighed once again and tossed his tattered Gakurin onto his bed to deal with later. His hearing aids went on his desk with the 3 other pairs that were beyond hope. He quickly got dressed in some black joggers and a ripped-up tie-dye shirt he had rescued from his mom's to-be-tossed pile. It was loose and breathable, and as long he wore one of his long-sleeved undershirts, no one could see the patchwork of scars scattered across his skin. He trudged back across the apartment to pull on his beat-up sneakers. If he wanted to go on his regular jog before his self-defense class, he needed to leave. Mirakuma-sensei did not like tardiness, and since Izuku was 80% sure he was only allowed into the class due to pity in the first place, he really didn't want to piss him off and give him a reason to toss him out. He still wasn't sure how a hard-ass like his sensei ended up with a sweet girl like Kuma-chan for his daughter. She was one of the reasons Izuku had begged to be let into their classes. She knew sign language, and even though he was quirkless, she didn't seem to mind taking the extra time to help him learn as well. It had been 7 months since he started learning at their dojo, going every day after school, and he was already almost fluent, which would be more helpful if any of his teachers or classmates, or even his mom, cared to learn as well. Whatever, it was a skill he needed to learn, just like self-defense. Not that using that particular skill at school was a good idea either. He didn't even want to know what kind of bullshit his teachers would put him through if he actually fought back and one of their precious favorites got a boo-boo. Porkest bastards. With yet another sigh, he locked up and started down the stairs. It was a 20-minute jog down his usual route to the dojo where his defense classes were held, but he decided at the last second to take a lesser-used route. It was quicker, so he was less likely to be late. Maybe get some extra time to practice JSL with Kuma-chan. He didn't care for this little shortcut very much. It went down by the canal, and he always ended up with that weird musty water scent on his clothes afterward. But he decided that with the shitty day he has already had, a little smell wouldn't be that bad. And anyways, he was just going to end up all sweaty and stinky after a good workout anyways. As he paced himself along the edge of the water, he tried not to think about burns and hearing aids. He tried not to think about disabilities and quirkism. He tried not to think about Kachan and his poisonous words. Why don't you pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof? Damn it. He passed into the shade under a roadway, thoroughly distracted and pissed off at the echoes in his traitorous thoughts. He didn't want to think about it. He struggled to pay attention to his surroundings, sinking more into his head with every pounding step. He sensed a presence behind him and his heart leapt into his throat even as he tried to spin around. He was instantly engulfed in something that was both a liquid and gelatinous. And then he felt vibrations, the cadence of talking. Whatever had him was talking. It was a person. No, a villain. The sludge was in his mouth and nose now. He did his best to thrash, to get free. But how do you fight something that didn't have a solid form? His vision was darkening around the edges. He knew he didn't have much time left. He yanked his arm upwards as much as he could, and his hand came into contact with something that wasn't sludge. He instinctively grabbed hold and pulled as hard as he could with his poor footing. There was a slight sensation of suction, and then Izuku was able to take a breath. His green eyes rolled wildly as he continued to struggle, managing to toss the object he had grabbed. An eyeball. That was an eyeball. Gross. It smacked harshly against the concrete and he felt more vibrations, a cry of pain. cursing. Whatever the villain was saying, he was definitely distracted, and Izuku was immensely thankful for the chance to drag air into his aching lungs even as he continued to fight to free the rest of himself. Suddenly, a great gust of wind swept past them, and he was sent staggering and falling to his knees as he was freed from his disgusting captor. He took the opportunity granted to attempt to hack up the sludgy remnants he could feel in his throat and lungs. It took several minutes before he felt like his airways were clear enough that he could focus on looking around. Oh, All Might. Wait, All Might. He sprung to his feet, ignoring how unsteady he was, and watched as his favorite hero scooped the last of his attacker off of the pavement and into a bottle of some sort. Izuku hoped the villain wasn't as smart as an octopus and wouldn't figure his way out of that. All Might. Izuku tried, praying his voice didn't sound weird. He should have just suffered through wearing his damaged hearing aids. The brightly shining hero straightened up and sent the greenette his signature smile. Izuku tried his best to read his lips. It was yet another skill he had been picking up to deal with his little issue, and honestly he was getting pretty good at it. That's most likely because he got to practice this skill at school as well. Every time one of the other kids damaged his hearing aids, it was the only way to try and figure out what the teachers were saying, and how to respond when they inevitably choose to pick him for something to try and trip him up. The teachers love making the weak, quirkless, deaf kid look dumb on top of it all. But all that practice meant he was pretty sure he got most of what All Might said. Something along the lines of, "Thank goodness I made it in time. I'm glad you were able to hold out long enough for me to catch him. Something citizen. Oh, he's leaving. Wait." Izuku stretches out his hand and grabs the back of All Might's white t-shirt. "Please, can I become a hero too? I'm deaf and quirkless, but I really want to save people. Is it possible?" He felt the rumble of All Might's voice, but the only thing he caught as the hero turned back to face him, dislodging his hand as he went, was the word no, mouthed so clearly he could almost hear it in his head. And with that, the hero jumped out of Izuku's life, taking his hopes and dreams with him. The small teen slumps to his knees. He couldn't help but let a few tears escape. His hero had just crushed the only dream that had kept him going all of these years. Now what? After a few minutes he stood and started walking, not really paying attention as to where. He's so deep in his head he doesn't realize he had continued on his path to the dojo until he was opening the door and suddenly faced with a very concerned Kuma-chan. She placed her hands on his shoulders and yelled something back towards her dad, who already had his phone out and was making a call. A few minutes passed where he was once again not really paying attention, and the next thing he knows, Kuma-chan is in front of him signing questions slowly, obviously trying to get him to reply. He managed a quick explanation of a villain attack, then apologized for being late. This seemed to set Mirakuma-sensei off, his bear-like ears twitching and his brown eyes blazing, and he growls out something to his daughter, who translates like always. "Midori-kun, you don't have to apologize for being late after an attack like this." She furiously signs. "Father wants to know why you didn't go to a hospital instead. You're obviously not okay." He called for an ambulance, but since you're not in immediate danger, they might take a minute. Izuku shook his head. "I'm fine. I don't need a doctor. Don't bother anyone with this, please. The villain was captured. No one needs to worry." For some reason, the older girl's frown only deepened at his words, and he caught a flash of fangs as she worried her bottom lip. "Midori-kun, at least let the paramedics look you over when they get here. Please, Father probably won't let you say no. As much of a hard ass as he is, he does care about his students. Okay, for our peace of mind." Izuku saw the honest stress in the set of her shoulders and immediately felt bad. He should have gone home. Why the hell did he come here and bother them? After this little episode, he wouldn't be surprised if he lost 2 more of the very small number of people who tolerated his existence. That's what he deserves for being an idiot. With a sigh, he noted, giving in to the checkup. While they waited for the paramedics to show up, Kuma-chan goes to restart the rest of the class that had apparently been watching the whole episode. Lovely. The older kids had already started comforting the fidgety younger ones, who kept casting nervous glances at the obviously worse for wear Izuku. That wouldn't do. He shouldn't be distracting the little ones from their class. As she started them doing simple drills in an effort to distract them, the greenette did his best to manage a small smile when one of them catches eyes with him. He isn't sure it helps much. He's startled when a bowl of water and a towel are held out in front of him. Mirakuma-sensei raised a pointed eyebrow and gestured from the bowl to Izuku, then made a hand motion like he was wiping off his face. The small teen smiled gratefully, this smile a little more real than the ones he had been giving the other kids, and took the towel, wet it, and started to try and scrub some of the drying slime off of his exposed skin. It was really stubborn, almost like it was using the water to just make more of itself. After a second, he just switched to trying to scrape off the worst of it with a dry part of the towel. It was about 15 minutes before the ambulance pulled up outside and Izuku was escorted to the paramedics by his sensei. He watched their lips and caught most of what they were asking. After making sure he had no obvious wounds, they asked him about his lungs. When he answers that yes, he did end up coughing up nasty stuff, they frowned. After moments of discussion between themselves, they explained to him that one of them had a quirk that had to do with minor air control and that they wanted to make sure his lungs were cleared. He agreed, eager to see such a cool quirk at work. He was less enthused after 20 straight minutes of hacking up disgusting slime. By the time the medics deemed him safe enough to leave, with strict instructions to go to hospital if he started feeling sick or out of breath, the class had ended and most of the other kids had gone home. Izuku decided to do the same. He wondered if he would be able to get the sludge out of his hair with a long enough shower. He gave a brief thank you to his sensei and assured Kuma-chan that he was fine enough to get home alone. The walk took forever and no time at all. His head was so messed up. This had been the worst day of his life and he wanted nothing more than to go to bed and end it. But first he spends an hour scrubbing in the shower trying to get the disgusting residues of his attacker off of his skin. His clothes go through 3 cycles in the wash. Finally he plopped face down in his bed and knew no more. Izuku jerked awake in the dark. It took him a moment to register his phone on the floor buzzing and slowly inching its way under the bed, flashlight on the back flashing briskly. Groggily he grabbed at it, missing the first time because he couldn't quite see straight through his yawn. He swiped the screen and held the device up above his face. Green eyes squinted at the bright light. He was vaguely aware that his greeting might not be the most intelligible, but he couldn't find it in his sleep-addled brain to care too much. That was until the screen lit up with his mother's face, hysterical tears streaming and obviously wailing even if he couldn't hear it. He grimaced, deciding that at 4:27 a.m. he was too tired to try and read her lips. "Hold in, Mom," he mumbles as he reached out towards his abandoned hearing aids, slipping the less damaged one in so he could at least make out most of what she was saying. "What's going on? You had a double right. Did something happen? Do I need to come up there?" It took a moment for Inko to stop blubbering enough to explain. Apparently Kachan had run into a slime villain after school and ended up in the hospital with pulmonary edema. Since Inko knew they took similar paths home, she was worried Izuku might also be hurt. She had been trying to message and call him, but he hadn't replied. The teenager winced and glanced at his notifications. 103 missed texts and 40 missed calls. He sighed. "Sorry, Mom. I'm fine. I just went to bed early." It took him 30 minutes of repeating the same consolations to calm her down enough to return to work. Poor defenseless Izuku. How could her weak little baby be within a mile of a villain and not get hurt? Well, okay, fine. This time he did, but he made it out alive. And in better shape than Kachan, it would seem. Wait, didn't All Might capture that villain? How did he get a hold of Kachan? How did a low-level scrub like that escape the #1 hero? He groaned as dramatically as he could when he realized he wasn't getting back to sleep anytime soon. He sluggishly plugged in his dying phone. It wouldn't do for it to die and send his mom into another spiral if she called him again. With a grumble he moved to his desk, flipping the light on and booting up his laptop, ignoring the wheezing sounds it made as the screen flickered on. He tossed the still squeaking hearing device back onto the small pile he had accumulated and delved into Smoogle. Might as well learn how to fix these cheap, fragile, stupid things so his mom wouldn't have to shell out even more cash they couldn't afford to lose. It took several hours and many hero tube videos on the mechanics of speakers and the like before he ended up with a pair of Frankenstein hearing aids, born from the ashes of the destroyed pairs. It took another hour to code a basic program to tune them properly. Thank God he was already decent at coding, or else the rest of his SAT would have been spent on something that probably wouldn't last through his next week at school. Now that he knew how they worked, though, he could look into just getting a bunch of spare parts super cheap from somewhere. It would be a lot easier than having to go to the clinic to order new ones and then waiting 2 weeks for them to arrive. With a sigh, he shoved back from his desk and spun his chair around, only to be met with a barrage of red and yellow and blue as his mind came out of his little learning spree. He never realized how obnoxious All Might's color scheme was before. He hates it, and it's everywhere. He wrinkled his nose and heaved himself up on half-numb legs, hurrying out towards the kitchen. He probably should have eaten hours ago, but it's better late than never, right? As he reheated some random leftovers he hoped are still good, he let his mind drift over the many events of the day before. Izuku tried to stay as objective as possible, well aware that he tended to lean towards being overly emotional. 1. The usual bullying he dealt with every day at school. They did seem to go fairly hard at it, though, not missing a single opportunity to trip him in the halls or slam him into the lockers. 2. The teacher picked on him about his dream of joining the UA Hero course, setting off another round of verbal abuse from his peers. 3. After school, Kachan cornered him to teach him a lesson, giving him more burns to deal with and saying, "Anyways." 4. He ran into a villain and almost died. 5. All Might saved him, then turned around and crushed his only hope, the dream he had harbored since before he could even properly walk. He realized that the microwave had finished its turn. He probably should have put his aids back in. Oh well. As he slid the ridiculously hot bowl, with its lukewarm contents, onto the table, he tried to figure out where to go from here. He can't be a hero. Everyone else he had ever met has made that abundantly clear. So, what? He knew the numbers. Quirkless job opportunities were ridiculously low. No one wanted to hire someone that an insurance company wouldn't cover. He should still at least go to high school. It would give him a few more years to try and find something to do afterwards. That is, if he could find a reasonable high school that would accept him. He knew UA accepted the Quirkless. They had implemented guidelines on the issue just 2 years before, probably as a publicity stunt. But since he wasn't going into heroics, he should look into other options as well. See what he had available. What could possibly lead to a future? Looked like that would have to be his plan for the rest of the weekend. Research, and a skeleton for a 5-year plan of some sort. Whoopee. No other high school in his area accepted people like him. The closest school besides UA was a 3-hour train ride away. And it was a school for the disabled. He's not fucking disabled. Okay, well, he is. But not in a way that he needed to go through a special program. He just needed help with his hearing issue. He was pretty sure he's smart enough to go through a regular high school course. Seriously, he started checking out first-year level workbooks from the library last summer because he had finished his second read-through of the third-year middle school class books and he was bored. Surely he could do fine in just a regular public high school. He thumped his head down on his desk. So either he tried for UA, a place notorious for their harder-than-average entrance exam, or he gives up and goes where society deems he should, where there was always his classmates' suggestion. No, the whole world was against him. Okay, fine, he will get into UA, whatever it takes, and he will make a future for himself. Maybe not as a hero, but maybe as a designer. He was decent at drawing, and he already made loads of comments in his notebook about how heroes might improve their gear. Maybe he could forge a career for himself out of that. If all else failed, he could learn more coding and could help in labs and stuff looking for glitches. But to get that kind of job, you need a formal education. So be it. He would take every single entrance exam except the one for the hero course. He was bound to at least land in UAS general education program that way. He's just got to spend every free moment he can find on study. He was already ahead of his class, not that his grades show that. Stupid bigoted teachers. It can't possibly be that hard to cram what he needs for 3 different tests in 10 months. Yeah, he can do this. He just needed to know what he needed to know. He spent another hour scouring the UA website for any hints on what would be on his tests. There wasn't much info, as expected, but he at least had a basic plan. For Gen Ed, complete all of the workbooks he had started borrowing last summer and start on year 2 ones if he has time. For business, give himself a crash course on marketing theory. He already knew how heroes sell their images. Take that and apply it to numbers. For support, make something impressive. Maybe he could do more to his hearing aids than just repair them. Could he make them explosion-proof? That would save him a lot of headaches. It also looks like he will have to turn in blueprints on what he makes. That shouldn't be too hard. Those are just super detailed drawings, right? Maybe throw a couple of hero suit redesigns in for good measure. With his outline done, he nodded and sat back, once again confronted by a barrage of primary colors. As he gazed around, he came to a decision. He didn't need to cling to All Might's shadow anymore. He was going to be his own person. The rest of the day was spent packing away and listing for sale every single bit of mighty merch in his room. Izuku gripped tight to the straps of his bright yellow bag as he booked it out of the school. He didn't have time for any more bruises and insults. He had dealt with the ones from lunch by taking a quick bathroom break in the last period. He had compared pricing and shipping times late Sunday afternoon and found that there was a large mechanics shop a few neighborhoods over from the dojo. He decided he would save the money he would otherwise spend on shipping by stopping there to get the parts so he could tinker with his hearing aids. To have time for that, he would have to skip out on stopping by his apartment. His change of workout clothes were in his nearly empty bag so he could load up on what parts he could afford, change, and rush to his class. He had contemplated skipping the lesson, but after Friday's debacle he didn't think his sensei and his kohai would appreciate that, so his jog would just have to be a bit more brisk than usual. He was glad, in a sick sort of way, that Kachan was still recovering in the hospital. It meant the bullies were a bit more lenient today as they gossiped about what they had seen on the news. So running didn't hurt too bad even if his still kind of sore lungs protested a bit. The run luckily wasn't too long and he followed the map on his phone right up to the front of the rather large shop. It looked more like a warehouse really. A warehouse with glass doors and a sign on the front that said Hatsune Parts and Repairs. He took a minute to catch his breath and wipe the sweat off of his face before he went in. Immediately he was assaulted with the scent of oil and rubber. He ran his hand through his hair nervously as he looked around. It looked like a small part of the front of the building was sectioned off with large glass partitions. The area Izuku was in was some sort of lobby. There was a desk with a computer, a couple of lightly grease-stained chairs, and some slightly dusty fake plants. Beyond the partitions he could see what looked like a workspace, and past that were rows and rows of shelving packed full of boxes, some of them spilling out wires and bits of metal. As he wandered further in, he noticed a button on the desk with a little handwritten note that said "Press for help." With a shrug, the teenager did just that, and nearly jumped out of his skin when what sounded like a foghorn went off somewhere deeper in the building. He then winced at the slight feedback from his hearing aids. He really needed to try and make better ones. Before he could really think about the obnoxious sound too much, there was a woman sweeping out from between the shelving further in the building. Red dreadlocks were pulled back into a ponytail, and as she got closer, she locked silver eyes with green. She waved a dirty hand as she got closer, a smile lighting up her face. "Hello." Her voice was cheerful as she opened the glass door that blended in so seamlessly with the rest of the partition he hadn't even noticed it. "Welcome to my shop. It's rare we get someone so young in here. Is there something I can help you with? School project? A repair job?" Izuku smiled nervously as he realized this stranger was speaking to him in all exclamation points. No ma'am. I just need some parts." Her face seemed to light up even more if that was possible, and her ponytail bounced a bit and she shifted behind the desk. "Is that so? Awesome. Do you know what you need? If I don't have it on hand, I should be able to order it in for you." Izuku quickly dug his list out of his backpack. I need 2 of each of these, please." He flinched slightly as she snatched the paper out of his hands. Throwing herself into the chair behind the computer, she set to work quickly searching what he assumed was an inventory. "Wow, these are a lot of tiny and delicate pieces. What are you working on? A mini noise bomb?" Izuku blanched behind his freckles and waved his hands in denial. No, nothing like that. With a sigh, he pushed his hair away from the bulky casing hanging behind his ear. "I just want to make some improvements, is all." The teenager will forever refuse to acknowledge the sound he made next as a screech as a grown woman launched herself half over a desk at him. "Wow, that's an ancient design. Who even sells those anymore?" She then cackled. "What a fun project. You have got to show me what you come up with, okay?" The confused brunette nodded hesitantly. "Oh, I'm Hatsumiya, by the way. It's nice to meet you." She stuck out her grease-stained hand, still hanging half over the desk. He hesitantly took it. "Midoriya Izuku." She nodded decidedly and finally plopped back into the much-abused chair. "Well, Midoriya-kun, unfortunately I don't seem to have a few of these parts in stock. I can order them for you though. My deliveries come in on Wednesdays, so I can have them set for you by then. If you like, I can get you the parts I do have right now, or I can gather them up and put them with the others when they come in." Izuku was starting to feel a little overwhelmed dealing with this whirlwind of a woman, so he just nodded. "That should be fine, Hatsum-san. How much do I owe you?" White teeth flashed in her dirty face as she smiled once again. "Well, let's see. This is quite a few parts, but you are having to wait. And I love seeing young people trying to build. How about I give you a new customer discount? Let's say when you come by on Wednesday you'll owe me 55 yen. Izuku is sure he stopped breathing for a minute. But that's half of what they're worth." She grinned. "Maybe, but it's my shop. I name my prices. Just show me your work when you finish and we will be all good. Anyways, see you Wednesday, Midoriya-kun." With that, she shoved the list into the pocket of her coveralls and danced away, back into the bowels of the building. Green Eyes watched after her, dumbstruck, until his phone vibrated with the alarm he had set and he had to dash out the door to get to his class. He made it with just enough time to run to the restroom and change. When he bowed onto the floor, he was met by his sensei and Kohai's matching glares, concerned looks. He wasn't sure. All he knew was that Kuma-chan had never looked more like her father than she did in that moment while they stood side by side. Bear-shaped ears attentive, brown eyes laser-focused on a small teenager, and a tiny sliver of a fang poking out from behind a slight frown. Good afternoon, Sensei." "Kuma-chan." Sensei's frown deepened a bit and Izuku started mentally backpedaling, trying to figure out what he did wrong. But as Kohai speaks before he could try and apologize. "Midori-kun, are you sure it isn't too soon for you to be back in class? It's only been a weekend." The freckled boy tried to keep the sinking feeling in his gut away from his face. "They don't want him here. He's a weak burden. Like always." I'm really feeling okay. I swear." The Mirakuma shared a loaded look before the younger shrugged and the older grunted and turned back to Izuku. "Okay, fine. You can participate. But if you start feeling off, you let us know and sit out immediately. You just went through a villain attack. It's okay to not feel well after something like that." "Got it." Izuku nodded quickly and bows. "Yes, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei." Kuma-chan sighed quietly as her dad walked away. "Okay, Midori-kun. Hearing aids out. Let's get some good practice in today since you're staying." He did his best to smile at her as he did what he was told, ignoring the looks he was getting from the other kids in the class as he walked over to his usual spot near the back wall. Izuku swore that was the longest class he had ever had to go through at the dojo. The whole time he could see the others, who usually ignored the weird deaf kid, whispering amongst themselves and glancing at him. He couldn't hear them, obviously, but he could tell their inattention was annoying Mirakuma-sensei by the number of extra reps they were all made to do. He did his best to keep his focus on Kuma-chan. She was constantly signing in between sets, letting him know what they were going to do next, and slipping in a sneaky comment or joke about their classmates when she was sure no one was looking. As he wandered home, going the long way around, he checked his phone. His mom might be home by the time he got there. She shouldn't have had a double today. That means if he gets there quick enough he could do all of the prep and they could cook dinner together. With that happy little thought, he puts a bit more pep in his step and gets home a bit faster. He made it with time to spare. He hurried through his shower and doctoring his various old bruises and cuts, then rushed to pull out the ingredients for a vegetable curry he knows his mom loves. He started washing the veg. He knows that's his mom's least favorite part, so he does it whenever he can. He was almost done with washing everything when he saw the flash of his phone from the counter where he had left it. He snagged it to see a new message from Inko. "Sorry baby, they asked me to stay a few hours late. I probably won't be back until midnight. Don't forget to eat something." The familiar ring of disappointment sounds in his chest. Oh well, might as well finish what he started. He would leave a plate for her to heat up when she got home. He was sure she will appreciate it. The curry isn't quite as good as when his mom made it. She has a way with spices, but it was all right. Izuku dawdled through his solitary dinner, distracting himself with Twitter, catching up on hero news and wincing at a rather angled picture of the back of Mount Lady. He was sure the person who took that shot got paid well by the news source. It didn't take him long to finish eating and to clean up the kitchen, leaving a note on the counter to tell his mom she had food in the fridge. He went to his room, feeling kind of tired, but knowing he needed to write another copy of the assignment that's due for English class the next day. Between his schoolmates and his teachers, he knew better than to only have one copy. He set to work, half his mind planning what of the high school workbooks he would crack open once he was done. The math one was interesting if he remembered correctly. Who needed sleep when his future depended on him studying everything he could after all? The freckled teen had to get up early the next morning. Someone on Mebe named Good Sir 420 had bought up a good portion of his nicer and harder to find mighty merch. Luckily, he had managed to find enough packaging materials from around the house to get everything packed properly for shipping. He just needed to stop by the post office on his way to school to send it off with a one-fingered salute. And he now had a surplus of money to buy what he needed for the creations he had been brainstorming in his new journal. He labeled it Inventions for the Future No. 1. He figured that way it would match a bit when lined up with his analysis books on his shelf. He had started brainstorming ideas for things that would be helpful for heroes in the field. At first he was unsure what to write down that hadn't already been rehashed 100 times before. But then he remembered all of the notes for gear upgrades he had already jotted down in his analysis work. From there it was just a matter of figuring out how to bring his vague ideas on helpful things into a solid plan of components and design. He needed to remember to grab some engineering books when he went to the library this weekend. He settled the stack of packages in his arms after he locked the door to the apartment. The trip downstairs was a bit difficult with such a heavy load setting him off balance, but he managed to make it with only one near misstep. He was lucky the post office was only a few blocks away. He probably would have had to make 2 trips if it was much further. As he struggled to open the door, a nice man stepped in to help, lightly scolding him for trying to carry so much at once. Yeah, that probably wasn't his best idea, but he made it to the counter without dropping a single thing, so he will take the trip as a win. The postal worker was surprisingly quick in her work, weighing and labeling the large stack at her spot along the counter with sure movements and direct questions, obviously wanting to get him out the door as soon as possible so she could get back to the large cup of coffee he could see steaming by the computer behind her. Coffee. Now there was an idea. 10 minutes and she had him rang up and done with his errand. He bowed his head slightly as he wished her a good day. He had extra time. Yup, coffee. If he remembered correctly, there was a small coffee shop only a little ways out of his way to school. Now was as good a time as any to treat himself. He headed that way, in a good mood, thinking about what kind of pastries they might have. He was lucky. The little cafe wasn't too busy yet this early in the morning, though that would probably change within the next 30 minutes or so as kids started making their way to class and adults to work. Izuku wandered over to the frankly massive pastry case beside the front counter. There were the usual basics like wagashi and simple cakes. There also looked to be a lot of foreign sweets. Things like breads and donuts. So many choices, so little time. Maybe he should come here more often so he could try them all. He would have to add in more running into his schedule to make up for the calorie intake though. The middle-aged man in front of him moved away to wait for his order, and the young woman behind the counter turned to Izuku. "Good morning. What can I get for you?" she cheerfully asked, sea green curls bouncing around her dark face. "Oh, he floundered, looking back at the case and trying to decide what he wanted. He was about to randomly point in a panic before a low voice sounded from behind him. "The bear claws are good." He looked back over his shoulder in surprise. Green eyes met purple and his brain went from whirling to a sudden stop. Tall, square jaw, fluffy purple hair, very distracting. He tried to fight his blush away from his face while simultaneously kicking his brain as hard as he could in hopes that it would turn back on. Bare claws. Great. Staring and stuttering. Perfect first impression. The team behind him nodded and pointed out a pastry in the case. It's filled with almond paste. Not too sweet but not savory. They call it that because of the shape it makes when it bakes. He curled his long pale fingers into a claw shape. Knuckles curled and spread apart and held it up beside the glass. Wow, he has nice hands. Another kick to his brain was needed. The pastry did kind of look similar. And besides, the name made him think of Kuma-chan. So of course it would be good. He nodded decisively and tore his eyes away from gravity-defying purple to turn back towards the barista. May I have a bear claw and a small mocha latte, please? The woman giggled and typed it in on the computer. She then glanced between Izuku and the other teen and wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. His face flushed red, freckles standing out against the bright color. Well, he did have some extra cash. He gathered his courage and gestured the other boy forwards. What would you like? He was met by a sleepy blank stare. What? It was really nice for you to help me. He tried to explain, reaching up to fiddle with one of his curls, unconsciously pulling it down to try and hide his hearing aids more. Let me get yours today, okay? Now the purple-haired boy looked confused, but he shrugged. Okay, I guess another bear claw and a large black coffee then. Izuku nodded and turned back to the bubbly barista who was already typing in the order, grinning ear to ear. After he paid, the two of them stepped aside to wait for their order, the shorter teen fidgeting nervously with his curls, glancing up at the other's rather tired-looking face. I'm Izuku Midoria. He trailed off, unsure if the other even cared to know his name. He was just a random person he happened to interact with at a cafe. Intense purple shifted his way lazily. Shinso Hitoshi. The taller boy grunted as he ran his hand through his own hair. Thanks, I guess, for treating. He trailed off as he seemed to lock onto the small bit of plastic stuck directly into Izuku's ears. Though, he mumbled, and the greenette felt his heart sink, trying to ready himself for an insult. But then Shinso lifted his hands and started to sign. Are you more comfortable signing? He spoke and signed at the same time. Izuku stared at the taller teen for a moment in complete shock. You sign. Shinso nodded and replied, it's easier than speaking sometimes. Freckled hands practically shook with excitement as he tried not to gush too much. I've never met someone my age who can sign. He gave a little bounce. Shinso tilted his head curiously. Yeah, only like 2 other kids in my school can understand me enough to translate. Luckily, a couple of my teachers learned enough that I can communicate when I need to. Izuku beamed. That's so cool. No one at my school signs. It gets kind of hard when I don't have my hearing aids. Shinso frowned a bit, wondering why the smaller boy would be without something he obviously relied on heavily. But before he could ask, their order was being called out and the greenette skipped forwards to grab their breakfasts and drinks. As he was handing off the second bear claw and black coffee, Izuku felt a small pang of sadness. This had been the most positive interaction he has had outside of self-defense class in ages. He really wanted to keep talking to Shinso, but he didn't want to annoy him, so he resigned himself to walking slowly and eating his pastry well before he could get too close to the school. But then Shinso gestured to one of the empty tables. An eyebrow raised. Izuku beamed. He couldn't be making too much of a mess of things if the other was offering to sit with him. He hurried towards a seat and made sure he didn't spill his coffee as he sat it down at the table. They settled in, phones on the table in front of them so they could keep an eye on the time. Freckled hands only shook a little as they pulled off a bit of pastry to pop into his mouth. Green eyes sparkled at the taste. It was delicious, perfect to go with his coffee. He hastily signed another thank you to his table mate for helping him choose his breakfast. That seemed to break the ice, and they spent the next 20 minutes chatting about little things like what their favorite snacks were. Izuku learned his new acquaintance liked things that straddled the gap of savory and sweet, that he went to a middle school a good deal farther away from here, but that started classes a little later, and that he had a slight obsession with cats. After a short time, though, it had to come to an end. Shinso had to leave to catch his train. He signed a quick goodbye and stood to leave, stretching an arm out over his head, giving a blushing greenette a peek at pale skin and back dimples, with a yawn and then turning to scoop up his bag. As he made to leave, Midoriya shot up from his own seat. Wait, could I? Do you want to exchange numbers? Shinso turns back to him, a purple eyebrow raised, and in a panic he continued. We could send each other cat memes. Are you trying to get my number by bribing me with cats? I think so. Fair enough. Give me your phone. As Izuku raced towards his school 5 minutes later, it was with the phone number of a cute boy added to his small contacts list. He should have known his good day would be over the moment he stepped foot in the school. The smell of smoke drifting through the air was the only warning he got before a fist made contact with his face, sending him to the cold tiled floor of the hallway. Kachan was back, and he had something to prove. Shitty Deku, why are you here? Ruining our school with how useless you are. And you have the nerve to be smiling first thing in the fucking morning. The next few minutes were a blur of him trying to discreetly cover vulnerable spots from kicks, cuts, and burns as his classmates spent the slot before the bell, making up for lost time. From the few glances he was able to get, Kachan looked horrible. Bags under his eyes and face pale and sweaty, like he was still sick. He probably was still sick and was just too stubborn to stay in bed anymore. That didn't bode well for Izuku. A sick Bakugo Katsuki is a violent Bakugo Katsuki. With a sigh, he peeled himself off the floor and just barely managed to make it to his seat before the teacher walked in. The rest of the day goes about the same. Bakugo coughing up nastiness, then taking out his frustration on Midoriya. Breaks and lunch were hell. Forget eating the sandwich he had packed. It had ended up trampled on the playground by the feet of the posse that had hunted the Quirkless boy down. By the time the final bell rung, the Greenette knew he would finally have to ask his mom to replace his uniform. He started planning his excuses for why he needed one so soon. He didn't even try to run with the bell. He was too sore and tired to even hope to outpace the other kids. The teacher traipsed away, blatantly ignoring the eager and ugly looks being sent towards the small child he was supposed to protect. About half of the class left as well, mostly the ones afraid of being the next target, but that left half waiting on the cue from their head honcho. Kachan stood and turned towards his favorite target. Guess it's time for his practice. The beating was ugly. They hadn't even tried to stay away from his face this time either. Great. Luckily, Inko has a week full of doubles scheduled. After the last of Bakugo's lackeys sauntered out the door, gushing about a new arcade that opened up, Izuku slowly sat up and felt his nose. Running his fingers gently along the bridge, he decided it probably wasn't broken, which was good because setting broken noses hurt like a butt cheek on a stick in his experience. It was bleeding pretty good though. With a sigh, he pinched at it with the sleeve of his gakurin. Getting to his feet was a bitch. At least one of his ribs was cracked. Everything else was bruised or burned, and he had a long cut up his bicep and another across his lower back. He gathered up his stuff as quickly as his aches and pains would let him and started to hobble home. He needed the bigger first aid kit they had in the bathroom. He decided to take the long way. He wasn't bleeding too quickly. It would be easier to take the quieter streets than to go the busier way and have some good Samaritan call the cops for him. It wouldn't do any good. As soon as he handed them his ID and they saw his Quirk registry, they would find some excuse to not have to deal with him. A waste of time. As he stumbled along, he texted Kuma-chan, "Hey, I won't be in today. Got punched in the face and my nose won't stop bleeding." Close enough to the truth that when he showed up tomorrow, they wouldn't question the black eyes. She replied as he was glaring down the flight of stairs leading up to his apartment, "Are you okay? Did you hit them back?" Izuku smiled a bit, regretting it as his face stung, and lied, "You know it. Greater than." With that, he struggled his way up the accursed stairs, cursing his nose and his ribs. It took about an hour to patch himself up. The cut across his back was a bitch to clean and bandage. Luckily, with all of the practice he'd had, the rest of the injuries were easy to deal with. He was in too much pain to really be hungry, so he just snagged a granola bar on the way to his room. As settled carefully into bed as he munched, a small stack of high school textbooks sat beside his pillow. After a moment of thought, he sent his mom a text to let her know he was going to bed early and laid down to read. Reading wouldn't aggravate anything, and this still counted as studying, so he wouldn't be too off of his schedule. Izuku was ready for a long night. The sunrise painted across his face the next morning outshone the one in the actual sky. The bruises were ugly and black across his nose and under his eyes, and faded to bright irritated reds and pinks. He knew the next couple of days would see them be even more colorful as they healed. Fun. At least he could still open his eyes enough to see. He dressed in front of his mirror so he could check the swelling on his ribs and the bandages on his arm and back. With a groan, he realized the cut on his back had bled through, and he would have to change it before he could go to school. It was just as painful the second time around. Twisting to reach sent painful twinges across his side from his ribs, and the dirty bandage stuck and peeled off some of the scabs, making the cut bleed sluggishly again. After that wonderful experience, he threw on what was left of his uniform, sparing a second to request a new one from his mom through text. The walk to school was blessedly quiet. No kids he saw seemed to notice the limping green-haired peer in their midst. He managed to make it to the classroom and into his desk with little fanfare. From there, it was just a matter of ignoring the etched insults on the wooden surface in front of him. Kachan was absent again. His mom probably tied him down to the bed so he could rest. Izuku wouldn't put it past his auntie. His classmates were back to the more offhand torment, tripping and snide insults in the halls. They didn't manage to find him during lunch, so he at least got to eat his sandwich in peace. After the last bell, he was out the door as soon as possible, wobbling along as quickly as he could without hurting himself too much. He had texted Kuma-chan that he would be a few minutes late to class due to an appointment. That didn't mean he wanted to miss anything Mirakuma-sensei wanted to teach them today. It was bad enough that he missed yesterday. He wished he could run to the mechanic's shop, but he knew running now would only make things worse for him when he finally did make it to class. The door to the shop came into view and he sighed in relief, checking his phone for the time. He had 15 minutes before he needed to leave. Hopefully Hatsune-san had things ready to go like she said. He pushed open the door. The lobby was once again empty, so he limped over to the desk to hit the button. At least this time he was prepared for the foghorn. Again he watched as the red-haired woman skipped out from behind shelving units. As they locked eyes, though, her beaming smile froze, as did the rest of her. Izuku frowned and cocked his head to the side in question. Did he do something wrong? The door to the front of the shop opened behind him and he had to suppress a violent reaction as he was suddenly accosted by an unknown assailant. "Hi, are you the kid with the cool fossils in your ears?" An excited voice squealed by his head as its owner nearly climbed on his back to see over his shoulder. He couldn't quite stop the full-bodied flinch at her touch and loud voice so close to him. He quickly spun around and backed up until he hit the desk. You. Too close, she was too close. She was still focused on his ears, not noticing the panicked body language, and spouting off words a mile a minute. Izuku wondered if this was what it's like on the other side of his mutter storms. He flinched as the glass door to the storage area slammed open and Hatsune-san stormed into the lobby. Hatsune, 2 steps back. We've talked about getting too excited with people who don't like being touched. Green eyes flicked between the two of them nervously as the girl, around his age, pink hair, golden eyes with strange irises, her Quirk, backed off sheepishly, tugging on one of her dreadlocks. "Sorry, Mama," she said with a smile at Hatsune-san. "Don't apologize to me, kiddo. Apologize to Midoriya-kun here." It was his bubble you invaded without warning. The next thing he knew, they were both turned to him again, and he forced himself to let go of where he was gripping the edge of the desk he was almost sitting on and offer them a shaky smile. Hi. Golden eyes widened as May actually looked at him for the first time. "Okay. Who the fuck do I need to fight?" What? The greenette stuttered as the shop owner chastised her daughter over her language. "Your face. Whoever did that to your face needs to pay. I've got some babies I can sick on them. We inventors have to stick together, you know." Izuku waved his hands in front of himself in some sort of denial. "And no, it's not like that. I go to self-defense classes and it was a sparring accident." The mother-daughter duo exchanged a loaded look. Wow, he can really see the relation now. "An accident," Hatsune-san reiterated. The freckled boy nodded his head frantically. "Why, yes. No need for babies," he insisted, just noticing the other teen's strange choice of wording. "That's what she calls her inventions," the shop owner explained. After a moment more of studying his face, she sighed and obviously decided to drop the topic of his injuries. "Let me go get your order. May, rein it in, kiddo." As she walked back into the warehouse, the teens eyed each other for a second. May was obviously trying not to jump him again, vibrating a bit where she stood. After a moment, she swung her backpack over her shoulder and started digging through it. "I was so excited when Mom told me what you were working on. I went through all of her Hero Gear catalogs and research papers and things. I copied and printed off a bunch of schematics and blueprints and papers for babies having to do with sounds and the like. There were so many interesting things. Now I have a whole bunch of ideas for sound babies I want to make too. Maybe a sound bomb." She finally pulled out a folder overflowing with papers and thrust it out at him. "Here, now gimme your phone." Izuku's head was spinning as he waded through her words. He hesitantly took the folder. "My phone? Yup. Gimme. She made grabby hands towards him and he pulled his phone out, praying he wasn't about to lose another one. She snatched it from him and he decided he didn't want to watch the small item's fate, so he flipped open the folder. Green eyes went wide as he quickly started flipping through detailed schematics of items whose designs weren't public knowledge. Was this legal for him to have? Would he give this chance up if it wasn't? The strange pink-haired girl seemed to sense his thoughts and spoke up. "It's not illegal as long as you don't show anyone else and don't steal straight from their designs." With that, she held up a peace sign and took a selfie with his phone, tapping buttons furiously for another second before handing the small device back. Her own phone dinged in her pocket. "Fair warning, my best baby brainstorming time is 2-4 in the morning, so silence your phone if you want to sleep. Though I hope you'll be my soundboard when you can." Before he could reply, Hatsune-san was back and handing him a box full of parts. He hurriedly dug the cash out of his pocket. As he hands it over, his phone's alarm goes off and he nearly jumps out of his skin. Oh, I have to go. I have class. You can keep the change." He clasps the box of parts to his chest and hurries away as fast as he can without limping. Getting away before the strange women can do anything else weird. He managed to make it to class in the nick of time. The Mirakuma's only giving him a little flack for his bruised face. He had to be careful about how he moved with his ribs and the cut across his back, but the freckled teen thinks he managed to hide his pain well enough. What they didn't know wouldn't hurt them after all. Though when he got home, he saw that blood had started seeping through his bandages again. Good thing he wore a black shirt this time. After a shower and another struggle-filled doctoring session, he settled down to dig through the parts he ordered. "Holy shit," he muttered to himself as freckled hands pulled out way more tiny pieces that he had asked for. His phone flashed on his desk signaling a text, and he snags it without thinking so he wouldn't worry his mom by replying late. Except it wasn't his mom. The screen showed a text under a number saved as Mater. There was a pic showing a pink-haired girl throwing a peace sign. What the fuck? He got a text from a girl. So what are your plans for upgrades? Have you looked over the schematics yet? Have you thought about making them explosive as a last resort type thing? After a moment to get over his shock, he glanced at the box on his desk and typed up his reply. I just got home so I haven't looked through the papers yet, but I think Hatsune-sen got my order a bit mixed up. I'll bring the extra parts by tomorrow after school. It only took her a second before his phone was lighting up with another string of messages. Oh, don't worry about it. I put those parts in there. I thought they would be useful. Mom knows and is cool with it. I'm allowed access to anything in the shop that's under 10,000 yen. Did you see the tiny processor board? Such a cute little baby. I bet it'll fit in your hearing aid nicely, and it should be programmable enough for whatever upgrades you wanted. If I knew what your plans were, I probably would have been able to find more pieces. I've never really done anything with sound before. I'm gonna make so many cool babies with all of the ideas I got looking through Mom's stuff. While she types fast, Izuku spent the next hour trying to get a text in edgewise. But it was like Hatsune knew he would try and insist on returning things or paying if she let him talk. She was very good at distractions. Eventually, the greenette gave in to her energetic planning and texted her a picture of a piece on a blueprint he didn't understand the purpose for. That launched a tirade about useless fluff in mechanics, and the next few hours were a whirl of her explaining bits and pieces he didn't understand and him soaking in as much knowledge as possible. May was really nice. It was about 2 in the morning when he was going to beg off to bed that a text from a different number came in. He opened it and got yet another surprise. It was a cat meme from Shinso. There goes any thoughts of sleep. He blushed furiously as he searched for the perfect cat gift to send back. Was this what it was like to have friends? 2 weeks passed quickly, and Ko only came home while Izuku was at school and was back to work before he got home. He appreciated how much work she put in to keep them both fed and with a roof over their heads. But he missed getting to eat dinners with her. The bruises showing on his face had gone from deep purples and blues to bright yellows and sickly browns. His ribs still twinged if he wasn't careful when moving, but even that was dulled from what it was. And lucky for him, Kachan seemed satisfied with the still visible marks and didn't feel the need to go off on him too much when he once again came back to school. Though his good mood might be more from feeling better after another week and a half of rest. Izuku is retroactively glad Mirakuma-sensei called the paramedics and made them treat his lungs on the night of the sludge villain incident. One of his late-night internet dives had landed him on a medical site looking up pulmonary edema. Yeah, no thanks. No wonder Bakugo had been extra bitchy when he had come to school still sick. Mei-chan had soon distracted him from that line of research though. With her help, he had managed to not only fix his hearing aids when they got broken by a stray explosion last Friday, but he had also drawn up plans for new and improved hearing aids of his own design. A far cry from just the upgrade he wanted to make at first. He was planning on going to the shop this Saturday to talk to her and her mom about what extra parts he might need and if they could source completely new casings for his new tech. Shinso had also become a constant in his nighttime routine. He never seemed to sleep, so Izuku was constantly texting memes back and forth with him while also scribbling in his notebook or researching or studying. Whatever his strict 10-month schedule required from him that night. He had also managed to meet up with the purple-haired teen 2 more times at the little cafe. Apparently the insomniac couldn't say no when you offered to pay for his coffee, though he did seem a bit uncomfortable with not paying for himself. But Izuku still had plenty of money saved back from selling off his mighty merch, and he just had a feeling that Shinso didn't have a lot of spare cash. Besides, he had to show the other boy how much he appreciated having him as a friend somehow, even though he knew the friendship would end as soon as quirks are brought up. Weird that neither of his friends have asked yet, just a matter of time. He was going to enjoy this while it lasted. He could probably ride this high until the end of high school if he only thought about the last 2 weeks when he is at his lowest. Plus, Mei-chan has taught him so much and he wanted to learn as much as he could from her before she left. To distract himself from thoughts of the future, he zeroed in on the blueprint he was drawing up. He had finally figured out the code he would need to write for his design, so now he could see how the parts could all come together. Maybe he would skip sleep completely tonight to get a head start on that code. If he did that, he would need coffee in the morning. He sent off a text to invite Shinso and dove back into drawing his careful lines in the notebook open before him. Flashing light alerted him of a reply, and he scooped up his phone to see Mei excitedly talking about how she had been meaning to stop at that coffee shop for a while. Oops, wrong person. Well, maybe his friends could meet each other. He wasn't sure how they would get along together, but he really wanted to see Shinso tomorrow. And he didn't want to let Mei down now that she was so excited. He sent off another text, this time making sure it was to the right number, seeing if Shinso would be willing to meet someone new. and bribing him with coffee, of course. Guess we will see how this goes. He dashed out of the front door, scrubbing at his face with the wet wipes he had started carrying around in his backpack. He had gotten lost in tinkering with the other project he had started as practice and ran out of time for a shower. If he wanted to meet up with his friends, he would just have to wipe the grease off as best as he could and hope he doesn't break out. He ignored the ache as he scrubbed across his still sore nose. It wasn't anywhere near as painful as it had been a week ago. Manageable. He slowed down a bit to catch his breath as he got to the street the shop was on. He might be a good endurance sprinter after running away from bullies so often, but he didn't want to show up all sweaty and out of breath to a meeting with Shinso. He was already lame enough as it was. Thank you very much. He glanced through a window and saw that May was there already, drooling over the pastry display. Honestly, mood. The bell on the door jingled merrily as he walked in and made his way to his friend. Good morning, May-chan. Zukun. She spun around and bounced towards him with her endless energy, either not noticing or ignoring the blush the nickname earned her. This place has so many goodies. Look, what do you think I should get? Izuku started to reply only to be interrupted by a familiar deep voice. Oh yes, Zukun, what do you suggest? He didn't squeak. He didn't. As he spun around to come face to face with a certain purple-eyed menace, a menace who was smirking at him, Izuku was certain his heart skipped a beat. Not fair. SHSH Shinso-kun. I didn't see you there. Another smirk. Damn him. I saved us a table in the corner. I came early to work on a project that's due later today. The greenette did his best to kill the blush he knew was probably covering his face and highlighting the last of his bruising. I see. Well, Shinso-kun. This I is Hatsume. May-chan, this is SH Shinso Hitoshi. It's then that he notices the way his friends are looking at each other, and the fact that their school uniforms are very similar. Oh, do you 2G go to the same S school? I guess I never asked W where you went, May-chan. May speaks up, head tilted to the side, obviously studying the new teen. You're in 3 degrees Celsius, right? Hitoshi nodded, looking extremely uncomfortable all of a sudden. Yeah, you're 3A's mad genius. The pink-haired girl grinned. Yup, and you're the quiet kid. Shinso flinched and Izuku decided to step in to try and stop whatever uncomfy thing was going on here. Ha. Wow. Small world, huh? Let's go order RC coffee, oh okay. He ushered them both up to the counter and rambled on to Hatsum about how good the pastries are and how his favorite so far was the bear claws. While he directed her attention towards said display, he signed for Shinso to go ahead and order what he wanted. To his confusion, Shinso shook his head and signed that he didn't want anything. But wasn't free coffee the only reason he came? Izuku felt a wave of uneasiness wash over him. Did Shinso not want to be his friend anymore? Was it because he was deaf and a loser? He knew May-chan was a bit much, but she was fun and friendly, so it couldn't be her. What did he do wrong? Shakily he raised his hands and asked. At least if he knew what he did to upset him, he could try and fix it. And no one had ever had any trouble telling him when he fucked things up before. Maybe he could save this if he acted quickly enough. Guarded purple eyes soon looked a little lost as he caught onto his question, and the taller teen quickly signed back. What do you mean? You didn't do anything. Izuku couldn't look at him as he answered, cursing his stupid shaking hands as he did so. You always come for the coffee. Did I say something to upset you? To make you change your mind? He watched as Long Fingers replied quickly. He painted his nails black, he noted idly as he watched to hear his transgression. It's not like that. I swear, I remember when I told you I learned sign because I have trouble talking sometimes? Well, I just couldn't bring myself to talk to the barista and I didn't want to force you to order for me. You always pay, so I feel bad, so. The purple-haired boy trailed off, shrugging self-consciously, tugging at the sleeves of his uniform and not meeting the shorter teen's gaze. Oh, Izuku said. Smart Midoria. Oh, so smart. I don't mind ordering for you, Shinso. I find it hard to order at places like this too sometimes, especially if I don't have my hearing aids. And I already told you, I have a bit of money saved up from selling some of my old toys and things. I don't mind. Now what do you want? Shinso still looked a bit uneasy, but he finally replied to just get his regular before he headed back to the table he had saved. The greenette bounced forwards and ordered a black coffee, 2 bear claws, and a mocha latte before turning to May, who seemed to finally be coming to a decision on what she wanted. A rainbow muffin and a vanilla latte with 3 shots of espresso was quickly added to his order. May chattered away at him as they waited for the order. He smiled and hummed along, but his mind was on his other friend. He had seemed fine when they had first come in. What had triggered his muteness? Did he make him uncomfortable by bringing May? He didn't mean to. Shinso seemed like a loner, but he never seemed to mind spending time with Izuku's rambles that much. Surely May's enthusiastic tech talk wasn't too much different. Did they have a history he did know about? His internal spiraling was interrupted by May dragging him forwards to get their drinks. He must not have heard his name. They traipsed over to the corner Shinso was camped out in, and Izuku pasted on his most reassuring smile as he sat the black coffee down in front of him. Then saying, out loud for Hatsume's benefit, I don't mind translating for you, Shinso-kun. I have my ears and so I'm good for signing and speech. Whatever you're comfortable with. Before he can slide into the booth, he was tackled from behind. Zu-kun, I didn't know he spoke sign too. Since you both do, will you help me practice? I started learning a couple of weeks ago and I think I know enough to start having conversations. Izuku yelped and almost overbalanced from the weight of his friend. Mei-chan, you're going to make me fall. He managed to right himself and slipped out of her grip. I don't mind helping you learn though. But, why did you take up sign language? They settled into the booth. Izuku on the padded bench across from Shinso while Mei snagged a chair from another table and sat on it backwards with her arms crossed on the table. Well, I love learning languages. Hatsume Industries is going to be multinational after all, so I need to know as many as possible. That, and what kind of friend would I be if I didn't learn to sign for my deaf bestie? Green eyes were wide in a bruised and freckled face as he stared her down before saying a bit breathlessly, You're all learning for me. Golden eyes settled on him, head tilted slightly to the side as she asked, Yeah, why wouldn't I? Here come the waterworks. Freckled hands fruitlessly wipe at green eyes. And no one's ever bothered me before. As Shinso-kun is the only person my age I've ever been able to sign W with. An unreadable look passed across her face, but before he could try to decipher it, Shinso was signing and he let himself be distracted. I've already told you that it's dumb your school hasn't at least brought in someone to translate your lessons for you. And kind of awful you mom hasn't learned. Izuku frowned, a bit uncomfortable with that last sentence. She's too busy, he defended weakly. Shinso just shrugged, not taking back what he said but not acquiescing to her time management either. Mei jumped in. I caught most of that, I think. Your mom doesn't sign, Zu-kun. He sighed and shook his head. I only lost my hearing a little over a year ago. She hasn't had time to learn since then. The girl tilted her head again. But there are video tutorials on YouTube that are only a few minutes long. She could try those during her lunch breaks or something. Freckled hands waved in the air at the suggestion. Oh no, I couldn't ask her to use what little break time she gets for something like that. It's fine. Besides, when I talk to her I get to practice lip reading, which is something I really need to work on anyways. Great. Now both of his friends were frowning at him. After a moment they looked at each other and seemed to have some sort of 2-second conversation with just a look before they both nodded. Suddenly they both seemed a lot more relaxed around each other. What was that about? Izuku decided it was time to change the subject and pulled out the blueprint he had started sketching out about an hour ago to show Mei. It was a high-tech weapon similar to a meteor hammer. He had ideas on how to make it more versatile for heroics, but he needed to ask Mirakuma-sensei to run him through the basics of usage before he could know what was actually feasible. As expected, Hatsume immediately went into nerd mode and even Shinso was looking over the paper in interest, signing a few questions. The rest of their breakfast meetup went by in a flurry of signing hands and enthusiastic Mei-isms. Izuku was sad when it was time to go to school. The other two broke off to head the other way down the road and he waved as Mei continued to fill the silent teen's space with her ideas and excitement. Green eyes stared after them wistfully, wishing he had a friend to walk to school with. With a sigh he shook his head, settling on being glad the two of them seemed to be getting on well now. It was time to head back to hell. Joy. The rest of the week flew by in a flurry of studying, memes, harsh words, and explosions, having friends, and dodging their questions about any bruises and burns that peeked out from his clothes, was quickly becoming part of his routine, and he wondered how he did without friends for so long. Saturday morning dawned bright and warm, summer making itself known. Izuku couldn't wait for summer vacation. So much free time. No more having to sit through classes he'd already mastered. No more lunch period hide and seek. And more time to spend on his studies. Soon, he packed his bag full of his notebooks and the parts he was planning on using that day. He dressed in what are becoming his tinkering clothes. An old pair of cargo shorts and a long-sleeved black t-shirt. The shorts are already covered in small grease stains and a burn mark from when he had accidentally dropped a soldering iron last week. Oh, he should pack that as well to return it to Mei. He slid a Ziploc bag of pommery he had made the night before into the front pocket of his backpack in an attempt to not crush them. He had quickly found that Mei loved to have things to munch within arm's reach when she was brainstorming. And what better brain food than buttery sweet heaven? He tapped his feet into his shoes and started off to the shop at an easy trot. Why not get some exercise in while he was at it? It was only 15 minutes before he was pushing the door open and heading to the button on the desk. He would have just gone straight back like the Hatsumes kept insisting, but the work and warehouse area was a veritable maze. It was just easier to use the foghorn and let his friend come to him than to try and find where she was in the twisting corridors of shelving and projects. To his surprise, though, before Mei could appear from her hiding place, the front door opened once again. He turned in surprise. Most of the shop's customers ordered online and made use of the offered delivery services. He had yet to see another customer come in. Oh, that wasn't a customer. Shinso, he asked in confusion. The exhausted-looking teen waved with a yawn and Izuku had to ask, "What are you doing here?" "MHH. The maniac stole my phone number yesterday during lunch. She wouldn't stop harassing me last night until I agreed to come hang out with you too." The freckled-haired teen tilted his head, considering the reply and trying not to be jealous about them hanging out at school. "I'm sorry in advance then," he said, laying it on heavy with the fake remorse, and spinning to face the large glass door as May burst through with her usual exuberance. "Are you ready to make babies?" Izuku laughed to himself as he and his purple compatriot were dragged bodily into the bowels of the massive building. The next couple of hours were almost dreamlike to the greenette. He was having a lot of fun. They had only made one thing explode. She seemed to try and tone down the combustible projects around him. He wondered if he had flinched too noticeably once or if she was doing it subconsciously. As the two tinkered trolls set up a 3D printer to cast new casings for his project, their friend came back from his hunt for the coffee machine. It seems he was victorious as he was carrying 3 chipped coffee cups filled to the brim. Sustenance. A pink blur snatched one of the cups and was back at the computer before the other two teens could blink. "Oh, yeah, he brought snacks." Quickly he dug his pack out from where it had been left under a work table and procured the treasure. "Bei-chan, let's take a quick break. Now that it's running, we can't do much for that project anyways. And I wanna eat." He shook the bag of pastries and her head whipped to face him at the sound. Sustenance. They ended up shoving a project to the side of a workstation and pulling up stools. The Pomery paired well with the coffee just like he hoped. Shinso seemed particularly enamored with the flaky treats. He had been quiet for most of the day, just watching them yammer and work with a sarcastic joke thrown their way every once in a while. But now that they were sitting down and relaxing, Hitoshi seemed more comfortable and started asking simple questions about what they were making. A good 30 minutes went to them explaining May's kinetic energy converter and Izuku's hearing aid upgrades. As May went and got them all a refill for their coffee cups, purple eyes were studying Izuku. Finally, when the teen was almost back to the group, his friend asked, "Why would your hearing aids need to be loud noise-proof?" Green hair floofed in slight panic. "Deflect. Oh, I lost my HH hearing in an EX explosion. I don't want it TT to get W worse." His two friends shared that look again. Did they suspect something? He was sure he was doing well in keeping the bullying away from them. May looked at him and he fidgeted uncomfortably as he saw her eyes zoom in a bit. What kind of explosion? Obviously not the fun kind. He looked away, unable to meet her eyes anymore. A Quirk AC accident. He muttered. Right, accident. On the records at least. He didn't look up to see his friend's silent argument, but he was grateful when May changed the subject, bringing up how both of them wanted to go to UA to Hitoshi. Apparently the other teen was aiming for the hero course there. On hearing this, Shinso got a bubble full of excitable pinkette. "You wanna be a hero? Awesome. You're gonna need babies. Can I make them? Can Zukun help? What's your quirk? I bet I can make the perfect baby for it." She finally paused for breath and Izuku frowned at how the other boy tensed up at the mention of his quirk. He knew that look. "Mei-chan," he started hesitantly. But before he could formulate a polite way to steer clear of what was obviously painful territory, Shinso seemed to come to a decision. "I have a villain's quirk." The admission was said quietly but with resigned acceptance, and Izuku frowned. There's no such thing. He didn't mean for that to come out as a question. "Brainwashing. Response-based. I steal people's autonomy." Shit, were his eyes sparkling. "That is so cool. Do you know how rare quirks like that are? Holy shit, that's perfect for a hero." Hostage situations, muggings, depending on if it works through technology, you could stop kidnappings or mass panics. He was bouncing on his stool, furiously writing in the journal he had snatched up. One friend stared at him in disbelief, the other in amusement and interest. "But," Hitoshi said faintly, "it's bad." Izuku shook his head and glanced up, his writing not stopping. "There's no such thing as a bad quirk. Only bad people. And you aren't a bad people." He looked back down, muttering incoherently for a few minutes before whispering distractedly, "Besides, at least you have a quirk." He only realized his friends caught that last statement by their stillness. He froze as it sank in. Shit, stupid, now they know. After a minute he forced himself to look at them, cursing how timid he felt. He didn't want to lose them. They were the best thing to happen to him in ages. But now he had to bite the bullet, as the Americans say. They looked shocked. "Understandable." After a moment, May muttered, "Only 1 out of every 20,000 kids in our generation are born quirkless in Japan." He nods. That's a fact. 20% of the world was quirkless, but most of them were old-timers and kids born to countries where the genes were slower to mutate. In Japan he was a freak. He waited for the hatred, closing his eyes and feeling resigned. He couldn't watch it happen, but he couldn't stop it. He braced himself. What he didn't expect was a vibrating May to tackle him and start spouting off about how cool it was that he was such a rarity, about how she could make him any kind of baby and wouldn't have to tailor it to his quirk. His eyes popped open in shock and he stared wordlessly at her as she babbled. She was in her own little world of ideas. Eventually he looked at Shinso. The other boy looked almost physically pained and Izuku flinched away on instinct. He's disgusted. Fuck, please don't hit me. But instead long, pale fingers wrapped around his wrist from across the counter. Izuku, have you been hurt? Hitoshi's voice was serious and direct. He sounded worried. Mei's tangent screeched to a halt. His free hand lifted towards his ear before he caught himself. Both of the others' faces darkened instantly and he flinched again. Yes, let them know how pathetic you are. Hey, Toshi, you know where to hide a body. No, but I can figure it out. Izuku stared at them blankly as they started to plan a murder. What? We need to know who our target is, Midoriya. Hitoshi said as an aside as Mei continued to list babies they could use to help their plan. I know. The stares that earned him made freckled hands fidget uncomfortably with the hem of his tattered work shirt. No, Hitoshi deadpanned. Green eyes flickered around, looking for an out. A squirmy feeling was rolling around in Izuku's chest. This was a new reaction. He didn't know what to do here. You can't murder society. Mei surged up from her stool. Fucking watch us. She slammed her hands down on the worktop and this time the smallest teen couldn't help but jump backwards in instinctual fear, knocking his own stool over in the process. The resulting crash sent him scrambling away until he fetched up against a shelving unit. The other two froze, taking in the pale face and slight trembling he was obviously trying to disguise by grabbing onto the edge of a shelf. After a moment Hatsum slowly sat back down and placed her hands in a more demure position on the counter. I'm sorry Zu-kun. I didn't mean to startle you. I've never liked quirkism. And hearing that not only Hito-chan, but you have been hurt because of it. Shinso barely acknowledged the use of the new nickname. Midoriya. Izuku. Look, at one point, when I was transferred into a new school as a kid, I pretended to be quirkless. I thought it would be better than having a villain's quirk. I was wrong. So wrong. I only lasted a week before I broke and used my quirk to get out of a bad situation. Please understand, I might not know everything you've been through, but I've had a taste. No one deserves that. Least of all you. Green swirled with confusion as he glanced between his friends. Friends, they didn't hate him. Why not me? His voice was weak and his scattered emotions shone through harshly. I'm a genetic freak, and an evolved. And no, I shouldn't be alive like this. Izuku was sure he heard Hitoshi's jaw creaking from how tightly it was clenched. Mei apparently decided to take over. Her normal manic mannerisms are nowhere to be found. She was watching the two of them with a serious stoicism. Whoever told you that was wrong, Zu-kun. Neither of you have deserved to be called a villain or a freak. You are both good, kind people. I've never had friends like you two before. You're both patient, and you let me ramble, and you deal with my spazzing. I will do anything I can to make sure you are both safe and happy and thriving. Her hands were the ones that were shaking as she slowly stood and walked towards Izuku. Please, starting today, right now, don't listen to society. If you, the sweetest, smartest, kindest person I've ever met, are wrong to them, then I refuse to conform to their idea of right. I'd choose you over them every time. She stopped a foot away and held her arms open in invitation. The greenette's brain scrambled to process her words, the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. After a moment he broke. Sobbing he cautiously closed the short distance for a hug. After a moment Mei gestured with her head to Hitoshi, daring him with a glare to try to get out of the group hug. When the older Hatsum found them a few hours later they were asleep on the grungy floor leaning against the shelves. Izuku held loosely between the two of them. Tear tracks on all of their faces. She frowned and decided to make a pot of tea before she woke them. Emotional talks were best recovered from with hydration and love after all. The next few months passed Izuku by in a blur of ecstasy and agony. Things at school were worse than ever. With high school entrance exams coming up quickly the kids were anxious and frustrated, and a small green child apparently made a great punching bag. But when he was free from the grasp of institutionalized torture he had his friends. His weeks took on a new pattern quickly. Monday to Friday he drug himself from his bed, got ready for school, went to school, ran home to patch himself up and change. Luckily his mom had started leaving more money so he could do the shopping since she was too busy. It meant he could skimp a bit on food and buy more first aid stuff and she would never notice. Run to his self-defense classes, then jog to Hatsum-san's shop. From there his evening varied a bit. He and Mei would delve into one project or another, chattering away, Izuku usually with a textbook and notebook open near him so he could at least attempt to multitask. Hitoshi would join at some point. He said he couldn't get away without making sure all of his siblings were in bed for the night. Hatsum-san would order takeout in bulk at about 7-ish. And they would just shove it into the fridge in the corner of the rest area to munch on throughout the evening. The woman herself was usually to be found in the office, designing things on a computer, organizing orders for parts or gear, or napping. but was often on the other side of the work area tinkering and secretly laughing at the kids' antics. The older Hatsum quickly updated a small section of the shop to add in a couch and some beanbags when she caught Shinso napping under a work table on the dirty floor. She also fixed up the old shower in the bathroom and put in some cubbies with some basic changes of clothes that she hoped were about the kids' sizes. She seemed to jump at any chance she could find to make the kids more comfortable. It made Izuku a bit uneasy, but he pushed the feelings away and focused on the fact that he was learning needed skills much faster thanks to the redhead. When there was a pause in his project, whether he had to wait for a machine to process something or his brain needed to rethink something, the emerald-eyed imp had taken to pulling Hitoshi into the testing room to spar. It was the only open space in the whole building, and there was no way he was letting the taller teen try to be a hero when he couldn't even block a punch. And when Shinso hit a growth spurt, it helped him learn the new dimensions to his limbs quicker. And no, Izuku wasn't jealous of the 8 inches height difference between them. Thank you very much. On Saturdays, he and Shinso spent the morning doing a thorough workout while they grilled each other on problem subjects for school, quizzing each other in between sit-ups and squats. Then at about noon they retreated back to the Hatsums, snagging a bento from a konbini on the way. Hatsum-sen then tutored Izuku on coding while Mei and Shinso either joined in or did their own thing. Sundays were the biggest change up to his week. After he had timidly asked Kuma-chan if she could give him some pointers on using weapons, she had dragged an explanation of his plans for the support course out of him. She had promptly bullied him into taking a private lesson slot with her dad, saying she would keep a tally of money owed and he could pay them back when he was a famous inventor. So now, every Sunday, bright and early, he spends an hour going over the basics of whatever weaponry his terrifying sensei pulls out of his personal supplies. And then an hour with knives, since his sensei said it was the easiest weapon to get a hold of in Japan and therefore the one he should know the best. And then another hour working on any weapon he wanted more of an in-depth look at. He then ran to the library to replace any of the textbooks he had managed to slog through that week with fresh info fodder. He would then stop to buy groceries and first aid supplies with whatever money his mom had left him. During this period, time seemed paradoxically fleeting and endless. Truthfully, Izuku wouldn't have minded if it never ended. For the first time in his life he felt wanted. And it was just as wonderful as it was terrifying. But at the same time, the entrance exam hovered just over the horizon like a specter, a harbinger. Whether it brought them euphoria or misery was yet to be seen. Though if his friends made it, he would be happy. No matter what happened to him, they deserved to go to their dream school more than anyone else, applying no holds barred. He would support them and make sure they reached their dreams. It was a normal Monday morning. Izuku was walking to school, going over the design for his electrified Kyoketsu Shoji in his head again. He had switched from the original meteor hammer design after Mirakuma-sensei had tried him on all of the similar weapons he had when he brought up his design. The Kyoketsu Shoji was much more versatile for both close and mid-range fighting, with its hooked dagger at one end and weight at the other. Of course, his version would be heavily upgraded. He was about halfway through making it at the shop. The dagger part had been interesting. Hatsum-sen had called in an old friend to teach Mei and him how to forge blades over the summer break. It had been a hot, sweaty, fulfilling few weeks. At the end of it, he'd had a couple of usable knives that he had made himself. And the old man, who only gave his name as Ushineta, had given him the perfect blade for his project. It was beautiful, all dark green dyed steel with deadly silver edges. He cried a lot when it was handed to him. He was even more grateful now that he knew how much work went into making such a thing. But now he was having a problem with the cord. He couldn't seem to find the right ratio of carbon filaments to cotton cording. At this rate, he would have to look for something else that was sturdy, flexible, but also conductive. A heated hand grabbed his shoulder and slammed him into the brick wall just inside the gates to the school. Deku, a voice growled right beside his ear. Izuku felt his heart drop. He hadn't heard the blonde this angry since he came to school sick. Kachan. He managed to get out with only a slight whimper as his shoulders started smoldering. I hear you're still trying for UA, you useless fuck. Izuku tried to look over his shoulder to meet the blazing red eyes he felt locked into him. But his tormentor used his free hand to smack his face into the wall. Dangerous fingers tangled in green curls as a cut in his eyebrow started to bleed into his eye. Izuku took the hint and stayed still. J just SS support Tia and GG Gen Ed. That's not the point, DEKU. A quirkless nobody like you has no right to even look at UA, much less try to be a student there. At this point, the smaller teen realized they had drawn a crowd as the others started adding in their 2 cents. He knew there was no point in trying to get out of what was going to happen. He was too outnumbered. The beating went on for ages. He was pretty sure they missed the first 2 periods. Or well, some of them at least. He thinks they were switching out who was keeping him pinned and dazed. Maybe some kind of twisted rotation using lies and restroom breaks. Whatever they were doing, he was grateful when they decided they were done with him. Whoever was holding him up dumped him in a dark place, and he heard them laughing as a bell rang. His thoughts were scattered. It was taking him far too long to think of what to do. Everything hurt. He wondered why Kachan chose today of all days. Their moms did try and have a catch-up phone call every weekend when they could. Did mom even know he still wanted to try for UA? Whatever. Stop trying to distract from the pain. What hurts and how? He started trying to catalog his injuries. His scrambled thoughts and floaty focus probably meant a concussion. Burned shoulder, chest, and stomach, probably second degree from the way his clothes seemed to be catching on them. Cracked ribs, again. Long, jagged cuts pretty much everywhere. Most don't seem too deep, but some of them will probably need stitches. Excessive bruising. And the cherry on top. A cut that went right across the bridge of his nose. That one had been fun. The kid with claws straddling his chest as he slowly dragged the sharpened nail through his skin. There was too much. He couldn't fix this. Not by himself. He struggled into a sitting position, leaning against a wall for support as he tried to come up with a solution to his current problem. But he came up blank. His thoughts were swimming away and he couldn't seem to capture them long enough to think of something concrete. He wanted his friends. His various bumps and bruises never seemed to hurt as bad when they were around. Before he could really even try to think it through, he had fumbled his, now cracked, phone out of his pocket and hit call on Hitoshi's contact. It only rang twice before a worried-sounding insomniac was answering. Midoriya. Hey Tosh. He knew he was slurring, but there wasn't really any way to stop that at this point. What's wrong? Izuku heard raised voices in the background of the call. Hitoshi seemed to be ignoring them though, so they probably weren't important. Notin' much. Just a boo-boo. He tried to reassure his friend. He didn't like that worried tone. No one should be worried about Quirkless, worthless, Deku after all. There was a scraping sound and a crash. You're not worthless, Izuku. Where are you? Oops, didn't mean to say that part out loud. Why would his friend need to know he was in the supply closet? The supply closet? Okay, I'm getting May right now. I need you to stay on the phone, okay? Oh, that's sweet that he wanted to talk more. There was more yelling, and he was sure he heard May's voice mixed into the chaos. Did she blow something up again? His weak chuckle turned into a whine as he jarred his ribs. He couldn't quite follow what May and Hitoshi were saying. They were talking too fast for his boy brain. After what might have been an hour but was probably only a few minutes, he realized the other boy was trying to get his attention, almost sounding frantic. Izu, hey, I need you to answer. Izu, can you hear me? He hummed an affirmative, head drooping forward a bit. His gaze caught on the hand draped in his lap. That's a lot of blood. And Hitoshi was panicking for sure now. He needed to watch his mouth. Izu, listen. May and I managed to catch the train. We will be back on that side of town soon. Hatsune-san is closer. She's going to come get you, okay? Bring you to the hospital. No hospital. Quirkless, no good. Zuku, from what I can tell you need help. No, he whimpered again, and took a second to try and catch his breath. I can't. Please Toshi, I can't. There were more quick words from the other end he couldn't quite catch, and he felt himself drifting a bit. Okay, Zu. No hospital. Hatsune-san says she has a favor with a healer she can call in. So sit tight. She's almost to your school. Can you tell us exactly where you are? He tried to remember where the closet closest to where he had been caught was, but he couldn't seem to place it. Was it down the hall to the left or right? M's right. I don't. I CNT. Tosh. M had HRTS. Hey Zuku, hey. It's okay. His friend's voice was so soothing. It was then he realized he had started crying. I need you to breathe, Izu, okay? Crying is just gonna make your head hurt worse. SHHH. It's going to be okay. Hatsune is pulling up to your school now. Hey, SHHH. Zu, she's going to be there in just a moment. There were more sounds of shouting. This time it seemed to be from his side of the phone. Toshi, why's yellin'? There was a dark chuckle that even in his dazed state managed to send a tingle down Izuku's spine. The staff think they can stop a Hatsune on a rampage. He puzzled over that cryptic comment for a moment before the door to the closet suddenly opened. The light blinded him for a moment, but after a few blinks he managed to make out the outlines of a buff red head and a shorter older figure. Oh, H-Summon. RM page. Go it. She find you, Izu. MHMM. Good. That's good. Can you put me on speaker? Numb fingers fumbled with his phone as the shorter figure seemed to snap out of whatever shock she had been in and stepped into the closet towards him. He managed to hit the right button, smudging blood across the screen, then promptly dropped the phone onto the floor, cracking it a bit more. Hatsune-san, can you hear me? Izuku blinked and the older Hatsune was suddenly beside him, his phone in her hand and the other, Granny Lady, was tapping his cheek. Here now, dearie, I need you to stay awake. Looks like you may have a nasty concussion. He was aware she was still talking but was distracted by Hatsune ranting at his phone. Just had to follow the fucking blood trail. How no one noticed this happening is beyond me. There was a light shining in his eyes and he hissed at the sudden spike of pain as he flinched away. Sorry dear, but you definitely have a concussion. What else hurts? It took him maybe a beat too long to answer. Ribs. There was a click tongue and then something tugging at the top of his gakurin. A sudden spike of fear shot through him and he started to struggle against small but strong hands. After a moment, and a lot of renewed pain, calloused palms wrapped gently around his face. He let out a pained groan as his eyes were guided up to meet warm silver. Izuku, please, we need to see to know if we can move you. The faster you let us look, the faster we can go home. But his scars, he can't let anyone see. It's okay, Izu. Oh, Itoshi was still on the phone. It's okay. You need to let them help you. He could trust Itoshi, the beautiful boy with an even more beautiful soul and the faint white traces of his own scars across his nose. The fight went out of the green-haired boy and he was guided gently to sit back against the wall again. His jacket and shirt opened and pushed out of the way. He lost track of the story for a bit from there. It was like he was watching an old black and white film through a scratched and warped lens. He was aware of Hitoshi's voice in the background, a pleasant track to follow along to, soothing and gentle, the only thing he was able to latch onto, coaxing him to stay awake. They were in the closet, then a wobbly hallway, then he was having to fight the gentle lull of a car. Eventually he found himself on an unfamiliar, but ridiculously comfortable couch. The bang of a door almost sent him into a panic attack, thinking Kachan had come back to finish the job. But then his eyes found a sea of purple and starlight and he was back in the present. Toshi, he managed to lift his hand a bit, accidentally knocking into the older lady's shoulder. Where did she come from? Doesn't matter, because long fingers were wrapping around his battered ones and his insomniac was kneeling next to him on the couch and probably getting in the way. Who cares? He already felt worlds better just from how warm his hand was while engulfed by his friends. He was aware of the Hatsums plotting by the foot of the couch and the lady doing her best to work around Hitoshi. But his focus was on the purple-haired teen. He couldn't quite concentrate on what he was saying, but his smooth voice was bomb enough to keep him hanging on. After what felt like ages, he felt the press of something against his forehead. He felt like he was falling. The last thing he saw was Mercury surrounded by violets. If only that was what he fell asleep to every night. If losing consciousness was like falling, waking up was like sinking. Like the realm of deep sleep he was trapped in was a mirror land he had tripped into. And he had to wait for someone to flip the glass over so he could slip back through the silver mire he was stuck in. The first sensation he felt as he entered the in-between space of awake and not was warm. It was never warm when he went to bed during the fall and winter. He kept the heater turned to the lowest setting he could stand in an effort to save his mom some money. So the fact that his toes weren't icicles was deeply confusing. Then he noticed the smell. Instead of the smell of emptiness, of dust and faint musk that never quite left no matter how much he cleaned, there was cinnamon and strawberries, an underlying tang of motor oil and metal. It should probably smell gross, but it wasn't. He listened lazily to the soft, almost wave-like sound that was originating from somewhere near his shoulder, just enjoying how rhythmic and even it was. Calm. After a while he realized his face was a bit itchy. He started to lift his hand to scratch, but it felt weighed down. Blurry green eyes cracked open. He was a man of science, and his curiosity was piqued at his weirdly heavy hand. It took a moment for his eyes to focus. Honestly, he felt so drained, like that time he pulled 3 all-nighters in a row to finish his hearing aids. Eventually, green eyes drifted downwards from an unfamiliar ceiling and landed on long, pale fingers that were wrapped gently around his own calloused digits. He followed the fingers to the hand, then arm, then up and up until he got to the mass of purple fluff propped up on the edge of an ugly red couch. An ugly red couch he was apparently laying on. Beyond the floofy indigo haze he could make out another form sprawled on a pile of pillows on the floor. His fingers twitched as he was distracted by a small snore, obviously originating from the violet cloud. His gaze drifted back from where it had wandered around the blurry room. Living room, TV in the center, coffee table pushed to the side, a couple of mismatched armchairs, shelves stuffed full of books and manuals, his other hand lifting to scratch at the thing taped to his face. His bleary brain finally placed the distracting fuzz. Shinso, he slurred through a yawn, then flinched as his friend's head immediately snapped up. Izuku, you're awake. Green eyes blinked in confusion. Yeah. The smaller boy's heart dropped when he noticed the tears in his friend's eyes. Shin, thank the gods. Izuku, you scared all 9 circles of hell right out of us. Suddenly his blurry memories came back in a flood of disjointed sensations. He felt sick, overwhelmed. They knew. He spent his whole life hiding how bad things were at school, but now his friends, his wonderful friends, knew how useless he was. Stupid, weak Deku. All those years of self-defense classes and you still can't protect yourself. He felt finger brushing his cheek and he looked back at Shinso, who was wiping his tears away. Why was he crying? Lame. Hey, calm down, okay? We are going to figure this out. But you need to stop crying, you have a concussion. Crying is only going to make things hurt worse. Sorry, it's okay. You're okay. SHHH. Hey May, do you mind going and getting your mom? Izuku hadn't even noticed that his other friend had woken up, but she was out of the room before he could really focus on her, so he zeroed his scattered attention back in on Shinso. His gaze locked on violet eyes and he let himself be soothed, hating himself for being so weak. It was only a few minutes before May was back with Mia and a stranger. She looked familiar but he couldn't quite place her. An older lady with her hair in a simple bun, wearing a lab coat. His thoughts drifted a bit as he pondered her existence. When he next focused back in, Shinso had moved to sit on the arm of the couch above his head and the lady was checking Izuku's vitals. That's when his attention was grabbed by the garish horse design on the back of the couch. What the hell? Why? A gentle tap on the shoulder had him snapping his eyes back to the older woman. Dear, how are you feeling? I wasn't able to heal you too much because of your lack of energy, but now that you've been asleep for a while I should be able to ease the worst of your injuries. Can you tell me what is bothering you the most? Are you a doctor? He asked, thoroughly confused by her. I'm a field medic, dearie. I'm here to help. Izuku tilted his head a bit and thought as the final piece his scattered brain needed was slotted into place. Recovery girl. The old lady smiled down at him and patted his shoulder. That's right. Now, can you tell me where it hurts? I need to know if you should be taken to a facility. She gently tried to steer his thoughts in the right direction. The boy wasn't having it though. He made a distracted non-committal noise. There's no need, ma'am. Taking me anywhere would be a waste of time at best. Hospitals don't like Quirkless. You've already done more for me than they would have. His eyes drifted back to the distracting horses running across the back of the couch. He misses the horrified looks passed between his friends and the tired resignation that splashed across Recovery Girl's face. Is that why you didn't want to go to the hospital? Mia asked, trying to keep her voice steady despite her roiling emotions. MMH. No. The closest hospital to the school is the one Mom W works at. Her supervisor has made it known that if I come in and be bothered them too much she'll lose her job. It's the only one she's been able to get that pays well enough so I haven't even gone to see her they're in. I dunno. 4 years. He traces his fingers across the withers of a prancing bay. WY horses. May snorts. It sounds a bit more like a sniffle but Izuku doesn't really notice. It's Hatsune-sen that replies though. My old college roommate was from America. She bought the couch when she got her first apartment here because it reminded her of home. When she moved back a few years ago I took it because it's the most comfortable couch I've ever drunkenly slept on. That got a smile out of the greenette. What a nice memory of a friend. His focus is once more brought back with a pat to the shoulder from the youthful heroine. Midoriya-kun, do your ribs hurt? She asks, changing tactics to try and keep him on track. MHMM. And not as bad as my head. But why yeah, there we go. The older lady says to herself as she pulls out a pen light to check his pupils. He winced at the bright light in the heroine's eyes. Alright, I think you should be fine with another round of healing and a few weeks of taking it easy. First though, you should call your mom and let her know what's going on. The boy frowned. Can it wait until her shift is over? She always freaks out when she knows I got hurt. Hatsune-san kneeled down and ran her fingers gently through his tangled hair, trying to tease out the knots without pulling on anything tender. He practically melted at the gentle touch. Izuku, kiddo, your mom needs to know. We basically kidnapped you from your school. Obagi asked a colleague of hers to go pull the tapes from the hallways so we have proof you needed help. But your mother needs to be notified so she can press charges if she chooses. We would have already called her but I guess I taught you too much coding because I couldn't break you phone's password. The green teen hummed, reaching for the phone that was being held out to him. It's fingerprint locked. If you don't have my fingerprint it requires a 50-digit C code to get in. Makes it take a while for any hacking software. The woman grinned at him proudly. Simple but effective. How do you remember the numbers? He pressed talk on his mom's contact. Video calls were better for him but he didn't know what he looked like right then so he wasn't going to risk it. It's the first 50 numbers of pi. Recovery Girl looked incredulous at that. But Mia and her daughter cackled and he heard Shinso let out a soft snort of amusement. Inko answered the phone. Hello Izuku. Shouldn't you be at school? Hi mama. Yahab about that. I had a bit of an incident with some CL classmates. I got a bit banged up. Izuku. He flinched at the sound of her stress. Hey, it's okay. I called a FR friend and her mom came and got me. She had someone patch me up so I'm all good. Please don't worry mom. What friend Izuku? Bei-chan. I can know I've mentioned her over dinner and stuff. Not that there have been many dinners together over the last few months. I see. She sounds disbelieving, as if she hadn't thought he was telling the truth about making a friend. May I talk to the mother please? Sure. Hatsune-san. He hands off the phone to Mia who smiles at him and stands, carrying the device out of the room. He was sad to lose the hand in his hair. He hadn't realized how comforting it had been until it was gone. Shinso seemed to sense this though. He started up where the woman had left off. Izuku felt himself untense immediately. Only slightly embarrassed when his friend chuckled at him. While they waited on whatever the phone call entailed, Recovery Girl went back to doing her checkup, lifting his shirt to check bandages and bruising, asking simple questions and getting rambled and disjointed answers. They had just finished up when May's mom returned, tossing red dreads over her shoulder and frowning slightly. She asked if he would be okay staying here for a day or two. Izuku. Apparently she's being pushed to take extra shifts this week and there's no one else to cover for her. He smiles at her gently, ignoring the sinking feeling in his chest. He had hoped his mom could at least get the night off. He hadn't seen her in 2 weeks. It would have been nice. THRL, that's fine. The Hose Hospital is always so understaffed. All of the villain attacks and whatnot. But I can just go home and sleep it off. I wouldn't want to be in your way, Hatsum-san. That drew another frown, and he did his best not to flinch at the disapproval in her stance. You are staying right there, mister. You are in no shape to be left alone at the moment. So for the next 2 days you're not allowed off that couch. You hear me? He nodded quickly, then tried not to puke as his head spun from the movement. Recovery Girl sighed. Okay, dear. I'm going to use my quirk on you again. I'll leave a care plan written out for when you wake up. I suspect sometime tomorrow my coworker will come by with the video. And will ask you to call your mom again to see what she wants done. Izuku hummed again, knowing nothing would happen even if they did go to court, but too distracted tracing the pattern on the couch again to say so. There was a light touch on his shoulder and he looked up to where Shinso was watching him, seeing the other boy upside down from this angle. I'm glad you're going to be okay, Izuku. He couldn't help the sweet smile that crossed his face at those words. Green eyes crinkled slightly. He felt the healer grab his hand and something be pressed to it. The last thing he saw as he fell back into the sweet embrace of sleep was once again that perfect field of violets and quicksilver. The next time he wakes up it's easier, like stepping through a door instead of trudging through mud. His eyes opened to find Mei-chan sitting on the couch with him, his feet propped in her lap while she tapes away at a tablet. What time is it? He mumbles, mostly coherently, causing his friend to jump a bit. He saw her lips move in response, but he didn't hear her voice. Freckled hands went to his ears searching for his hearing aids. She noticed the movement and slapped her forehead lightly before signing for him to wait. She reached over the arm of the couch and grabbed something before holding her hand out to him. There they were. He slid the comfortable molded gel into his ears and pressed the power button. Once she was sure he could hear him, Mei spoke up again. Sorry, Zukan. I forgot Recovery Girl had us take them out when you went to sleep. She said it could hurt to have them in for too long. Anyways, it's 7 p.m. Shinso-kun had to run home to do something really quick, but he said he would be back soon. He sat himself up slowly, wincing as tender burns and ribs pulled a bit. His friend gently braced his shoulder as he swayed a bit. Easy now. Mom is out getting dinner and should be back any minute. Can I get you anything? Water. He nodded. Please. She shifted his feet to the ground so he was fully sitting up and hopped to her feet. Be right back. She dashed into the hallway he had noted before and he looked around again, more coherently this time. He could definitely sense the Hatsums in this space. Most of the books on the shelves were definitely mechanics manuals, with a few comic books mixed in. The TV, that was playing the news with the sound off, was obviously made by one of the two women. It had a pieced-together look, but he was willing to bet it was ridiculously high-tech and could probably kill a person if needed. The rug had a grease stain that looked like it had been scrubbed and then given up on. Everything was clean, if a bit dusty, like they kept up with the space when they were here, but spent most of their time elsewhere. He could attest that they spent most of their time at the shop. So did he. Soon his friend was sliding back into the room on her socked feet, plopping a cup of water into his hand. Then herself back onto the couch. There you go. Mom texted too. She's on her way back. And apparently there will be someone here to take a statement from you in the morning so the adults can decide what's going to happen to your school. That made him frown. You know rear won't be too much they can do right. She tilted her head in question, a habit she had picked up from her smaller green friend. But Quirkless was the one who got hurt. Most likely at W will be swept under the rug. As the pure anger in her eyes he trailed off, feeling uncomfortable at the intensity. Zukan, we will do everything in our power to make sure whoever hurt you gets what they deserve. He knew she was serious, but he couldn't keep the small, sardonic smile off of his face. Still he nodded in acceptance of her words. I know you will, Mei-chan. You just don't have the power needed to push it that far. No one does. The morning came bright and early, with sunshine drifting in through the curtains directly onto his face. He groaned as he opened his eyes and felt like his brain was being stabbed with a dull pencil. Concussions were officially the worst, even if this one was mostly healed by this point. He heard a small clank from further in the house and forced himself to his feet to investigate. He only stumbled twice in the hallway, which he counted as a win, seeing as how his entire body was sore. And he felt like his limbs were made of lead weights held together with rubber bands. He eventually makes it to the entrance to the kitchen, where Hatsum-san was currently whisking together some sort of batter. Morning. he says, as he bit back a yawn and decided to make his way into a chair at the small table to his left before his knees gave out completely. Good morning, his hostess said cheerfully, though at a lower volume than normal. Whether that was due to the early hour, or if her mom's senses sussed out his headache, he had no clue. But he was grateful. How do you like your pancakes? He shrugged. Edible is preferable, she chucked, and he laid his head down on the table, face tilted so he could watch her as she cooked. They spent the next little chunk of time like that, just quietly basking in the morning together. It was nice. Izuku was unsure when the last time he had felt so quietly content was. Eventually, a sleepy Mei slipped in and gave her mom a quick kiss on the cheek, then headed directly to the coffee maker to start it up. The greenette perked up a bit at that. But Hatsune-sen definitely had mom senses because she didn't even need to look his way to know he was going to ask for some. Sorry, Izuku-kun. Obagi said no caffeine for at least 3 days. You need real rest, not artificial energy. He did his best not to wilt, but he knew he looked pitiful when Mei gave him a sympathetic look over her shoulder as the machine she was babying started to percolate. As pancakes and a crap ton of fixings were set in front of him, Hatsune-sen spoke up to remind him that after breakfast someone was coming by to talk to him. He just nodded as he poured boysenberry syrup all over his food. They had talked about plans for the day last night over dinner. Shinso had to go home eventually because he wasn't allowed to spend nights over at other people's houses, so he and Mei would meet up at school like usual. Izuku would meet with whoever had been stuck with his case, and then spend the rest of his day with Mia at the shop, though he wasn't allowed to work on any projects. She threatened to chain him to the couch in the rest area if he tried. He wasn't going to test her on that. He wasn't looking forward to being bored all day though. Would it be okay if I tried to read a school book? He asked tentatively. The woman thought about it for a moment before nodding. You can try, but the first sign that your head hurts any worse and you have to stop. He smiled in relief that the whole day wouldn't be a waste. Mei headed off to school less than 10 minutes before there was a knock on the door. Mia answered and led a man with long golden hair pulled back in a braid into the living room. Izuku-kun, this is Yamada-san. The teen forced himself up from where he was being consumed by the couch. His bow was slightly wobbly, but at least he didn't fall over. It's nice to meet you, Yamada-san. MSS, sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble, kiddo. I heard what happened from Recovery Girl and offered to help out. I just have a few questions to ask if that's okay. Izuku nodded quickly and then winced as his head spun a bit. Why don't you two sit and I'll make some tea? Nia spoke up, guiding the teen back onto the couch. The blonde agreed readily and sat in one of the armchairs across from him. After the tea was served and they were all settled, Yamada-san pulled a small black cylinder from the pocket of the denim jacket he was wearing. This is a voice recorder. It automatically transmits a copy of our conversation to the police and other relevant parties. When you're ready for the questions, I'll turn it on and hopefully it'll stop you from having to participate in a courtroom if your mom takes the school to court. Is that okay with you? Izuku nodded, sipping at his tea. It was a jasmine blend. Calming. Trust Hatsune-sen to pick up on how anxious he was. Okay, kiddo. Are you ready now or do you want to wait a bit? He hesitated a second before coming to a decision, green eyes almost dulled with resignation. He knew this had to be done even if it would come to nothing in the end. We might as well get it over with, he said quietly. The blonde man nodded with a reassuring smile. Okay then, if you need to take a break or stop for the day and come back to it later, we can. Just say the word. There is no pressure to do it quickly. We just need to get your statement to fill out the full picture of the situation. He paused like he was giving Izuku a moment to change his mind. When the teen said nothing, he nodded. Okie dokie, I'm turning on the recorder now. He pressed a few buttons, then looks led back to the boy in front of him. Okay, Yamada Hazashi, hero code number 176489. Here with Midoriya Izuku on Tuesday the 6th of August 2XXX, conducting an interview on the topic of the attack on his person that occurred at Aldera Middle School in Musutafu on the 5th of August. The responding hero Recovery Girl has put in details of the scene she found in the open case 20385 under the jurisdiction of Musutafu Central Police. This interview, along with the other pertinent pieces of evidence, will be filed with that case. Izuku was both intrigued and terrified by the lengthy introduction. He knew his hands were shaking with nerves and tried to take a deep breath as Yamada finished up the technical jargon. Okay, Midoriya, are you ready for the first question? He was giving the freckled teen a reassuring smile, though his voice was kept professional. Izuku notices the weird concentric circles surrounding the man's pupils. He wondered why his bright green eyes looked familiar. The distraction helped him calm down a bit as the back of his brain started to analyze. He nodded. When did the altercation start? As soon as I stepped through the gate. He ignored how shaky his voice sounded. Was there anything leading up to it? Did anyone say or do anything to trigger it? He shook his head before remembering he should respond verbally. And no sir, I was grabbed as I stepped onto the school grounds. Grabbed by who? Izuku hesitates, but he knows he would never ruin Kachan's chances at being a hero. I am not sure. They please S said my face I into the WW wall S so I didn't see. God he hates his stutter. How pathetic. Alright, do you know why they would target you? The boy can't stop the short humorless chuckle. Quirkless people are easy targets. He flinched at the frown that drew from the man. This was a targeted hate crime. The young boy shrugged. If you want to call I at that. Does this happen often? Izuku shakes his head. And not like that. What is normal then? Deflect. No. As some pushing. Teasing. Yamada sat back for a moment, studying him. He seemed unconvinced when he finally moved on to the next question. Did you fight back at all? And no sir. They caught me off guard. And then there were so many of them. And I hit him my head at some point so I was disoriented. And if I threw a single punch the teachers would have been all over me for assault. Okay, that's okay. I know situations like that are hard to react to. The questions went on for a while. And then Yamada-san had him call his mom and put her on speaker so they could update her on procedures and the like. As things wound down, the blonde man held up a finger. One more question, kiddo. Do you know of any reasons the cameras in the front of the school and along the corridor you were found in might not be working? Any incidents or accidents you heard of? The young boy frowned. And no sir, I didn't know they were broken. Was there physical damage? That's the weird thing. When I went to get the footage yesterday there was no sign of them being purposely broken or even tampered with. And yet, the footage was gone. I have some very good gear, coded by some very smart people. It would have sniffed out deleted files. But there was no sign of anything. It was very strange. Oh, Izuku knew what had happened. Takahashi-sensei from the computer lab had some sort of technology-based quirk. He must be covering the school's asses. Instead of saying that, knowing it would just be him versus the world if he threw out an accusation, he just shrugged. I had almost sounds like a Q quirk D, doesn't it? Weird. Yamada-san studied him for another moment before nodding. That is super weird, isn't it, kiddo? Okay. That's all for today, folks. He turned off the recorder and Izuku hung up with his mom, telling her he would talk to her more on her break later, and receiving a reminder that she had called his dojo the night before to excuse him for a few weeks. As Hatsune-san, who had been quiet through the whole interview, chatted with the guest, the teen boy let his mind wander. His head was hurting again, so he needed a distraction. He settled on the niggling feeling of recognition he felt for the blonde sitting across for him. It took a few more minutes, but when the object of his study threw an arm out in a wide gesture, he figured it out. Present Mike. That brought a pause, then a blinding smile was aimed at the greenette. Wow, little listener, you're pretty smart, aren't you? Almost no one recognizes me out of my persona. Izuku shrugged. It took me a while. Still, very impressive. Keep up those observational skills. They're sure to help you in the future. After a few more minutes of idle niceties, the hero took his leave. Mia turned to the exhausted teen who was being eaten by her couch. Okay, Izuku-kun. I set some clothes out in the bathroom for you. The second door on the right down the hall. Go get changed and we can head to the shop. With a grunt, he pulls himself to his feet. He wouldn't admit to using the wall as a support the entire way to his destination, but he definitely needed the help. Everything hurt, and keeping himself walking was enough effort by itself, let alone trying to move in a straight line. He found the bathroom and the fresh clothes as promised. Recovery Girl had apparently had to cut away his uniform yesterday, so Mia had helped her shove him into some old pajamas while he was asleep. There were splotches on the gray shirt where plasma and blood had seeped through the bandages overnight. He hoped none of it got onto the couch, though he knew that was unlikely if he was still actively bleeding when they got him here. He peeled himself out of the clothes, inspecting the bandages neatly curled around nearly every inch of him. That was a lot. He sighed. He would get a better feel for the injuries underneath when Recovery Girl came back before dinner to change the dressings. He didn't have the energy to care too much at the moment. He snagged a washcloth and wet it down, using it to try and get any visible blood off of his exposed skin and hair. It took him longer than he liked to get the new clothes on. He'd had to take a break halfway into the pants to breathe through a dizzy spell. Eventually he was done and sitting in the Jenkin while Hatsune-san wordlessly helped him with his shoes. At least those made it out of the mess yesterday relatively unscathed. Raptor brand shoes were expensive. Izuku held onto his consciousness through the 5-minute car ride and made it to the couch in the shop. But after that he was out cold. Mia smiled at him and took a picture, sending it to her daughter to reassure her that her friend was okay. She then pulled a blanket off the back of the couch and draped it over the poor kid before snagging his hearing aids and setting them on the coffee table where he would see them. She then ambled to the lobby to start up the shop for the day. As Ashi settled into a seat on the half-empty train, heading back to UA to make it to the rest of his classes. Pulling out his phone, he opened it to the teacher's group chat. UA Child Wranglers. Loudspeaker. Hey RG, I think you were right about that situation with the green kid. Nezu should have the audio from the interview in the system already if you want to listen to it. Save point. I was really hoping I was wrong. But that kid had way too many scars. Insomni snack. Is this about the school who somehow erased their surveillance footage well enough to hide it from Nezu? Loudspeaker. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the kid knows how they managed that as well. But he seems wary of authority figures. That also gives off bad vibes about his school life. Groundfog. What's this about a kid? Loudspeaker. Oh Nem, you'd love him. He's so squishy and has the cutest freckles. But his school is sketchy as fuck. Groundfog. So it's time to bring in some anarchy. King Radicus. Indeed. I'm diving into the school now. Midoriya-kun gave us a hint about the cameras if you pay attention to his wording. Loudspeaker. Of course you've already listened to the whole thing. King Radicus. Of course. I was listening as it was uploading. It's not often our nurse asks for special favors. I was intrigued after yesterday's debacle. But after listening to Midoriya, I guess one could say I'm invested. Groundfog. Lol ripped at school. Insomni snack. Let me know if I'm needed. I'll be in the lounge. Loudspeaker. Oops. Time for Shu's mid-morning nap. Save point. I will be stopping by to check on Midoriya this afternoon. I will let you all know if I find out anything else useful. The fingers gently running through his curls felt heavenly. Shinso was a god amongst men. He snuggled into his friend's laps. He wasn't sure when they got there, but he sure as hell didn't want them to move. His head was pillowed in Shinso's lap and once again his feet were being propped up by Haystone. He didn't remember ever being this comfortable. There was a nagging feeling in the back of his head that he was forgetting something he was supposed to do, but he batted the annoyance away as he pressed his head more firmly into the pets. His friends chuckled a little bit at the action and May slid one of his hearing aids into his exposed ear. Hey there, Green Bean. You back with us? I bet the reason his voice is so nice to listen to has to do with his quirk. Mido. Hey, it's almost time for dinner. You wanna eat? 5 more minutes. Izuku whines with his face pressed against the taller teen's stomach. Shinso made a weird sound while May squealed about something being cute. They stayed like that for a while. Izuku floating in his own personal bubble of warmth. Hitoshi and May chatting above him as he slowly worked his way back into the land of the living. Eventually Hatsune-sen appears, arms full of takeout, and the green boy had to admit defeat, sitting up groggily and smiling when he sees the logo of his favorite American barbecue place. How are you feeling, Izuku-kun? The redhead asked as she ruffled his already musk curls. I'm okay. Did I really sleep all day? She grinned and handed over a to-go box. Sure did, kiddo. Obage's quirk really does suck the energy right out of a person, huh? He nodded, trying not to feel bad about completely wasting 2 days in a row. Speaking of recovery girl, she got hung up at work for a bit but should be here soon. Something about stupid second years and a training incident. It was then that he realized he had never called his mom on her break. He set his food aside and scrambled for his phone, sat on the coffee table, plugged in at some point by someone. How sweet. He hit the video call button quickly. Inko's face lit up the screen. The new break courtyard the hospital built a few months back in the background. Oh, Izuku, I was wondering when you were going to bother checking in. We've been so busy here I didn't have the chance to call myself. How are you feeling, sweetie? Have you checked for a fever? We wouldn't want you getting sick now on top of anything. Have you eaten? You know you need to eat to keep your strength up. After a moment of her rambling, he managed to cut in. Mom, I'm okay. We are about to eat dinner. I'm sorry for not calling earlier. I managed to sleep all afternoon. She frowned. Are you sure that's not too much? You wouldn't want to wreck your sleep schedule. You do need to go back to school eventually. He felt his friends tense up beside him and he sighed. He really didn't want to have this conversation where others could hear. I'll be fine, Mom. The healing quirk they used on me just made me really tired. I'll get back to my normal sleep patterns soon. Yeah, normal. Like that time I slept a total of 8 hours in an entire week. She was frowning at him. Her usual worry was clear across her brow. But before she could chide him again, Hatsune-sen was leaning over the back of the couch so she could be seen over his shoulder. Hi, Midoriya-san. It's nice to, pseudo-formally, meet you. I was wondering if Izuku-kun could give me your number so I can keep you updated on things while he is with me. I also had a few things I wanted to run by you. Izuku watched as his mother plastered a smile onto her face and cringed. He knew she was unhappy with him taking advantage of the Hatsune's hospitality like this. He would probably hear about that later. Of course, Hatsune-san. It would probably make things a lot easier. Izuku tends to be forgetful about things, so I would appreciate being kept in the loop. Mia placed a hand on a tense shoulder and gave a gentle squeeze. Oh, I'm sure Izuku-kun isn't as bad as most other teenagers. Anyways, dinner is getting cold. I'll make sure to text you my number tonight and we can talk more later. You have a good shift, okay? With that, she reached over and hit the end call button. The freckled boy sighed and picked up his dinner, determined to ignore the embarrassing things the others had heard about him from his own mother. Before he could try and take a bite of his brisket, Hatsune-sen was in front of him and patting his curls. I'll talk to her, kiddo. You won't be going back to that school. He tilted his head in confusion. Why not? The woman looked at him, confusion clear in her stance. Because you were hurt there, and the teachers are trying to cover it up right. That caught him off guard. He couldn't stop the short, bitter laugh that escaped him. Okay, sure, he said to placate her before he started in on his food. He missed the looks shared between the other three. After a moment or two, Shinso sighed and grabbed his own food from the mess on the table. The ribs looked amazing. Maybe they could trade bites so he could see if he should get those next time. Oh, nope. Next time he was just going to ask for an extra large serving of the mac and loaded potatoes. Holy shit, who knew mixing carbs and starch would be so good? Later that night he was helping Shinso with his math homework, explaining the conversion of fractions while also letting Mei bounce her issues with her latest babies off of him in an effort to figure out how to keep it from making that mysterious ticking noise. Mia was off somewhere pulling inventory for a large order, and Izuku was doing his best to last until they got back to the house before passing out. Recovery Girl had changed his bandages and used her quirk on him again. She said that as long as he didn't irritate the wounds, his healing would be far enough along by tomorrow that he should be able to do light work and move around a bit, though the headache and general soreness would probably last another week or so. He had a niggling feeling in the back of his head about some of the questions she had asked, though he wasn't sure they had been necessary. After a few quiet minutes of muttering numbers to himself, the purple-eyed teen tossed his pencil aside and ran a hand through his hair with a tired sigh. Hey Mido, MHMM. The other boy hummed from where he was checking the math work, upside down. Would your mom really send you back to that school? A freckled hand snagged the pencil and erased a small mistake, lightly drawing an easily erased arrow to point out what should have been calculated first, still upside down. As he then circled another misstep, he replied distractedly, MHMM, if she had to. A lot of schools don't take quirkless students, and of the ones that do, a lot are picky about attendance and other records. Surely your records aren't that bad, Zu-kun. Mei piped up from where she was stabbing a screwdriver through a piece of sheet metal. You're super smart and sweet. He hummed noncommittally. And a useless space holder. An easy target. Someone easily blamed, with no power to correct false accusations. He met Shinso's gaze finally. On paper I'm a delinquent, a troublemaker, and I get sick a lot. Missed a lot of school as a kid. His friends looked completely appalled, and he felt a small flutter of something deep in his chest. He had accepted years ago that nothing would help his school record, but it was nice that they cared enough to get mad about it for him. He sighed and tilted his head back a bit, closing his eyes. There's only a few more months. Entrance exams are in a month and a half. And then, if I don't make it into UA, I can drop out, find a job or something. If I do make it, well, 2 more months until graduation. So 3.5 months total. If I'm careful, I'll survive. Probably. His friends weren't satisfied with that. He was well aware. But there really wasn't much either of them could do. So they let him steer the conversation onto lighter subjects, like the fact that he really does have a shit immune system. He is quirkless, which means he is working with an earlier version of the human genome. That being said, he does have green hair, so he has at least the base mutations from the generation right before the dawn of quirks, so he is only 1 step behind. He grins at Mei's morbid fascination as he explains that he doesn't have an appendix, but he does have the pinky toe joint and the ability to hiccup. He regales them with tales of weird illnesses from his childhood that had horrified his mother, things most kids these days are completely immune to. He takes only a little pleasure in the grossed out look Satoshi gives him when he goes into detail. Eventually Mia finishes up and closes down the shop for the night. Shinso heads home for the night, with a promise to send memes when he gets there to let them know he is safe. And the other 3 pile in the car to head back to the Hatsum home. If Mia ends up carrying Izuku in, no one was going to point it out. The next day was not as easy going. Mia had called Inko as soon as she was supposed to be off shift. A groggy and mildly grumpy woman had answered the phone and Izuku had to resist flinching. She was never in a good mood after a double. He usually waited until the afternoon to call if he could. Hatsum-san had barreled on, despite the slightly rude tone, and outlined the plan she had apparently been up all night coming up with. So her usual exuberance was caffeine-fueled today. Noted. He watched in fascination as the redhead had managed to, almost bully, his mother into the plan. He had never seen anyone talk to Inko that way before. It was wild. It distracted him enough that he almost missed the body of the plan. When he did figure out what was going on, though, he went boneless with the thought that he wouldn't have to return to his middle school. Hatsum-sen had found a test he could take to graduate early. If it had been just that, though, his mother would have never agreed. She would have been too worried about him wandering around all day getting into trouble. But then Mia, like the goddess she was, had offered him a job in her shop and talked circles around any protest Inko put up, pointing out that graduating early and having job experience would look great on his high school entrance papers. Mei had giggled maniacally when she was told what he would be doing after she came down for breakfast. She promised to let Shinso know when she met up with him on the way to school. Something about the purple insomniac needing reassurance that Izuku would survive. The rest of his day was spent signing up for the test, which he would have to take in a week at his middle school, hopefully the last time he would need to set foot there, and then diving into the internet taking practice tests one after the other. They were suspiciously easy and only drove his anxiety up the wall. He never passed tests like this with such good scores. Maybe they were making them easy to help kids relax a bit before taking the real thing. Wouldn't that be counterproductive? This was seriously stressing him out. But there was nothing to do but move on to the next test. He stood in casual dress, overalls and a ragged green t-shirt over one of his long-sleeved undershirts outside of the school gates. It was odd, coming to school without his gakurin, but it was well and truly beyond repair and currently residing in a dumpster. And hopefully after today he wouldn't need to buy a new one. Hatsune-san clapped him on the shoulder and nudged him forwards. She was his escort for the day, having picked him up from the apartment to drive him and everything. He really was grateful to the woman. She had been a solid bastion of support through the waves of his anxiety for the whole last week, and now she was even offering that support for the actual test, even though it meant she would be late opening her shop again. They walked to the office, the red-headed woman throwing a feral grin at the receptionist when he flinched at their entrance. "Hi, there should be someone here from the Board of Education to oversee an emergency graduation test for Midoriya Izuku. What room should we head to?" They're led to a little used classroom where a single desk is set up for him. He hands off his backpack and smiles at the last hair ruffle he is given before he steps into the room alone. The freckled teen isn't sure how Hatsune managed to wrangle a graduation test at this point in the year, but he will forever be in her debt. The test goes quickly. The questions are very similar to the ones on the practice tests, and even triple-checking his answers, the whole thing only takes him 4 hours. He had waved his break, eager to get everything over with. He ignored the incredulous look the proctor gave him as he handed in the final pamphlet of questions. It was basic algebra. He had saved all of the math and science courses for last, so he had something to look forward to when he was slogging through Japanese literature and music theory. Was poetry important to society? Yes. Was he good at reading into the twisted hidden meanings? Not really. Hatsune-san wasn't in the hall as he exited the classroom, but the book on quantum physics she was reading was placed in a chair that had appeared from somewhere. His bright yellow bag, decorated with scorch marks, was shoved underneath. With a quiet hum he pulled his phone out of his bag and turned it back on, hoping the woman would have left him a text to tell him where she went. As it powered on, he heard the chime of the school bell. It almost didn't register, but then he saw the time display on his screen. Lunchtime. Shit. He snatched up his bag and Mia's book and started walking briskly towards the exit, typing at his phone to let his escort know he was finished and to meet him outside of the gate. He almost made it too. He was just one turn away from the last corridor. So close, but an aggressive blonde had to ruin his escape. Stepping out in front of Izuku was a familiar snarl marring his face. "Deku." Oh, that was his angry growl. "Fuck, where the hell have you been, shithead? You think you can just take a week off of school for a couple of bruises? Useless fuck. I knew you were weak, but that's just pathetic." And there was a crowd growing. He really did have the worst luck. Kachan, he stuttered out, holding up his hands placatingly. "Ayuma hds some th thing gst detate ka ar reavi is lll. A worthless null like you. The only thing you should be taking care of is your own end. But you're still here, so I call bullshit." A loud explosion went off near the greenette's face. He was so grateful for the noise dampener he built into his hearing aids. Apparently his small flinch in response to the heat wasn't enough of a reaction for the feral blonde though. With a growl he snatched up his ex-friend's wrist with his still smoldering hand. Izuku couldn't help the yelp of pain as he was practically branded. "Why the fuck are you not wearing a uniform anyways, you stupid fucker? Did you forget that they're required after your little vacation?" The freckled boy opened his mouth to try to reply through his stutters before frowning. Today was his last day on campus. The teachers really couldn't do much to him anymore, could they? He let a grin grow on his face to match the one marring Bakugo's. He twisted his wrist in the burning grip, ignoring the way his skin pulled and sizzled, and gripped his assaulters in return. Then he pivoted smartly on the ball of his foot and swung the off-balance blonde over his shoulder in one of Kuma-chan's favorite judo flips. With that he shoved his way through the rest of the crowd and dashed for the exit. The maniacal screeching behind him was still positively terrifying. He managed to make it outside the gate without further incident. Kachan probably didn't expect him to leave the school grounds this early in the day. He did his best to tug his singed sleeve down over the fresh burn as he waited. After a few minutes, Hatsune-sen wandered out as well. "Hey kiddo, why did you come all the way out here? You could have just waited for me, right?" He shrugged. "Guess I am just eager to go." He handed her book, keeping his blistering wrist hidden discreetly on his other side. They chat about the order Mia had gotten in last night. Someone wanted 36 cleaning robots in the shape of cats. The little old lady was so excited when she saw them being marketed in a catalog. She wanted them to be able to clean up after her real cats. Izuku just shook his head and stated that this was the future Shinso had to look forward to when he got old. He pointed to the coffee shop they were passing by and he nodded with a grin. He wondered if she knew this was where he had met Shinso. They ordered coffees and sandwiches and Izuku headed to grab a table as the woman pointed at some things in the pastry case. He settled in a corner booth and snagged his notebook out of his bag, settling in to sketch out a new design for boots, using his left hand for the sketch since he knew from experience getting graphite smudges on fresh burns made them a bitch to clean. Maybe he could find a way to make a Jinsugi kinetic energy motor small enough to fit into the soles. No, he would have to take Jinsugi's main idea and research and completely remodel it to get it to work at a size that's small. Oh, wait, hadn't Mei-chan been working on a kinetic energy converter? Maybe if he... Through his furious scribbling and sketching, he didn't notice Hatsum-san and the girl from behind the counter approaching the table. Apparently Mia had bought enough treats to sate an army and needed help carrying them. He looked up as plates and cups and bags were set on the table. His eyes meeting familiar mist blue set in a dark face. "Oh, I knew it was you," the barista said excitedly. "Neither of your friends are here today though." She twirled a sea green curl around a finger, head tilted a bit with her question. "Oh, hello Ag again. And no Shinso and Mei-chan are at SC school." The young woman smirked at him. "Oh, good. I've always wanted to ask you how things were going with Shinso-kun, was it? But you've always got the other two with you." His face turned bright red behind his freckles as he remembered their first interaction, when she had nudged him to pay for the purple boy's breakfast. "I owe my weehee friends. We are good friends." The barista looks over to make eye contact with Mia and after a moment she beams. "I see. I'm glad to hear that. I'm Shikaze Suzushi, by the way, and I think you two are super cute together. Well, gotta go back to work." With that she spun around and flounced back to the counter, ignoring the distressed boy she left behind. Mia laughed loudly and plopped into the booth. "Oh, I like her. Anyways, Izuku-kun, let's eat so we can get to the shop. I grabbed some things for snacks for when the other kids get back too. What better way to celebrate your freedom than marinitos?" He looked at her in question at the unfamiliar word and she pulled a pastry from a bag. It was shaped like a pig and almost looked like a cookie but thicker. It should be fluffy, but when she tossed it onto his plate with his sandwich it made a loud thunk. "You can taste one now, but make sure you eat your sandwich too. You need some meat on those bones, kid." He should probably wait until after his real food, but he was curious, so he pulled a bite off of the confection. Oh, it was dense, a thick texture that was packed with spices, ginger and cinnamon, but it wasn't very sweet. Not flavored with sugar then, maybe molasses? Mia laughed at the look of bliss on his face. "My friend from college, remember the one with the couch, used to make these every weekend. Her grandmother was from Mexico and pan dulce was something of a religion for them. When I saw them here I couldn't resist. If you like those, maybe I'll dust off her old Kachan recipe for breakfast one of these days." He nodded frantically. If whatever those were anything like this, then he definitely needed to try them. They quickly wrap up their lunches and head off to the shop. Izuku sneaking off to the bathroom to utilize the travel first aid kit he kept hidden in his bag. If the burn was wrapped, then hopefully Mia and the others would just overlook it as the last of his injuries from the week before. The rest of the afternoon would be overtaken by the bane of any business: paperwork. Izuku had to actually be added on as an employee after all. When his test results came in a week later, he cried and ran the whole way to the shop in his pajamas. He not only passed, but with the extra points from the non-mandatory questions he had answered, he had gotten more than 100% on every packet. Mia just laughed and ruffled his hair, telling him to grab some clothes from the back and his laptop so they could continue his lessons from where they had left off the day before. When he called his mom later that day on her break, the woman had cried, so happy that he had actually graduated against all expectations, and that he had a chance at a future after all, even if it wasn't at his dream job. That one stung a bit but was honestly expected. He knew what the statistics for the Quirkless were after all, and a middle school diploma was farther than a lot of them got. 3 months passed by quickly. Izuku continued to work his ass off, waking early to get to the shop before it opened. Mia had insisted on him doing yoga with her for 30 minutes every morning. Apparently it helped with her insurance costs if all employees did some sort of mandated warm-up and stretching routine. That, and the woman just liked yoga. He would then help her set things up for the day and open the store. From there his mornings were designated to his lessons: coding, software design, 3D computer modeling, and the use of most of the tools and machinery you could expect to find in a design studio. In the afternoon he actually helped around the shop, learning inventory and how to pull orders. And if it was a slow day, Mia taught him the basics of how to sew. At first he was skeptical about the old machine she had squirreled away in the back, but then she pointed out one of the redesigns he had done for a hero he had seen on the news once, sketched out on the back of a napkin because he had been too tired to get up and grab his notebook. He hadn't even really put any effort into it. It was just something to occupy his hands as he munched distractedly on his dinner. The costume the hero currently had was just so awful, and he was bored. But apparently it was a good start for a real design, because Hatsum-san was determined to make it into a real thing. And slowly, stitch by stitch, it bloomed into existence. It was only a prototype, made of cheap cotton and spandex, with amateur hands, but he was still unreasonably proud of it. It looked cool, a black skin-tight undersuit with padded spots where armor would go if it was made into a real suit, strapped holsters for weapons across the chest and arms, a dark red and black cropped jacket with a hood, and matching cargo shorts held up by a utility belt. The hero in question would never see the design, but Izuku thought it would look pretty damn cool on anyone. Oh look, a new obsession. He was now consistently working suit upgrade and rework suggestions into any hero notes he took, right alongside his suggestions for support gear. He still had self-defense lessons every afternoon. He would jog his way over from the shop and spend the next 2 hours getting his ass beat. Apparently Mirakuma-sensei was very unhappy with the fact that he hadn't utilized the skills he had been taught, and was determined to make sure it wouldn't happen again. So he received bruises for getting bruises. That tracked with how his life always seemed to go. Afterwards, he would run back to the shop and take a shower before hanging out with his friends. He was always a bit sad when the day came to an end and he had to go back home to the empty apartment. At this point, his mom was practically living at the hospital. He spent most of his nights split between cramming for his worst subjects, often getting sucked down a random research rabbit hole, preparing his portfolio for the support course and business exams. God, business was both fascinating and terrifying, and sending cursed memes back and forth to his friends. Whoever thought putting 3 insomniac teens into a group was a good idea made a miscalculation and should never try to pry into their late-night, half-hysterical conversations. He was really starting to feel like he might actually have a future ahead of him, and at this rate he might just be able to grab a hold of it. 3 teens stepped off of the train, all with very specific color schemes. The pink and purple ones were wearing the same school uniform. Their green friend was in casual dress, overalls and a crop top over a long-sleeved undershirt. They chattered back and forth with each other, the pink and green ones gesturing wildly and the purple one dragging behind in their energetic wake. If a bystander was to look closely, though, they would see the nerves bubbling under the casual conversation. The teens were walking to the entrance exams for their dream school after all. When they got to the gate, Izuku looked up at the behemoth of a building in awe. Why is it so big? Shinso snorted. That's what she said. He ignored the greenette's indignant squawk at the comment and dragged his friend out of the way of other incoming test takers. They stood to the side for a moment as Izuku pulled out his phone and dug up the maps he had snagged from the UA servers the night before. They quickly oriented themselves and walked towards the auditorium for the written part of the exam, pressing through the milling crowds of confused middle schoolers. Eventually a girl, brunette, cute face with a perpetual flush, noticed that they seemed certain of themselves and ran up to them. Hey, do you guys know where to go? Shinso and Mei rolled their eyes as they realized what was about to happen. Izuku, sweet, kind, always helpful sunshine child, stuttered out a confirmation just as the loud question registered with the other kids who were surrounding them. Hatsum stepped up quickly. Sensing the swarm about to descend on them, she jumped up onto the taller purple teen's back to gain a bit of height. Listen up. Zukun will lead us all to the test, but only if you guys are nice and quiet. If you get in the way of us taking the test, I swear to the gods the repercussions will be unpleasant. Now let us through. The crowd parted instantly and Shinso smirked and gestured for a blushing Izuku to lead the way. They started walking with the mass of teens falling in behind them. The brunette scrambled to the front and gave a small bow as she walked beside the 3. I'm so sorry about that. I wasn't thinking. I was just so worried I would be late to the test and I panicked, and then you guys were there and you looked so sure. It's okay. But their W would have been an SC school represent T tat of SH showing up as soon. It says as so on TH the school W website. Oh, now I feel even more dumb. I completely forgot about that. Shinso snickered as Mei stepped in yet again to save her small green friend from a long-winded, stuttered speech. Haha, yeah. The body's reactions to stress sure are weird, huh? Oh well, now a whole bunch of us will just end up being early. I bet the proctor will be super confused. And so it was. 5 minutes later, a bewildered ectoplasm was calling in on the comms wondering why the kids had been escorted into the auditorium so early, only to receive a confused reply from Midnight and Present Mike claiming to not have even left the teacher's lounge yet. An intrigued Nezu pulled up the footage for the last 20 minutes and cackled when he spotted the leaders of the unexpected plan changers. Interesting. The written test took 3 hours, and then they were let out for a lunch break. Izuku led his friends to a small courtyard he spotted on the map, and they dug their bentos out of their backpacks. As so did the algebra section. Seems suspicious to either of you? Suspicious how Zu-kun? Mei asked as she snagged a bit of omelet out of Hitoshi's lunch. He pouted and retaliated by stealing a meatball. Izuku rolled his eyes at their antics, as if he didn't make them all the exact same meals for lunch. Well, he quickly plopped a bit of his own omelet into Shinso's box and a meatball into Hatsume's before they could really start bickering. ITH thought there would be more questions about derivatives and as such. His friends looked at him oddly before Mei spoke up again. Izu, you do know derivatives are a calculus thing, right? Just how far ahead did you study Mido? Hitoshi asked incredulously. Not that far. They were interrupted by a cheerful voice calling out to them. Oh, hey, thanks for earlier. Do you mind if I join you guys? They looked up to find the brunette from earlier standing at the edge of their little circle. Mei beamed and patted a spot on the grass beside her. Sure, Blushy-chan. You're just in time to help us with the enigma that is Zu-kun's need to outdo the rest of us. The greenette whined and covered his face with his hands while the newcomer sat and started in on her own lunch. Mei-chan, it isn't like that. I read so many math books over the last few months it all since started to blend tea together. This brought on another round of incredulous stares. The newcomer piped up tentatively. How many did you read? The freckled teen curled up and mumbled his answer to his knees in embarrassment. The Mei poked him until he looked back up. We didn't catch that, Zu. Care to repeat? He groaned and tossed his head back to stare at the tree branches, bracing for teasing. I don't acutely know. The L library ran out of WH while back. I have been borrowing Hatsume-sen's old books. Silence. After a moment he folds back in on himself before peeing back up at the other teens. Hatsume met his gaze blankly, then looked to the other two. Shinso looked to be stuck somewhere between horror and awe. The other girl looked completely nonplussed. The banquet broke, cackling madly. Only you, Zu-kun. Only you. Let me guess, you did the same with the sciences too. He pouted and that was answer enough. Shinso ran a hand down his face with a groan. Monster. He's a complete monster. I knew this, but still. Shinso-kun. The smaller boy whined as the brunette turned to Mei. How? That's a lot of books, right? Does he read super fast? Hahaha. Zu-kun is a master at multitasking. Also, he doesn't sleep. And neither of you do either. Insomnia makes for a lot of free time. Also, he is just a smart cookie. Not that smart, Mei-chan, PL please. Hitoshi took his chance to jump on the embarrassing Izuku train. Honestly, you should see him wire a robot vacuum, explain algebraic formulations in a way that's understandable, and read up on hero news all at the same time. Like I said, monster. At this their green friend gave up. Blushing furiously and pouting he started ignoring them while he shoveled his lunch into his mouth. The two traders laughed at his reaction. The rest of their lunch break was spent teasing him viciously, seeing how red they could get him to go. As a bell rang to let them know that the hero practical was about to start, they packed up their bentos. 3 empty boxes getting shoved into a ragged yellow backpack. His mom would be angry if he lost them after all. Mei slapped Hitoshi on the back. Are you ready, Hito-chan? He groaned. No, not really. Izuku grabbed onto his hand with both of his, stopping him from walking and looking him directly in the eyes. Face flushed but expression determined. You've got this, Hitoshi. No one deserves to be a hero more than you do. You've been working hard and you're going to ace this test. A voice piped up from behind them, interrupting their little moment. Oh, is he the only one of you who is trying for the hero course? Oh, yeah, Blushy-chan. Zu and I are going for support. Our test starts later. My name is Uraraka Ochako, by the way. So, are you trying for hero too, Blushy? Mei and the other girl kept talking as they made their way back to the auditorium so they could wish the hero hopefuls one last good luck as they split up. As Ochako dragged Shinso into the oversized room, violet eyes found green one more time. One more reassuring smile was exchanged before the door slammed shut and Mei was dragging the greenette away to go explore the campus for the next hour before the heroics exam ended and it would be their turn. For the next hour the two science nerds distracted themselves with the thrill of exploration. They found several interesting little niches and hideaways. Mei promised to show Shinso while he was in the business exam. They had to run to make it back to the auditorium in time to meet up with the Purple Menace before they switched spots with him. They only had time for the hero hopeful to give them an exhausted grin, wishing them luck, before the support kids were called into the auditorium. From there they were split into groups of 10, about 20 groups total, and led out into the school. Izuku may have cried a bit when he realized Mei was in his group. They ended up in an empty classroom. There were no desks, just a large area up front and 3 chairs for the proctors. They were made to line up in the back of the room and told to be quiet or else they would have to wait for their turn in the hallway. And so, the presentations began. They were given free rein over the space at the front and the smart board hanging on the wall. But they only had 5 minutes to set up and 15 to present what they had brought. The other presentations were interesting. A kid brought a whole slew of rolled-up blueprints. All of the gadgets he had drawn up were based around the idea he had for a gravity destabilizer. Another pulled 6 different fully made costumes from her bag. How she managed to fit so much cloth and so many accessories into that tiny satchel was the work of black magic, he was sure. May was practically vibrating beside him the whole time, fidgeting with the ring on her left hand in an attempt to not start asking questions, he was sure. He himself kept his hand firmly planted between his teeth as he mentally prepared the notes he would scrawl into his journals later. May was called up in the middle of the group. Honestly, Izuku thought her display was the most fun. She plugged her phone up to the smart board and opened up the file that held her blueprints and scattered them across the wall-sized screen with an artistic flourish, then pulled her kinetic energy converter prototype from her bag. He prayed it wouldn't explode again. She hopped in place as she excitedly told them about how her idea came into fruition, how she had to hurdle roadblocks in the construction of her prototype, and how much joy it brought her when she got it to work. Before spending the last 5 minutes of her slot breaking down the science behind the thing and letting the adults pass it around for a closer look. From the looks on their faces, she had a good chance at getting into the support department. Izuku, of course, had the bad luck of being last. He knew by this point the judges were probably bored and ready to go home for the day. He prepared himself to do whatever he could to grab their attention. As the kid before him put away the last of the hybrid tools into his bag, the green-haired teen typed a few rapid commands into his phone. As his name was called, he took a deep breath and hit send. The result was instantaneous. The shutters on the windows slammed shut and the lights in the room went out. Startled screams rang out as the smart board lit up brightly, scrolling rapidly through folders of notes and flashing diagrams and plans across the screen. Before landing with 2 blueprints pulled up front and center, he stepped lightly up to the front of the work and let his bag thump to the floor. "Good afternoon," he said with a small grin. "I hope I didn't scare you, but the darkness will make sense here in a minute." He tried not to feel ridiculous as he delved into his speech. "To give you a little bit of backstory, I only started on the path of design and creation a little under a year ago. You see, in my second year of middle school I was deafened by a misused quirk. With my profound hearing loss I was unable to function properly without the use of hearing aids. But there was an issue there as well. You see, the aids my mother was able to afford just weren't cutting it. One loud sound and they fell apart, just like my hearing. So I did some research, spent a couple of late nights, and came out the other end with these." He gestured over his left shoulder at the schematics for his hearing aids, and a new love for the art of support items. He swiped across his phone screen and the left side of the board started slowly scrolling through his other carefully drawn ideas for future projects. He gave the proctors a second to absorb some of them as he delved into his bag for the next prop. He slid on his gloves and tried, and failed, to hide the feral grin the weapon brought to his face. He gained the attention back from the board by pushing the button hidden on the handle of his Kyoketsu shoch. It lit up with green light and the weight at the end crackled with energy. "This," he said, his voice fond like a mother speaking about her child, "has been my pet project for the last 8 months. To make sure it was a properly usable weapon, I took private lessons from a very good teacher, and spent hours of blood, sweat, and tears getting the cording just right." He spun the sparkling weight in a lazy circle, giggling slightly at the wonderful hum it made as it spun. "Hey Mei-chan, wanna be a pal?" The girl was by his side at an instant and digging the targets from the front pouch on his bag. This had been his plan after all, if they ended up in the same room for presentations. She got what she needed, then backed well out of the way, to where she was even with the adults. They looked at her in curiosity, but she just gestured back to the shorter teen in front of them. When he was sure he had their eyes again, he started swinging the weapon in earnest, a well-practiced set of forms he had settled on with Mirokuma-sensei. Pretty enough to get attention, but still practical in their uses. After his quick warm-up, he caught Mei's eye and she nodded before launching the clay target at his face as hard as she could. He didn't let it connect. The weighted end of his weapon smashed it out of the air with a shower of sparks. The rest of his slot was spent with him showing the full usefulness of the baby he had worked so hard on. Anyone who watched, even those who watched the recordings later for grading purposes, agreed it was a beautiful display of both balanced machinery and impressive athleticism. When Mei ran out of things to chuck at his head, he let the cord snap up to wrap neatly around his hand and hit the button to disarm the electrical current. With that, he pulled his phone from his pocket and with a few taps the room was returned to normal, the shutters raised, the lights on, and the board powered down. He bowed to the 3 adults who would have a hand in deciding his future. "Thank you for your time. If you would point me in the direction of the supply closet, I will clean up the mess." He gestured to the broken pieces of unfired clay scattered across the floor. His request, to his surprise, was waved away by the red-headed man on the left. "The cleaning bots will take care of it," he said brusquely. "Don't worry about that. I would like to see one of your hearing aids up close though, if you don't mind. I have a deaf friend in the hero industry who might really appreciate a pair for himself, but I want to see where you are at with quality." Izuku felt himself flush at the insinuation that his invention might be good enough for someone other than himself to use, but he saw no reason to refuse the request. He popped the tiny contraption from his left ear and handed it over. The other two judges leaned in to try and see the small device, as well as the red-haired man asked questions about materials used. This is a 3D printed casing, right? Yes, sir. And the cushion? A siliconized gel that is safe for skin contact. It's patented by Hatsume's mom, and she's the one who showed me how to cast the mold to fit it perfectly to my ear. I thought she might be Mia's kid. That took him a moment to process. But he guessed the support industry was pretty tight-knit. Oh, do you know Hatsume-san? We went to school together. It's too bad she never wanted to specialize in hero gear. She would have been brilliant. As it is, her inventions have paved the way for many of us by giving us the parts we need to move forward. What processor do you use for the instant volume control? He was questioned for a few more minutes before his hearing aid was handed back and he was allowed to leave. He had to frantically dash to make it back in time for the beginning of the business exam. This presentation was a lot less dramatic. It was mostly just him dragging a pro hero's actions through the mud and showing how a rebrand, a new look he had spent hours designing, and some etiquette classes could help his numbers skyrocket. After it was over and he walked out into the hall, he was met by his two friends. They all ended up in a messy group. God, I'm glad the worst part is over hug. Drawing some weird looks from the last of the business kids as they also left. Izuku was so exhausted after the excitement and stress of the day he hardly registered plopping into Shinso's lap on the train ride home when they saw there were only 2 seats left. He would probably be embarrassed at that act later, but tired brain didn't care. They got back to Mei's house just as dinner was being delivered. Shinso had managed to set things up so his siblings would be taken care of for a few more hours before he needed to go home to get them to bed, so they all actually got to eat on time for once. It was a large spread from the local Taiwanese place. The meal quickly devolved into the teens regaling each other and Hatsume-san with tales from their tests, while they fought over the best bits of the 3-cup chicken and the last of the sun cakes. When Izuku heard that the hero practical was untrained kids fighting robots, he almost lost his cool at the unfairness. But Shinso seemed to have accepted his fate. His purple eyes were dulled with his disappointment as he informed them of his measly 23 points. The others comforted him as best as they could, even as they started to try and hype him up for the backup plan of the sports festival. Izuku promised to help him figure out more efficient ways to take on robots just in case the sports festival used them as a challenge as well. Mei decided a distraction was in order and amused them with the story of the support exam. Honestly, Izuku had done his best not to really look at the judges' reactions to his little stunts, so he was unsure how exaggerated it was when the Pinkette said they almost pissed their pants when his Kyoketsu Shoge started sparking. The comment got a small laugh out of Hitoshi though, so he didn't contend it. And then it was Izuku's turn. He gave a basic rundown on how he felt he did in the business presentation, but admitted that the whole thing was kind of boring. He could see himself in that course as a backup, but he would choose pretty much any option over having to run currency conversions all day. After dinner, they spread out in the living room and turned the TV to play hero news quietly in the background as they chatted. By the time he had to go home, Shinso had to untangle himself from the mass of limbs that was his 2 best friends and uneat himself from the couch. He ducked into the kitchen to let Mia know he was going and that the other 2 were out cold. Mia walked over from where she was kneading something on the counter and gave him a goofy, hands-free hug, telling him to text her when he got home. He nodded and walked out with a small smile, trying to dust the flour smudges off of his hoodie, wishing he could have stayed on that couch in the comfort of the house that was quickly becoming more of a home than the place he had lived for the past 3 years. The next week was rough for everyone involved. Izuku had to be talked back from at least one anxiety spiral a day. Hitoshi spoke even less than usual, often just sitting to the side and tracing the thin scar that ran along his nose and cheeks, and Mei overcompensated by being even more hysterically energetic than normal. Mia did her best to support them all, keeping any snacks she knew they liked well stocked in the break area, and coffee and hot water for tea ready at all times. When the envelopes bearing the UA seal showed up at their doors, everyone felt a sense of relief that the limbo space they were suspended in was finally over. The green and purple boys were over at the shop in no time flat, Izuku skipping his martial arts lesson for the day and Hitoshi sending an excuse to his guardians over text. By the time they got there, Hatsume-sen was already buzzing around their little break area, clearing off the coffee table of leftover napkins and soy sauce packets from last night's dinner and placing down cups so she could pour tea. Emotional talks were best recovered from with hydration and love after all. And no matter how things went, she knew this little gathering was going to be emotional. It took the woman almost an hour of coaxing to get them to decide on their course of action. None of them wanted to be the first to open their letter, so after letting them bicker it out a bit, she decided for them that they would all open theirs on a 3 count. But then Mei and Izuku spent another 30 minutes stalling before she could bring their scattered and frazzled genius back on task. Before they could drift off again, she quickly counted them down, all 3 teens scrambling to get their envelopes open on time with her call of 3. As they tapped the sheaves of papers containing their verdicts out of the confines of their embossed prisons, Shinso let out a sound of confusion as a black disc dropped onto the short table between them. Before they could try and figure out the unexpected extra addition, it lit up with a hologram. Freckled hands immediately snatched up May's grabby fingers so she wouldn't try and take the device apart. When he saw the face floating before them, he had to grit his teeth. Luckily, the others were focused on the man in an ugly yellow suit who was screaming at them through the hologram and didn't notice his look of distaste. "Hello, I, All Might, Japan's #1 hero. I am here to deliver your results." "Why is the #1 hero giving out the exam results, you ask?" "Because I am here to teach the next generations of heroes." "That's right. Starting this year, I am on staff at my own alma mater, UA. Now, let's get to business, shall we?" The giant of a man pulled a script card out of his pocket, the piece of paper looking ridiculously tiny in his hands. "Let's see." The mic picked up the mumble clearly, and the greenette had to try not to roll his eyes. Shinso Hitoshi, for your written exam you made a very solid 87%. Good job using that brain. Now for the good stuff. The practical exam results." He stepped to the side, revealing a screen with 3 slots on the shown graphic. Shinso's name blinked to life in the first slot. "All right, young Shinso. In the mad dash of teens and robots, you managed to take down 11 robots, for a total of 23 points. The second slot was taken up by a brightly colored 23. Now, unfortunately, 23 points would not be enough to make it into the course. They all watched as the purple-haired teen slumped in his disappointment before their attention was brought back to the floating embodiment of peace with a large gesture and an exclamation. "But what kind of hero school would we be if we ignored the heroic actions of our examinees? Therefore, you were all also graded on a second set of points as well. Rescue points." The image of All Might's smiling face disappeared, replaced by short clips of Shinso pulling other kids out of the way of falling debris and scattered lasers, of him stepping in when a kid was cornered and bashing the casing of a robot in with a piece of rubble so the other boy could escape, and, finally, of him running towards a towering beast of a bot while everyone ran away. It showed him use his quirk on a girl who was pinned by a slab on concrete so she could ignore her limit and use her quirk. It then cut to him running with the same girl draped across his back. And then after the test, it showed him holding her hair back as she puked. For your show of heroic actions, grit, you were rewarded 53 rescue points. That brings your score up to 76 points. The last slot filled itself in and then suddenly became a part of a bigger chart, a rankings chart. And Shinso was in second place. Izuku resolutely ignored the name in the top slot. "Congratulations, young man. I welcome you. This is your Hero Academia." With one more grand gesture, the recording cut and they were thrown back into the rest area of the shop. Shinso immediately burst into tears, uncharacteristic of him, but this was an unusual situation. Besides, the freckled boy sitting beside him was positively bawling, throwing himself on him in a hug and blubbering something about pride. Eventually, May breaks in with a tackle hug of her own, sending all of them sprawling back into the couch in an ungraceful heap. Mia eventually ends up just handing the other two their letters so they can all stay huddled together. Izuku reads May's over her shoulder with her. She got in, of course she did, with a 95% on the written exam, several positive comments from the teachers who had sat in on her presentation, and a lot of interest in the portfolio she had handed in. The green-haired teen felt a weight lift off of his chest. His friends' futures were secured. If he was being honest, he didn't care nearly as much whether or not he himself made it. As long as they were happy, he would be happy. With his anxiety suddenly gone, it was easy to unfold the thick stack of papers and begin to read. Unlike with Hitoshi and his hologram, or May with her typed and official-looking letter, the first base of Izuku's packet was handwritten. The script was tiny but precise, neat to a fault. "Midoriya Izuku," it read. "You most certainly are an odd case. I have been following your progress since Recovery Girl brought you to my attention earlier this year. But even I was surprised when you managed full marks in the written exam. That is not something that happens often. The last person to pull off such a feat was a student 4 years ago. You, however, are the only one I've seen do such a thing without any kind of intelligence quirk. To continue on, your presentation was impressive, if a bit rough around the edges. But your portfolio is what has grabbed you the most attention amongst the staff. Power Loader, the current head of the support course, and I have thought long and hard about what to offer you by way of an education. We have come to the conclusion that more testing needs to be done. But without a doubt, you are free to join either the support or business courses in whatever manner you please. That being said, we do ask that you return to campus as soon as possible so we can work out a suitable schedule for whatever options you choose. Please respond to SAP via my email at theratoverlord, UAORG. I look forwards to meeting with you, Midoriya-kun, and welcome you wholeheartedly into my school. Signed, Nezu. He reread the slightly rambly letter a further 3 times before he passed it off to his increasingly concerned friends. He shuffled through the rest of the papers, his official scores for the exams and similar comments on his presentations and portfolio to what May got. The rest were basic permission forms and information about uniforms and the like. Eventually a hand came down on his shoulder with a gentle grip. Hatsume-sen smiled at him gently as she held up the letter. I'll email him to see if I can get more information, okay? But cheer up, Izuku. The main thing is that you passed. You made it in. All of you did, and I couldn't be more proud. With a ruffle of his green curls and a grin to the others, she flounced off to harass a rat, and maybe a certain old classmate of hers as well. They all sat silently together for a few minutes, letting it all sink in, before the freckled boy breaks the moment by bursting into tears once again. His friends immediately cling to him. All of them dissolve into a tightly woven knot of happiness and celebration. They were all going to go to their dream school. Together, none of them could be any happier. After they had calmed down a bit and munched on some celebration snacks, Izuku pulled out his phone to call his mom, excited to tell her the great news. He had the fleeting thought of stepping away to make the call in private, but Shinso's head was in his lap and May was contently playing with his free hand, bending his knuckles one at a time in a specific pattern. So he stayed where he was as he pulled up her contact and hit video call. Her face flashed into the screen, a frown on her lips, garden visible through the window behind her. Hey mom, he greeted her cheerfully. Izuku, you know you shouldn't call when I'm working. Oh well, I had some good news and I thought. He cut off as she rolled her eyes and he hurried to get to the point of the call so as to take up as little of her time as possible. I got a C accepted into UA. He watched with bated breath for his mother's reaction. At first her face went weirdly blank, like she was trying to process, which, fair, Izuku was also still trying to process. But then the most minuscule of frowns settled around her mouth. But, Izuku, I thought you liked working for Hatsume-san. Aren't you happy there? Why go to school when you've already found a job to help with the bills? His heart sank. She knew UA had always been his dream. Sure, originally it had been the hero course, but didn't she see that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for someone like him? He started trying to articulate his thoughts, growing frustrated when his stutter got in his way. But with a glance somewhere behind her phone, she cut him off. Sorry, Izuku. I really have to go. Duty calls. We will talk more about this later. I should be home for dinner tomorrow. We will talk about it then, okay? The screen goes dark as she ends the call. For a moment he just sits there, reeling once again. But then Shinso is shooting up from where he had been laying. That's bullshit. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? The taller teen started pacing back and forth, cursing up a storm. After a moment he registered that the constant storm of movement that is May has fallen completely still, his hand still clasped tightly in hers. She took a breath, and then in a rush of movement she stood, letting his hand go. I need to talk to mom, she says quietly before stalking off. Izuku feels his breath hitch in his chest, the anxiety sinking its claws in fiercely. He's done it now. He pissed everyone off. He made the wrong choice. He shouldn't have reached for more. He should have been happy with the gifts he had been given. He was spiraling. He was aware of that fact. But he was unable to stop the velocity at this point. The world around him grows fuzzy. His face and fingers buzzing with energy he doesn't have the means or willpower to release. He curled in on himself a bit, wrapping his arms to protect his suddenly queasy stomach. A hand suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision and he flinched away violently. Fetching up against a hard surface, he realized he was boxed in. He quickly pulled his legs up and tucked his head with his hands around his neck. Eyes down. Don't look. Apologize. Try anything to get them to go easy on you. Appear pitiful. Don't fight back. It's less fun to hit a limp target. Guard anything important for as long as possible. Their fists and feet will eventually beat their way through to you weak spots, but do your best to minimize damage. He knew he was stuttering out meaningless babbles of apologies and platitudes, his breath hitching and voice shaking. His ears roared as his lungs burned in protest at the lack of usable oxygen. The ache was depressingly familiar. He was unaware how long he sat there, waiting for the first hit. He knew there were people around him. He heard them speaking, even if he couldn't bring himself to listen to their poisonous words. He'd heard enough vitriol aimed at him to last a lifetime. Thank you very much. When a hand touched his knee, he didn't even try to suppress the full-bodied flinch. Wait, why didn't that hurt? His breath hitched again when, in his surprise, he was able to make out a single word. Izu, he whined in response, in desperate need. To be called something other than Deku. To be something other than a worthless waste of space. As soon as the sound left his throat, it was like a switch had been flipped. His panic was no longer in control. Instead, he was floaty and free, unable to think at all. He felt it like a background sensation as his body slowly, oh so slowly, was ordered back into a relaxed state. His breathing paced to the tapping of a gentle finger. His curled tight position released into something loose and more comfortable. Then there was a quiet countdown. and he was gently given back the controls. He blinked in slight disorientation. But then confused forest green eyes met slightly panicked violet and the situation snapped back into focus. Toshi, he breathed. The pale boy flinched back a bit. Izu, I'm so sorry. We couldn't get through to you. And gods, I'm so sorry for using my quirk without asking. It's okay. Freckles stand out on his still pale face as he gives the other teen a wobbly smile. Thanks. I can go for H hours like that so. He looks away uncomfortably, hand coming up to fiddle with the frayed edge of his sleeve. It was AC actually nice. Be better TH than WH what I was feeling before at least. The relieved smile on Hitoshi's face was bittersweet. If Izuku hadn't have been so tired at that moment, he would have ran off to find whoever made the boy so scared of reactions to his quirk and beat them over the head. There was a gentle clearing of a throat behind the couch and he looked up to find the two Hatsune women, Mei hidden slightly behind her mom. As she gnawed her lip in worry, Izuku-kun, Mia started, voice quiet and calm. Do you need anything? Water, tea? He shook his head, mild shame running through him at the thought of being babied after his little meltdown. But it seemed the woman wasn't going to not help. She came around the couch and kneeled down to be eye level with the still shaky boy. Izuku, I want you to listen to me, okay? She waited for his hesitant nod before she continued. I will talk to your mom. We will figure out what to do, okay? I promise. You won't have to give up UA. I've watched how hard you work to get where you are. I'm not going to let those efforts go to waste. So just take a deep breath, kid. It'll all be okay. He choked on a sob. How long had he been taking care of things by himself? How long had the adults left him to his own devices? And here this woman was, insisting on helping him over and over again. He hadn't felt support like this since he was a little kid, maybe even as far back as before his diagnosis. It was nice. He threw his arms around her neck and let himself cry, letting the pain of knowing his dreams really didn't matter to his mother slowly melt away through his tear ducts. His friends joined them on the floor, gentle hands running over his back and through his curls. Gods, he loved them. He once more walked onto the grounds of UA, flashing a guest pass at a camera as they made their way through the gates. Hatsune-sen was once again with him as an escort and representative stepping in for his mom. Inko was disappointingly stuck doing a mandatory seminar on IV tubing and couldn't make it to the school or take any calls. Izuku once more had the map of the school pulled up on his phone as he led the way to the principal's office all the way up on the 4th floor. He jumped as the door swung open before he could knock and peered curiously through the empty doorframe. Come in, a cheery voice said from inside the room. He glanced at Hatsune-san and shrugged, stepping through into the simple but elegant office space beyond. He spotted the small, rodent-like hero off to the side of the room near a mini kitchenette. A comfortable-looking set of chairs around a low table was set up for tea, and they were gestured to take a seat. The water is almost ready. Please make yourself comfortable. They settled in, taking 2 chairs on one side of the table. Izuku eyed a large stack of paperwork sitting on the edge of the space in front of him, off to the side for now. His curiosity writhed, wanting to know what was written and how it would affect him. An ornate kyusu was set on a pot holder as the principal readied the tea. As it was poured, the aromatic steam drifted around them and Izuku relaxed a bit. Jasmine again. It smelled wonderful. Hatsune-san, I would like to start off this little meeting by letting you know how thrilled I am that your daughter will be joining our school this coming year. She is a bright young mind and I can't wait to see her take the support field by storm. The red-headed woman smiled brightly, always happy when someone acknowledged Mei's brilliance. Thank you, Nezu-san. Mei has been buzzing with excitement since she got the letter. She can't wait to get her hands on the support studios. He laughed quietly. Oh, unsure. I'm intrigued to see what of the inventions she proposed with her portfolio will end up coming into existence first. Oh, that's easy. She brushed off with a grin and a wave of her hand. More than likely it will be upgrade to her kinetic energy converter. I unfortunately do not have access to one of the parts she needs for it. It's too far out of my price range. But she's already requested those parts be procured for her, and knowing Higari, they're already sitting at her bench waiting for her. The mammal nodded with an interested hum. An interesting contraption for sure. But why rush that one in particular when there are several others that would surely be more fun to build? That's because of me. Izuku cut in. I was super inspired by the converter WH when she showed it to me. IHFP plans drawn you up for several things you using her con converter as a B base. He ducked his head a bit, tugging on one of the curls framing his face. Oh, I see. A collaboration between friends. How exciting. I can't wait to see what you two have come up with. The hero then clapped his paws together. That brings us to the first thing I wanted to talk to you about today, Midoriya-kun. One of your inventions has already been requested for use by one of our staff members. Your hearing aids really caught Power Loader's eye during your presentation. He studied the blueprints after you left and was even more impressed by the proposed upgrades. He showed them to a fellow teacher who is hard of hearing. And said teacher immediately asked for a pair to be made for him since the design solves a lot of issues he has with his current hearing aids. To do that though we need to patent the design under your name and have you sign off on their use by present Mike. Izuku stared at him blankly. Mind completely halted at this turn of events. What? The mammal chuckled and pulled a packet of papers from the pile, setting it in front of the teen. You, Midoriya-kun, have your first hero request. Congratulations. If you will fill this out, I can get the ball rolling this afternoon on the patent, and Majima-san can start making Mike his new support items. Freckled hands came up in front of him in a blocking gesture, trying to catch up on the situation. He was aware of Hatsune-san sitting off to the side looking amused. Traitor. Principal Nezu, sir. I don't the new upgrades haven't even been tested. I don't think a pro SH shouldn't. He was interrupted by a raised paw. Midoriya-kun. When a request like this comes in, the professionals we have on staff take over. I assure you they have already ran through tests with prototypes, had everything approved for safety, and started drafting up the aesthetic changes to fit present Mike's preferences. Izuku had to take another moment to process that. Can I see the prototypes? The rodent nodded amicably. Of course. He pulled a tablet from nowhere and sent off a quick message. There, someone should be bringing them up soon. While we wait, why don't we move on? The test scores you managed were very impressive, Midoriya-kun. And while I have been in contact with Hatsune-san here, she has informed me that you study ahead in your free time. If this is true, then it opens up an opportunity for us. You see, with children such as yourself with brighter than average minds, we sometimes like to advance their curriculum a bit. That is to say, we test them out of as many core subjects as we can in order to open their time up to more personalized lesson plans. If you are willing, we would like to do this for you as well. Why you want me to? I'm really not that far ahead. So you say. Look, how about this? You come back in a couple of days, you take a few tests, and we see where we stand. Pass or fail, there's really no harm in trying. Izuku goes to refute the weird faith the principal has in him once again. But a work-roughened hand landing on his shoulder brings him up short. Sounds like a plan, Nezu-san. Just email me the time and date and I'll make sure he shows up. With that, the teen was effectively removed from the discussion. The adults talking semantics. Apparently, for every test he passes, he will be free one day every other week for a class he can choose from a list. Nezu hands the mechanic. As she reads through the options, the familiar maniacal grin lights up her face. Oh, Izuku-kun would do well in a lot of these. Izuku watches bemusedly as they discuss things and plans back and forth, speaking quickly and excitedly. With an internal shrug, he gives up on trying to convince them against this plan. It all hinges on his testing out of Year 1 subjects early after all. There was no way he was going to be far enough ahead for that to happen anyways. The door once more swung open silently and a vaguely familiar red-headed man entered the office with a small bow. Nezu, I brought those prototypes. Power Loader-san. Higari, long time no see. Wait, that was the man from the entrance exam. Power Loader. He had spoken about his inventions with the foremost support hero in Japan. Hatsune-san went to high school with Power Loader. A small case was set on the table in front of him while he internally died of fanboy. Here you go, Midoriya-kun. I understand wanting to look them over before you sign off on them. It'll be your name on the paperwork after all. He glanced up shyly to meet gray-blue eyes before opening the case. His full attention was instantly drawn to the unassuming bits of plastic and metal. With practiced fingers, he pulled the casing apart to check that his schematics had been followed as he envisioned. After several long minutes of running a sharp eye over the tiny processor and minuscule wires, he pieced it back together. He snagged his own hearing aid out of his right ear and pulled off the custom cushion, slipping it into place on the new tech before flipping the on switch and sliding it into place. While he could hear, so far so good. The greenette pulled out his phone, quickly using it to tap into the radio frequency the new hearing aid was broadcasting. He then hooked into a nearby police wavelength. When it worked seamlessly, he nodded and then moved on to the next test. Switching on the Bluetooth on his phone, he found the listing for the small device and connected them, pressing play on the video he had been watching on the train earlier. The audio came through crystal clear and he grinned. He looked back up at the adults around him and faltered a little bit at their intense looks. Do they work, kid? Hatsune-san asks excitedly, her dreadlocks bouncing. Yeah, but is there any way I could take these with me for a long test run? I want to be sure there's no bugs before PP present Mike T takes a chance on the. After a few minutes of debate, the request is granted, though Power Loader seemed a bit exasperated, saying something along the lines of, even if they're not perfect, Mike can always just waltz into the studio for a tune-up like everyone else. The support hero left and soon after so did they, a whole slew of paperwork in hand and promises to continue planning over email. They made their way back to the shop. The whole way they're filled with Mia's excited chatter. The green teen himself stayed uncharacteristically quiet. mind filled with the events of the meeting as he fiddled with his phone, testing the Bluetooth of the device in his ear over and over again. He never expected to have this first ever project pretty much completed so soon. He knew, objectively, that the kids in the support course couldn't feasibly build every single thing for every single request themselves. But he never expected to have his hearing aids made by professionals for a professional before he was even fully enrolled into the school. It felt kind of surreal. When they got back, the rest of the day was spent with him working on pulling a large order of tiny parts from their spots in the maze. It was enough of a distraction that he didn't really let himself think too much on their morning excursion. But when May got back from school and was filled in on the situation, she insisted that Izuku sit down with her and look through the lists of classes he could potentially choose from. He ended up making a list of his own. He organized every option presented into a spreadsheet of pros and cons. And from there he chose what classes he would ask for first, if he managed to pass any of the tests, that is. By the time Hitoshi got there, Izuku had worked himself from excitement to anxiety and back so many times he all but collapsed into his favorite purple pillow when the taller teen sat beside him. Shinso looked a bit confused, but ran fingers through his curls soothingly anyways as May cut in to explain what was going on. The rest of his evening was spent being both soothed and teased by his two favorite people, as the reality of what was going on truly set in. The 2 months before the start of the year passed quickly, filled with tests and long talks between adults. His schedule was eventually settled. He tested out of a lot of first-year classes, weirdly enough. But most of the teachers also taught the second and third-year variants and agreed to set him up with packets of things he needed to work on, whatever grade level it was. He did not, however, manage to test out of classic literature, art history, or ethics, so he would be taking those classes at the same pace as the others. He was allowed to replace some of the time slots of the classes he was good at with some electives. He chose the coding course, a third-year elective normally, but since he had experience, it was decided he would fit in well at his senpai's level. And Hero Analytics, normally a business course class. He wondered how different it would be from his own hobby of analyzing heroes, and if he would be forced to focus on numbers and money solely, or if he could continue on his trend of writing down anything and everything he could think of. The thing that most excited him, though, was the private lessons with Nezu every Sunday. He hadn't said what he would be teaching him, but it was a private lesson with the Nezu. It didn't matter what he learned. He knew it would be useful. One thing he was sad about, though, was giving up his afternoons at the dojo. To appease his mother, Hatsum agreed to keep him on as a part-timer. So as soon as he gets back to the shop after school, he would be on the clock until close. At least it was a job he liked, and this way he could still help with bills like he had been. He did manage to keep his private lessons on Sunday mornings, though. He wouldn't want to get completely rusty after all of the work he put in after all. To substitute Kuma-chan teaching him sign, he would now be practicing while in English class. Since he was fluent in the language, thanks to his childhood obsession with All Might and the old videos from his time in America, he would converse with the teacher in sign and fill in any gaps in his knowledge. He did add a longer jog and some yoga into his morning routine to make up for the reduced exercise. He would just have to give up a few extra hours of sleep in the name of staying fit. So now here he stood, at the gates on his first day as one of only 2 hybrid students. The other was a third year who specialized in promotional art. They hung off of both him and Shinso. She was vibrating again. Maybe they should get that looked at. They made idle chatter as they walked. Izuku sent Shinso a PDF of the map so he wouldn't get lost on the way to his own classroom. He didn't bother sending the Pinketta copy, she wouldn't even look at it. Content to either follow him and whoever ended up as their classmates, or get lost on her own. However, the winds of fate pushed her. She apparently came up with the best ideas for babies when she was lost after all. They separate at the entrance, the cubbies for the Uwabaki set aside for one on the other side of the room from 1H. Izuku ends up having to drag Mei away from a kid with drills for fingers so they could make it to their classroom in time for homeroom. He totally didn't start planning a new entry in his notebook for drill kit as they walked. They made it with plenty of time to spare. The green boy's first day jitters making sure of that. The seating chart on the blackboard is a disappointment, telling the 2 teens that they have to sit at opposite sides of the room. They grumble quietly as they separate to go settle into their spots. Mei pulls out something to tinker with and Izuku snags his current design notebook. He was working on a redesign of Pro Hero Midnight's costume this morning over breakfast. Might as well finish it while he had a moment. As they absorbed themselves in their tasks, other students trickled into the classroom in 1s and 2s. Zippers, huh? Saying the freckled teen jumped out of his skin would have been a slight understatement. He fell out of his chair with a yelp as he flinched away from the voice that came from just over his shoulder. Oh shit, sorry, didn't mean to scare you, little guy. Hello, little guy. He stared up at the hulking figure who had so startled him. The other boy was ridiculously tall and broad-shouldered, muscles bulging under his uniform. Black hair that was longer on top showed off a design shaved into the side, and dark eyes sat in a wide, strong-jawed face. Okay, little guy, he gets it. He does. But come on. He's technically of average height for fuck's sake. Everyone else is just tall. Before he could stammer out anything else, the behemoth before him was accosted by a feral Hatsune. Hands on her hips, glaring up at the towering teen, she hissed, "Hey, I don't know who you think you are, but I don't take kindly to people scaring my friends." Well shit. He needed to stop her before the babies made an appearance. Mei-chan. It's okay. I was just too focused to ag again. He didn't mean to. She stood there glaring at the newcomer for another second before making an "I'm watching you" gesture before turning to give Izuku a hand up. The greenette promptly bows. "I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings." The tall teen scratched at the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. "You're fine. I shouldn't have gotten in your space. I just saw what you were working on and Oh, right. Yeah, zippers. I figured up the amount of money SB spent on upkeep for her costume, and it's honestly ridiculous. This is a cheaper and honestly more viable option. And the black sea cat suit keeps to her theme. I like it, but she would probably insist on keeping the handcuffs. I've seen a clip of her actually using them in a brawl once." Green eyes sparkled as the freckled boy immediately dived into his notebook to add to his entry on the heroine. The other teen watched on with slight bemusement. "I'm Kuriyama Tsuoi, by the way. Midoriya Izuku. What about this?" He spun his notebook around for the other to see. He had added bracelets that were kind of like short vambraces and then put actual, functional handcuffs hanging from her belt on the opposite hip from her whip. The armor eye is always a good thing, right? I also think this design could work with the new KK Kevlar hybrid that Tsukoichi Co. Company patented last month, so she would be better PR protected. A hand reaches over from behind the small green boy and snatched his notebook. He froze, suddenly thrown back into the hallways of Alder, where if he lost hold of his notes they were as good as gone. Oh, that voice is familiar. He turned slowly to find Power Loader in full costume standing and looking over his sketch. Interesting. I've been asking her to let me redesign her costume for years. Scan this before you go home and send it to my email. I'll see if maybe this design will change her stance. Now, everyone to your seats. Homeroom started 3 minutes ago. There was a scramble to obey, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to move. His eyes danced between the notebook held in a hand that was not his and the covered face of his new teacher. Power Loader tilted his head to the side, obviously confused, until he saw what the green boy was focused on. Gently he closed the book and handed it back to its owner. Izuku took it quickly, trying to hide the shake in his hands, then plopped down in his seat. The teacher clapped his hands, calling all attention to himself even as he put the odd interaction out of his mind for the moment. He would ponder on it later. "Right, my name is Majima Higari, also known as the Excavation Hero, Power Loader. You can call me whatever as long as it's respectful. I have your syllabi here." He started passing out papers. "And it is your schedule. They're set up in a bi-weekly rotation. We switch weeks back and forth with our sister support class. Make sure you glance over that timetable by tomorrow. Midoriya, I have your schedule here." The shirtless man pulled a few papers out of the bottom of the stack and handed them over. "You'll be in the same classroom as the rest of 1H for the most part, the exceptions being the 2 electives. I marked on the map where the other 2 classrooms are. Don't get lost." With that he turned and addressed the rest of the class again. He ignored the 18 curious stares that were fixed on the cringing teen he had singled out. "All right, class, it's time to head to the opening ceremony. From there we have a few third years who have been drafted into giving you all a tour. After that I expect to see you all here for dismissal." As 20 kids are ushered out of the classroom and toward an auditorium, they grouped up and chattered excitedly amongst themselves. May rejoined her smaller friend, and to their surprise Kuriyama gravitated to them as well, lagging a bit behind the larger group. "Hey, I really am sorry about before. It's okay. Really. I can startle easily. Is all. I don't think she introduced herself earlier. This is Hatsume. Mei-chan. If you didn't catch it earlier, his name is KK Kuriyama Tsuoi." The pink inventor stared the newcomer down once more, before she apparently decided to give him a chance and smiled blindingly at him. She held her hand out to shake. "As long as you and Izu are cool, we are cool. What kind of babies do you make? You're so buff. Do you work with heavy machinery?" Kuriyama scratched at the back of his neck again. A nervous tick then. No, I specialize in fashion and design." The 2 shorter teens blinked for a second. That didn't match his appearance at all. But then Izuku shrugged his shock off. Who was he to judge? "Was that why you were interested in my sketch earlier?" The tall boy nodded, black hair flopping into his face a bit. "I've always thought her outfit was a bit of a fashion travesty. I get her theme. If that's what she likes, then it's whatever. But heels, in the field, and gemstone things." Izuku snorted, nodding in agreement as the other teen continued to rant. They made their way to the hall where the ceremony was to be held and found seats with the rest of their class just in time for the lights to go down. The ceremony was fairly average. The teachers got up one by one to introduce themselves and the subjects they taught. Some of them gave short speeches on where to find them if anyone needed their help with something. Things like that. Then the principal clambered onto Present Mike's shoulder so he could take his turn. His speech was also kind of basic, a bit long-winded, but not boring. Not to Izuku at least. Especially not the last bit. Now I know we've been here for a while and you lot are all excited to explore the grounds. But I have one last thing to say. Here at UA we have seen many students come through our doors. Year in, year out. We never know what you wonderful younglings are going to do. But there is one thing we can always expect. We expect that by the end of your 3 years with us you will all be wonderful young men and women, well equipped to take on the field of your choice. But to get to the expected level of excellence there is one thing that every single one of you needs to showcase. And that is what is called basic human decency. So here is the yearly warning. At this school we are accepting of a wide range of peoples from a wide range of backgrounds. UA has a no-tolerance policy for bullying and harassment. If any such incident is reported I deal with it personally. And I will warn you, I am not lenient in matters of discrimination or harassment. He let the message sink in for a moment before he clapped his small paws together to dispel the heavy atmosphere. Right, with that out of the way there is one more matter we must cover. Everyone please welcome the newest member of staff. A loud laugh echoed in the large room and Izuku felt the hairs stand up on the back of his neck. Oh please no. Out from behind a curtain steps a mountain of blue and gold. I am here to teach the next generation. What the fuck did he do to the universe to deserve this? He doesn't remember spitting in the Fate's Cheerios. Did he step on Karma's toes? Why did they hate him so much? He sank dejectedly down in his chair, hoping against hope he could avoid the dream destroyer for the next 3 years. The rest spot at the shop was abuzz with excited May-isms that afternoon as she chattered about all of the facilities and tools she couldn't wait to utilize. Eventually she settled a bit and Izuku was able to ask Shinso where Wana had been during the opening ceremony. He was met with a tired groan as his friend slumped dramatically into the beanbag he was occupying. Our teacher is a sadist. He had us run a quirk apprehension test instead. He even threatened to expel whoever did the worst. He didn't in the end. He said it was a logical ruse, but I don't know. I feel like if the person in last place didn't try hard enough he would have gone through with the threat. Izuku tilted his head a bit to the right. He looked up at the other boy from where he was sitting on the floor. A test? How do you do? That got him another groan. Shinso covered his eye with his palms, long fingers tangled in the mess of his hair. He mumbled something unintelligible. A grin pops onto the green im's face. He smelled an opportunity for teasing. Oh, what was that? Itoshi, what happened? Huh. With a whine his friend gave in, knowing he wasn't going to get away with not telling. I tripped and fell on my ass. Okay. I embarrassed myself in front of the whole class. Happy. He whirled to face Izuku as May howled with lighthearted laughter. The other boy met his eye squarely, a somber look on his face. He nodded as if confirming a heavy truth. See, I told you those long legs would get in the way. This only makes May laugh harder. After a moment of the purple-eyed teen sputtering in denial, Izuku finally broke, joining in with his own giggles. When Mia walked over to see what they were up to, she found her 2 more energetic kids crawling all over a pouting Shinso, apologizing through their laughter. The second day of school started off much the same as the first. The 3 teens met up at the train station, caught up on the few hours they had been separated while on the train, then walked to school together. Izuku made sure to give the hero student a hug before they separated, to make up for the relentless teasing from the night before. As the freckled teen settled into his seat, he nodded shyly to the girl who was sat at the desk beside him. She had interesting hair, copper-colored at the roots fading to a pale green. When she nodded back there was a metallic sound. Was her hair actually made of copper? How cool. Could she cut it and use it like wire? How fast did it grow? Was there a special diet adjustment needed to help her quirk? Oops, the girl was giving him a weird look. Stupid muttering habit strikes again. He opened his mouth to apologize, but their teacher entered the room before he could get a word out. Good morning, class. Welcome to your first full day. Midoriya, I'll mark you down on roll, so you should go ahead and head to analytics. Do you still have your map? Yes, sir. The green boy scrambled out of his seat, pulling the paper in question out of his bag as he did so. Oh, and before you go, here. Power Loader held out another paper. Normally on the first day we would let you mess around in the support labs for the afternoon. But Nedzu wants you to join the hero kids for some of their classes. Something about a project he wants you to run. The details are here. He waved the paper a bit before he handed it over. Now get going. Morijima hates it when students are late. Yes, sir. The boy bowed quickly before he made for the door, purposefully ignoring the curious gazes of the rest of his class sans May. He glanced over the note from Nezu as he made his way through the halls and upstairs. It told him to meet Class 1 at Field Gamma as soon as lunch was over. He was to do the same for Class 1B tomorrow as well. The mammal wanted a quick summary of all 40 quirks and any costume suggestions or quirk training ideas he could come up with by the time they met on Sunday. By the time he made it to the Class 2 Kelvin classroom, he was a ball of excitement. That sounded like fun. As he got close to his destination, the door opened. He recognized the teacher as the physics professor as well as the homeroom teacher for 2 Kelvin. He bowed. Good morning, sir. Midori, you're right. Go on in. Your desk is the only empty one in the back. Morijima should be here any minute. The boy nodded into another short bow before he made his way into the classroom. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Oh wow, upperclassmen are intimidating. He gave them a nervous smile before looking for his desk. The green-haired first year only made it one step before one of the others stood up, blocking his path. Hey there, short stuff. Are you lost? And no. Aye. Come on, spit it out. Where are you supposed to be? We can give you directions if you need. Freckled hands hover in the air. Words caught the knot of his tongue. The stutter only worsened by the reminder of its existence. Here. I am supposed to be. The bell has rung. Why are we not seated? A step voice called from the doorway. Izuku did his best to not jump out of his skin at the displeasure in the tone. Sir, the second year spoke up as they both turned towards the newly arrived professor. He got lost and came into the wrong classroom. I was just trying to help him figure out where to go. The older man who stood at the front of the room pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh. Moriboshi, did you even give the kid a chance to explain himself? The older teen snorted, and this time Izuku couldn't suppress his flinch. I tried, but, well, the greenette shrunk into himself in embarrassment, feeling his cheeks catch fire. Great, he's made a fool of himself on the first day. Class, this is Midoriya. He is a hybrid student taking hero analytics as an elective. He is meant to be here. And if I see or hear any of you brats harassing him, you'll have detention with me during the next lunch period. Got it. Everyone nodded, most of the second years looking a bit pale about the threat. Good. Now both of you to your seats. As he sat down, the youngest student in the room made himself as small as possible, desperate to not draw any more attention to himself as the class began. Today it was just a simple overview of what to expect of the class for the year. Apparently this class was mostly about how to analyze a hero's persona and movesets to be able to better capitalize on them for profit. But before Izuku could start to feel disappointed, Morijima-sensei mentioned that Nezu had drafted up different homework for him that followed the lesson plan. So while he was unhappy about being put in the spotlight again, he was also excited to see what Nezu thought he should learn from this class. As soon as they were dismissed, Izuku was out of the classroom. He had to make it all the way back to 1H's classroom for Algebra 1 and English. By running whenever he was sure no one else was around, he managed to make it to the door at the same time as Ectoplasm. He once again bowed to the teacher with a stuttered greeting. The hero just waved for him to enter the classroom first. He made his way to his seat and settled in. This class was one he was excited for. Ectoplasm went over the first lesson of the year up at the smart board, but he had a clone hand Izuku a sheet of limit equations. The clone then stood against the wall nearby just in case he had questions. Honestly, his quirk was incredibly useful in a classroom setting, like having a surplus of teachers ready to help at the drop of a hat. When English class came, the difference between the teachers' personalities was enough to give them all whiplash. Present Mike's class was surprisingly fun. He spoke solely in English, to get the class used to the way the words were pronounced and to help their vocabulary. But, for Izuku, he used JSL. So if he didn't know the word in sign, he would have to translate it from English. It was a great way to practice the foreign language he rarely used while also learning a slew of new signs. He set himself to the challenge with gusto. The hero also spent some time signing a few quick questions, catching up with the teen after their short meeting a few months ago. Izuku was touched that the busy hero remembered him. Finally, it was time for lunch. They all but dragged him from his chair, determined to get sustenance to fuel her first rampage through the support labs. They made their way through the lunch line quickly, the green-eyed boy trying not to salivate over the katsudon balanced on his tray. They found Shinso in a quiet corner. He has saved them seats, but in the crowded lunchroom there are no truly free tables. As they sat down, Izuku nodded to the other three teens. The tall girl with a poised air, a boy whose coloring was split evenly down the middle, and a kid who kind of looked like a rock. Hito-chan, a wild pink-haired menace sing-songed as she dug into her lunch. You'll never guess who gets to come watch you embarrass yourself during your heroics class, Todd. Izuku snickered as the other boy's face lit up brightly at the reminder. May, he hissed, eyes flicking to their table mates. Oh, Hitoshi-kun, are these some of your C classmates? The exasperated insomniac ran a hand down his face to try and banish his blush before he sighed and nodded. Yeah, okay, Izu. I can feel you dying of curiosity from here. Izuku, May, these are my classmates. Yaorazu Momo, the girl. Todoroki Shoto, Todoroki, so Endeavor's kid. And Kota Koji. Kota-san uses sign. He stops the two gremlins from freaking out about the new sign friend by continuing the introductions. These two crazies are Hatsume and Midoriya Izuku. Be careful, they might bite. Izuku looked at his friend with an offended gasp. But before he could really object, Shinso gave him his lazy smirk, the one that always made his brain short-circuit. Cheater, what? Are you going to tell me that you wouldn't bite someone if it would help in an experiment? Okay, low blow. Mei cackled. In the name of science, I will do anything. Mei-chan, please don't do anything illegal. At least not in our first week. I don't think your mom wants to have to bail you out again so soon. Their usual conversation antics were interrupted by a polite cough. The three of them turned to their table mates with an uncanny amount of sync. Ah, Yaoyorozu started. So you two are from the support course? Izuku smiled gently at her nervousness and nodded. Why yes. Well, I am technically a H-Hybridson student, but I officially belong to 1H with Mei-chan. I see. And you will be joining us for practical heroics this afternoon. Oh yeah, that's what had started this conversation, wasn't it? Why yes, I am supposed to observe your Q quirks for an assignment. The rest of lunch passes by in a blur of conversation. Yaoyorozu is brilliant, able to keep up with a surprising amount of the gremlin's science jargon. Todoroki and Shinso just sit back and watch for the most part, unless the purple boy feels the need to redirect them back on topic. And Koda occasionally adds in some surprisingly witty commentary that often has them all giggling once one of the others who sign translates for the ones who don't. When the warning bell rings, they get up to dump their trays, and Mei waves as she runs from the room. Izuku and Shinso cross themselves and mutter a prayer for the support lab. As the remaining 5 on their group make their way towards the one classroom, there's a definite buzz of anticipation running through them, even if most of them don't show it in overly visible ways. Izuku can't help the small bounce in his step as he chats and jokes around with Shinso. He was actually really looking forward to the next couple of hours. They separated at the door. The hero kids walked in to find their seats. Izuku stood against the wall in the hallway, unsure if the heroics teacher wanted to introduce him or not. And with the incident with the second years still fresh in his mind, he really didn't want to risk another incident, even if logically he knew Shinso would step up to explain the situation for him if needed. As the final bell rang, the greenette was pushed off of his feet as a gust of wind blew through the hall. He managed to turn his almost sprawl into a semi-graceful roll, though he knew there would be a bit of a bruise on the point of his shoulder where he had hit the ground wrong. Mirakuma would beat his ass if he saw that roll, best not tell him. By the time he made his way to his feet from the crouch he had landed in, the door to Wano was being slammed open and a blur of red and yellow was entering the room. Oh, you've got to be kidding. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. Is there a way to get out of this after all? It wasn't fun anymore. He peeked around the door frame, desperately hoping against hope he had imagined that voice. Nope, there was the number 1 hero in his full glory. Damn. He glanced around at the other kids. They were all completely enraptured by the hero as he gave a spiel about what the class was going to do today. Even Shinso seemed completely focused on the man. That made the movement at the front of the room all the more noticeable when a familiar spiky head of ash blonde whipped around to glare at the door, like he sensed Izuku's presence. Nervous green locked with furious red. The smaller teen quickly ducked back around the door frame, but the damage had already been done. All Might said a few more things and then ran out of the room as quickly as he came. This time the greenette managed to brace himself against the rush of air. He heard clattering in the classroom, the hero students distracted by something. Then he felt a burning hand grasping onto his collar. Once again, like always, he froze. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? God, how could he have forgotten that Kachan made it into the hero course? Huh, you ignoring me, you useless fuck. And no Kachan. I am just, Gods, I almost forgot how annoying that stutter is. What, are you so unevolved you can't even speak right? He gives the smaller boy a short shake. What are you doing here? The words are enunciated and drawn out, like he was speaking to someone with a different mother tongue, or an idiot. The greenette felt his face flush in humiliation. I am watching your CO Class T today. Before the confrontation could go any further, they were interrupted. A red-headed boy bounced through the doorway and draped an arm around Bakugo's shoulders. Bakubro, there you are. I grabbed your costume for you. The newcomer didn't flinch as he was roughly shaken off. Oh, who's this? Izuku's shirt was finally let go, and with a light shove to the smaller teen's chest, the explosive blonde turned away. Don't worry about it. Deku doesn't matter. He snatched a case from the redhead and stalked off. They watched him go for a second before the broad-shouldered teen turned back to Izuku. Sorry about him. I'm sure he didn't mean that. Anyways, I'm Kirishima Ijiro. It's nice to meet you. He then ran off before the freckled boy could recover enough to reply. That seemed to open the floodgates. Students poured out of the classroom, all carrying shiny silver cases, each with a different number emblazoned on the front. He nodded to the 3 kids he had eaten lunch with as they walked past, giving each of them a shaky smile. Shinso finally made his way into the hall. When he did, he stopped in his tracks. He looked his friend up and down, eyes landing on his still rumpled shirt. What happened? Izuku's weak smile dropped a bit. I just got knocked over by All Might. I don't think he noticed I was here. Don't worry about it. He started walking, following the direction the other teens had gone, doing his best to tidy up his appearance without a mirror. They ended up outside of the changing rooms for Ground Gamma. Izuku decided to bite the bullet and go on ahead instead of risking being alone with Bakugo again, so he parted with Shinso. He headed out into the training ground. When All Might noticed him, he almost flinched. Are you the support student? I just reviewed Nezu's message about you joining us. Why don't you go ahead to the observation room and prepare whatever you need while I go over things with the heroes? Izuku nodded, keeping his face tilted towards the ground. He didn't think he could handle making eye contact right then. He scampered away towards the door labeled observation and made his way into the dark room. There was a desk with a single rolling chair and a whole slew of monitors hanging on the wall. He grabbed an empty notebook out of his bag and his Wild Pussycats themed pencil case. Before shoving the battered bag under the desk, he settled into the chair, having an instinctual feeling that he probably shouldn't let All Might near the tech. The system booted up quickly and he ran a few quick tests to get a feel for how everything was connected. Once he was settled, he flipped on the camera for the entrance where Class 1 had just gathered. He typed in the commands to bring up the audio as well, and All Might's booming voice filled the small room. Ugh, was there a way to just block one person's voice with his hearing aids? The game was simple, but the support student couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't too soon to be putting kids against each other in head-to-head fight. Shouldn't they have a class on safety first? He sighed and started filling out pages to get a head start on his own project. He labeled the tops of each double page spread with any names he had, and the ones he was able to glean from listening and on the teens drawing lots. He has a basic entry set up for about half of them before they all make their way to the observation room, sans the 4 who are going first. As the door opened, letting bright sunlight stream in, he stood, setting his notebook down for the moment. He heard a couple of kids ask questions at the sight of him but kept quiet. He really didn't want to make this situation any worse for himself. When All Might fumbled his introduction, saying something vague about a support course thing and obviously not remembering the name he had read earlier in the text from the principal, Shinso stepped forward. With a roll of purple eyes, he slung an arm over the smaller teen's shoulders. His name is Midoriya Izuku, support course, and smarter than any one of you could ever hope to be. He's here because Nezu told him to pick you and your Quirk's apart. Izuku flushed bright red and looked up at his friend in mortification. Hitashiai, he whined before burying his face in his hands. I'm not. I don't. The dark chuckle he earned vibrated through him from where his bruised shoulder was pressed against the taller boy's side. Oh, is that not why you're here? Thankfully, he was saved from being completely destroyed by his friend's amusement by the wonderful goddess known as Yairazu. Midoriya-kun, just from talking to you during lunch I could tell you are skilled in matters of science and quirks. I'm sure any insight you could give us would be helpful. He peeked out from between his fingers, originally to give the girl a grateful look, but his expression quickly turned to one of horrified confusion, face flushing even more at the sight of the amount of open skin on display. What are you wearing? The hero students all take a step back as the tiny force of nature that was an offended green-themed support student walked up to the girl to get a closer look at her costume. Oh my gods, there is no armor at all. What the fuck? He spun to face the rest of them, really taking in their costumes for the first time before he slumped and ran a despairing hand down his face. This is going to end up being my problem, isn't it? That comment earned him a laugh and a slap on the back from Shinso, who was kitted out in a tweaked version of the outfit Izuku had made when Hatsune-sen taught him how to sew. An armored bodysuit under a purple and black hooded jacket and cargo pants. The pants tucked into the top of combat boots and held up with a utility belt. He was basically a walking mound of pockets, and his friends had made sure that every pocket was filled with its own useful item. His costume was made by a professional, of course, with optimal materials and experienced expertise. No loose stitches or crooked hems to be found like Izuku's project, though he had gone back and fixed those things as he noticed them. Before the teen could sink completely into his despair, he was interrupted by the blonde loudmouth who was posing as the teacher for this class. Right. Well, if you have issues with the costumes your upperclassmen have designed, I'm sure you can bring it up with Power Loader after class young. Midoriya was it. But right now we should get started with the exercise. Right. He muttered under his breath as he plopped back into his chair and with a few keystrokes brought up the feed from inside the building that had been chosen for their use today. A few more taps and they had audio. Izuku then hacked his way into the comms units to make sure none of the opponents could hear each other, while keeping the team's earpieces connected. When he was done, the people in the command center could hear everything, but the teens in the simulated situation could only hear their teammate and whoever held down the button to speak into the mic in front of Izuku. C-comms are up. Cameras are set to track. One monitor for each student. He picked up his notebook, turning to Shinso, who was leaning against the side of his chair. I need names for the entries. I know Bakugo and Uraraka. MHM. His quirk is something to do with explosions. Her quirk is a 5-point activation, something to do with gravity, I think. He hummed in interest but didn't let himself start to speculate. He did note down Shinso's observation about Uraraka though. The boy had spent enough time around him and made a pick up on what was important enough to bring up. Birdhead. His quirk. Not as far as I can tell. Takoyami Fumikage. His quirk seems to be some kind of shadow manipulation. Fascinating. A C secondary mutation then. Tall blue G guy. Ida Tenya. His quirk is easy. Engines in his calves. He's a speedster. Ada. As in Adaton. A legacy then. That might change the types of training he should focus on. I'll look into it. With their rapid exchange over, the green imp turned to a startled All Might. I am ready when you are. His friend gave him a pat on the shoulder before stepping back to lean against the wall nearby so he wouldn't be blocking the screens for anyone. All Might cleared his throat. Right then. The man leaned over to jab his finger to the button on the microphone. Izuku scooched his chair over a bit so the man was less in his space, picking up his pencil as the match started, missing the weird look Shinso gave him at his obvious reluctance to be near the pro. The man called for the start of the match and Izuku braced himself for the explosions. Bakugo didn't disappoint. The blonde took off with a bang that echoed a bit over the speakers, making his way through the halls of the building, leaving his partner to grumble in irritation as he stayed to guard the objective. Meanwhile, the hero team outside also split up. Izuku watched with rapt attention as the girl, Uraraka, made herself weightless and quickly bounced to the top of the building, entering from the rooftop hatch. Her partner let himself in the front door, making no move to conceal himself. A distraction then. Risky, but it might work if he had a way to restrict Bakugo's movements. He didn't. Takoyami's quirk was weak to light and it didn't take Bakugo long to figure that out. Soon the raven-headed teen was sat alone in a hallway with his wrists tied, waiting dejectedly for the end of the round. From there it was all over. Uraraka didn't stand a chance against two opponents with better maneuverability in a room with nothing to use her quirk on. All Might called it when she was well and truly pinned. As the four teens made their way to meet up with the rest of the class, Izuku scrawled the rest of his notes down in a messy shorthand. Unable to spend the time to make things neat, he ignored the other teens commiserating and congratulating those who returned, not tuning back into the world around himself until All Might called for attention. All right, young heroes, who do you think was the MVP of this round? After a quiet moment, Yaoyorozu raised her hand. I would think his was Ida. He played his part dutifully despite it not being the optimal position for his quirk. Izuku nodded and added in his 2 cents. He was here to make observations after all. Why yeah, but and not only that, he did his best to roll W with a bad situation. When his partner R refused to strategize with him, he came up W with a workable PL plan based on Kachan's impulsive actions. What did you say, you shitty Deku? Oh right, he just said that where Bakugo could hear him, didn't he? The explosive boy pushed his way to the front of the room, getting in the freckled teen's face with a growl, blocking his exit from the chair. Who the fuck do you think you are? A stupid wannabe like you, thinking you can tell us actual heroes in training what to do? Before Izuku could stammer out a reply, Bakugo was being pulled back by some of the other boys in the class. Kirishima and Kaminari. Yo bro, not manly. I know the adrenaline's a rush, but don't go tacking it out on Midoriya. Yeah man, that's so not heroic. The poor guy is just trying to do his job. They pulled him back over to where he didn't have a direct line of sight to the seated boy through the bodies of the small crowd. The pro hero, who had done nothing during the exchange, typical, tried his best to regain control of the class and get them back on track. Shinso stepped back over to check on his friend as he did, signing Kachan. Izuku winced, knowing he wouldn't get out of that explanation. He sighed. I'll explain later, back at Maze, okay? I don't want to have any issues at school. The purple insomniac hummed but gave in to the request, understanding the need for putting it off for when they weren't being watched. Besides, May would kill him if he triggered the smaller boy on purpose. That being said, he didn't go back to his place against the wall. If he blocked people from seeing, fuck it. That no longer mattered when he needed to have Izuku's back. The next 4 matches go by in a blur of overpowered quirks and rushed scribbles. Ashido and Shiro versus Shoji and Todoroki was short and brutal. As soon as the signal to start went off, Todoroki froze the entire building. Ashido started melting her way through the ice to let her and her partner get to the bomb, but Shoji was able to pinpoint where they were by the sounds they made, telling Todoroki where to strike again. Once they were in case Shiro had to give up, Ashido gave up a minute later when she realized there was no way to melt a path all the way to the bomb with the 7 minutes she had left. Minta and Kota versus Kaminari and Yaoyorozu, also a short match. Minta was too distracted by Yaoyorozu's visible décolletage, and Kota was too shy to try and snap him out of his stupor. It ended when the girl shot a net gun to capture the rock-shaped boy, and Kaminari stepped up behind an oblivious grape to give him a sharp shock. Shinso and Hakiger versus Anjiro and Sato was a pure stealth versus muscle fight. Izuku watched with pride as his friend coached his partner through a well-executed plan. Using the comms to great effect, they scouted out the positions of the objective and their opposition, and then Shinso set himself up as a distraction, holding his own against the two more muscular boys by thinking on his feet and dodging as many blows as possible. Izuku had to point out that Hakage had secured the bomb so that All Might would call the match. The pro had been too distracted to keep track of the invisible girl on the infrared screen the support student had brought up. Aoyama and Asui versus Kirishima and Gyro was an interesting fight. Aoyama took the part of the distraction, and what a distraction he was, running into the room in a shower of sparkles. Their plan might have worked too, but Gyro's sensitive hearing picked up on Asui's climbing up the outside of the building. From there, Kirishima just had to block the windows so she couldn't sneak in. When Gyro turned to face Aoyama, the boy ran out of steam. Falling victim to a quirk drawback, he surrendered. The class ended quickly after that. A few more minutes of discussion, a loud laugh, and then they were dismissed, All Might running off before anyone else could blink. As they all made their way out of ground Kama, the small freckled support student did his best to keep the bulk of the group in between himself and his ex-best friend. He almost jumped out of his skin when an arm slung itself over his shoulders. Hey there, UA really is something, huh? All of these people running around with both beauty and brains. So not fair. Green Eyes whirled to meet Sunshine Yellow. When Kaminari was sure he had the greenette's attention, he gave him a flirty wink. Izuku was pretty sure his brain imploded. What just happened? What should he do? Oh god, how red was his face. Before he could even try and formulate a reply, there was a growl from his other side. Oh right, Shinso was with him. The two taller boys shared some sort of look, the meaning lost on him. Buzz of lightning bug. Oh, what? Don't know how to share. I know how to share. That doesn't mean I have to share with you. Oh ouch. Come on now. Green Bean here looked like he was into it. Another growl. Another long second. And then Kaminari tissed before gently retracting his arm. Maybe next time then. With that he skipped forwards to rejoin the others. Izuku looked up at Shinso blankly. What the hell just happened? Incredulous Purple stared him down for a second before Hitoshi tilted his head back with a sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. You're really going to be the death of me, aren't you? Another sigh. Don't worry about it. You need to run so you can make it back to 1H for dismissal, right? Go on, I'll see you at the shop. They break off from each other, Izuku deciding to question him again later. They really did need to get back to class and Shinso still needed to change. As he hurried across the massive school grounds, Izuku found himself thinking about flashing yellow and purple eyes and challenging smirks. Izuku is pulling pieces for an order while he talks at Mei over the sound of her drill, working his way through his thoughts about 1A's quirks before he really settled down to write real profiles for the hero kit. She hums and haws at all the right moments, but he knew she only really tuned in when he mentioned support gear they might need, sometimes even writing little notes to herself on the notepad she keeps by her workstation, a habit she had picked up from his own need to write every idea down. He's just finished blabbering about his hypothesis on Todoroki having a fire element to his quirk when Shinso appeared from between the shelving units. Hito-chan, and Mei squealed excitedly. I finished that support item Izu drew up. Power Loader sent it off to be tested. It should be put into your case by the end of the week. That got her an incredulous look from their friend. Mei, it's been 1 day. How did you finish that so quickly? She giggled. Izu-kun did the hard part, figuring out how to get it to work. I would never have figured out how to get the mechanism so small. Putting it together was so much fun. I had to use my quirk a lot though. I'm glad Power Loader agreed to give us extra credit for joint projects like this. Now I can make all the baby's Su-kun designs but is too busy to build. She giggled and went back to her bench. Izuku peeked out from behind a large box full of parts he was carrying to the loading bay. If you finished the voice modulator D, does that mean you've made the boots already as WL? Almost. I have to wait for the last piece to finish printing. They should be done tomorrow though. He nodded and heaved the box a little higher, not noticing the flush that spread over a certain violet-eyed boy's face as his arms flexed with the movement, pulling the material of his undershirt tighter. He walked away, not seeing Shinso eyeing up his shoulders as he went. Mei snickered at him. He flipped her the bird. She stuck her tongue out. They continued their childish game until the greenette made his way back over, flopping onto a stool with a tired sigh. Geez, I'm tired. Who knew UA would be so intense? What? Weren't expecting the #1 hero school in the country to push you a little, Mr. Genius. He groaned. Hitoshi, please. I'm really not a genius. God damn that shit-eating grin. Sure thing, Nezu's personal student. He thumped his head down on an empty spot of Mei's workbench, ignoring the grease getting into his hair. Shinso made a face, commenting on how his curls would be easier to take care of if he didn't do shit like that to them. A freckled finger flipped him off, Izuku mumbling something about how he was one to talk about hair, but too tired to really get into the familiar argument. Mia took that moment to make her entrance from the direction of the office. Hey Izuku-kun, did you get Momochi's order set? The boy straightened up with a quiet grunt. Yes ma'am, do we have another order? She waved her hand. Nah, that was the last one and he isn't picking it up until tomorrow. Go ahead and clock out for the night. You should rest up for tomorrow. You're observing the other hero class, right? Need that brain awake and functioning. A hand on his arm stopped him from getting up. Long fingers wrapped gently enough he could easily pull away. He looked up at Shinso, head tilted to the side in question. Izu, speaking of the hero kids, what was that with that Bakugo jerk earlier? Oh fuck. Right, that happened. Green Eyes looked down and away, finding a weird stain on the concrete floor. It was nothing. He heard the Hatsume's questions and flinched when Hitoshi's answer sounded irritated. The hand was immediately pulled away from his arm, and his friend was crouching down in front of him a few feet away, giving him space. Hey Izu. Hey, it's okay. I need to know if you're okay. He got really close to you with those explosions of his. Explosions. Mei echoes something odd in her tone. Izuku sees the moment it clicks for Shinso. His face went from consoling to unbridled rage in an instant. He very obviously tried to rein himself back, and though when the small teen in front of him flinched again, Hatsume-san stepped in, gently guiding Shinso to his feet. What's this about explosions? Mei was the one that answered, voice shaking. When Izuku glanced over, face still tilted to the floor, he got as far as her white-knuckled fists before he looked away again. Izuku lost his hearing in an explosion caused by a quirk. Shinso finished the thought for her, confirming her assumptions. Bakugo can create explosions from his hands, and was extremely aggressive towards him today. There was a full minute of silence while everyone processed. Then Hatsume-sen whirled to head back to the office. I'm going to message Nezu about this. The green boy jumped up and grabbed her wrist in a panic. And no, you can't. And why not? Izuku-kun, when I went to pick you up from that school you were covered in burns. He took your hearing from you. Why should we not notify the principal about the budding villain amongst his hero kids? Because there's still a chance to save him. The other three fall silent again, but now that Izuku is up, he's pacing, shaking hands running through his tangled hair and tugging harshly. Kachan. Ihus. Iug. Kachan's been groomed to be a H-hero his whole life. He has a ridiculously one-track mind. If you take his goal away, what do you think he will do? I don't care no ab about you guys, but I don't want a six villain with that kind of F firepower, smarts, and Q quirk co-control running around. Everyone freezes yet again at his outburst. Not used to seeing the happy-go-lucky, freckled bit of sunshine, looking so monumentally exhausted. The frustration was writ into every line of his body. This argument one he had obviously had with himself again and again. With a sigh, the red-headed woman stepped forwards once more. She wrapped the trembling boy up in a hug, gently pulling his fingers free of where they were ensnared in green. Oh baby, she hummed with a small sniffle. Honey, no, this boy has done you wrong. You don't have to defend him. You don't owe him anything. If that's the path he takes, it wouldn't be your fault. Tell you what, I am going to tell Nezu, if only because he's still looking into the case on Alderaan. But I will tell him of your concerns. Surely a school for heroes, taught by heroes, has some sort of way to make sure its students stay on the right track. If not, I'm sure Nezu will figure it out. This isn't your problem. It never should have been. They end up in a puddle of tears on the floor for more than an hour as Izuku works his way through his emotions and the others support him. Eventually, after he stopped crying, Mia stands, ordering them all to go take showers while she orders dinner and writes up an email to the principal. Mei started to protest, but it was pointed out that the shop floor was filthy, and if they were going to cuddle on the couch, they needed to try and scrape off at least some of the dirt and old oil. As Mei disappeared into the bathroom, ladies first, Shinso got his friend's attention. Hey Izuku, this might be insensitive. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. But when the incident happened at your school, we saw that you have some scars. Mei and I agreed not to bring them up unless you did. And I swear we didn't see much before Mia kicked us out of the room. But I was wondering if his first instinct was to deny, to wave off the question. He knew the other boy would drop it if he did. Of course he would. This was Hitoshi. He could trust Hitoshi to watch his boundaries. He could trust Hitoshi with anything. Well, there was a thought. After a moment he huffed and nodded to himself, unlatching the straps of his overalls. He missed the panicked flush that consumed his friend as he took off his shirt. The embarrassment died away quickly as Hitoshi got a good look at the amount of damage to his friend's skin. There were scars all over him, crisscrossing over each other. He could see long gashes and pinpricks where stitches had held them together, and small circular burns dotted across his bicep like stars. But the worst ones were the handprints, some of them blurry imprints amidst a circular burst pattern. Some of them are perfectly outlined like a brand. He had to force himself to hold his lunch at that thought. The ones that really caught his eye were the masses on his right shoulder and on the left side of his chest, above his heart. Those looked the worst, layered, like the damage had been reapplied every time it healed. Izuku frowned. "Hitoshi, you okay? You're crying." He broke from his stupor at those words. Before stepping forwards quickly to hug his friend, he could have a gay panic about hugging his shirtless crush later. Right now he had a promise to make. Never again. He hissed through clenched teeth. "He won't ever hurt you again. If he tries, I'll kill him." The green boy relaxed into his arms with a sniffle, but he had cried all of his tears earlier. So they stood there, leaning on each other, as the promise sunk deep into their bones. The next day started off much the same. Izuku reviewing his altered schedule on the train ride before he met up with his friends. He had coding first thing and he was super excited about it. Hatsume-san had done a lot to build off of his self-taught foundation, but having a teacher who specialized in the subject meant he would probably learn even more tips and tricks. He was hoping to write a program for tracking quirk subtypes amongst criminals and villains. He hoped it could be used for pinpointing at-risk kids, making it easier to step in while they were still young and set them on a better path. That was the theory anyway. As he stepped onto the platform, he sensed something coming at him from his right and braced himself to catch a caffeinated Mei. "Good morning, Zu-kun." He looked over her shoulder and saw their other friend standing out of the way of other commuters. Shinso rubbed tiredly at his eyes as he waved his hello. "Cute. What are you 2D doing here so early?" he questioned. Last night, after dinner, Hatsume-sen had received a reply from Nezu, asking Izuku to come in early for a meeting. The teen hadn't slept at all, stressed about how the meeting would go, especially since Bakugo would most definitely be the main topic. He'd never had a good experience talking about the walking explosion with teachers. "Oh, shame on you, Zuku, if you thought we wouldn't get up early to support you." They fake pouted at him as Hitoshi grabbed them both gently by the arm to guide them out of the way of passengers who were still trying to get off of the train. "Why, you really didn't have to. It's just a M meeting. Besides, Hatsume-sen will be on 6 video call the whole time." "Did you eat?" Shinso asked over his shoulder. Izuku looked confused at the change of topic, meeting purple eyes and tilting his head in question. "It's a yes or no question, Greenie." He had to think about it for a second, cheeks dusting pink in slight embarrassment. No." The other boy gave him a knowing smirk, letting go of Mei's wrist to dig around in his messenger bag. After a moment, he pulled out a small paper bag with the logo of their favorite coffee shop emblazoned across it. Green eyes lit up eagerly as he accepted the bag and opened it to find a large green muffin. "Matcha and lemon. Something green for good luck." "But isn't Midoria green enough?" Mei chimed in, playfully elbowing said boy in the ribs. "Ah, but see, he's my good luck charm. Therefore, when he needs luck, he has to get it from elsewhere." That last comment once again made the greenette flush. What? Violet eyes met his as their owner tossed a small smirk over his shoulder. "Well, yeah, come on, Zuku. Ever since I met you, my luck has been really good. I've made friends, found a place to call home, got into my dream school." He led them out onto the street. "Hell, I haven't even been muzzled lately." He jerked to a sudden stop, turning around in confusion at his unmoving friends who were staring at him in horror. "Muzzle?" Mei whispered imploringly. "Oh yeah, it's a common punishment for kids with voice quirks. Surely you saw it 1 or twice in middle school. The teachers were pretty free with it, especially the first 2 years." "I know. I never saw a muzzle on anyone." Shinso hummed thoughtfully, tugging on their wrists to get them moving again. "Well, they did take it off for lunch and stuff. And since we were in different classes, I guess you just never caught sight of it. Besides, that one wasn't even that bad. It was padded and everything." He had managed to drag them through the school gate by this point. Mei was still protesting, but Izuku seemed to be deep in thought as they made it into the school and shucked off their shoes, quickly putting on their assigned yobaki. They made their way into the main building as a group, heading towards the principal's office on the 4th floor. After a few minutes of Mei grumbling about quirkless teachers, Izuku stopped them again, turning to stare directly into Shinso's face. With a serious look in his eyes, he raised a trembling hand to trace the faint white scar where it fell against Hitoshi's cheekbone. "Who uses the non-padded muzzle, Shinso?" His voice was quiet, but clear, no stutter to be heard. Confused Violet stared at him blankly for a second. "Does it matter?" The greenette flinched back like he'd been hit before yanking up his sleeve with a snarl. "Do these matter?" "What the hell, Hitoshi? Does it matter? For months you all have been telling me that people hurting me is wrong. And now you're telling me that people have been hurting you and you're acting like it's not a big deal. Which is it, huh? Should I get help when I'm hurt or should I shrug it off?" He stood there panting after his little tirade. The other two stared at him in surprise. Before they could reply, though, a voice spoke up from further down the hall. "What's going on here? It's too early to be this loud." Hitoshi's face paled as they turned. Aizawa-sensei, the bedraggled-looking hero, stood a few feet away, obviously having just stepped out of the door leading to Teacher's Lounge. Good job paying attention to your surroundings. Shinso seemed nervous, flustered, as he tried to pull a reasonable answer of what they were doing from thin air. But Izuku was studying the teacher. Before the answer he sought very visibly clicked into place behind his eyes. Oh my god, you're Eraserhead. Hitoshi, you didn't tell me your homeroom teacher is the Eraserhead. He shot his friend a pouty look. The hero focused on the smaller green child. All three of the teens saw the exact moment when the man zeroed in on Izuku's exposed scars. With a sigh he ran a hand through his messy black hair. Okay, all right, problem children. He cut off as a voice came over the intercom unit in the teacher's lounge. It's okay, Aizawa. They were on their way to see me as it was. But it seems I have some things to talk to Shinso-kun about as well. Would you mind joining us for our meeting since you are his guardian while on school grounds? The underground hero nodded to a blank spot on the wall. Shit, hidden cameras then. Which means the rat probably heard everything they had said since they got close to the school. He gestured for the kids to follow and led the way briskly. Izuku tugged his sleeve back down as he scurried after the other three as his shorter legs made it a bit harder to keep up. When they made it to the end of the hall, the door once again swung open before they reached it. The black-haired man strode through confidently. He took a position leaned against the wall near the principal's desk. 3 chairs had been set up in front of the large oaken piece of furniture, and the teens sat when the mammal waved them to. Good morning, you three. Hatsum-chan, will you call Hatsum-san as I pour us all a nice cup of tea? The pink one acquiesced, pulling up her mother's contact and setting the phone in the holder conveniently located on the desk, which immediately connected her device to the screen on the wall opposite Aizawa. Mia popped up on the screen with a cheerful greeting before frowning and looking around at the extra people in the office. Okay, what's happening? Good morning, Hatsum-san. Nezu greeted once again as he sipped his fresh tea. It seems you have a talent for sniffing out abused teenagers. I'd love to have you on staff. Honestly, it's so hard to find people who are good at peeking behind the trauma. The woman put 2 and 2 together quickly. Her eyes snapped to Shinso. Who hurt him? And how? And where can I find the fuckers? Now, calm down, Hatsum-san. I took the liberty of pulling up Shinso-kun's file when I overheard the argument in the hall. If I were to hazard a guess, the ones who use the muzzle that cuts his face are the people at the group home. Beady black eyes lock onto the teen as if he didn't reveal a whole host of his secrets at once. Group home. So all of the siblings you mentioned taken care of. The other 2 kids were cut off by a growled muzzle. That dragged the attention to the seething Eraserhead. Ah yes, Aizawa-san. It seems we have another school to target as well as a group home to investigate. I will probably need your and Yamada-san's help to cover all of the bases. Knowing your dislike for Quirk discrimination and his for muzzles, I think you both would be the best for the job. The man nodded, hiding his frown in the scarf around his neck as he obviously took a deep breath to calm himself. Now, Shinso-kun, when was the last time you were muzzled? The purple boy looked like we wasn't going to answer at first, but then he got caught in the Viridian gaze that was watching him like a hawk, and the words of his friend's argument came back to the forefront of his mind. For months you all have been telling me that people hurting me is wrong, and now you're telling me that people have been hurting you and you're acting like it's not a big deal. With a sigh that seemed to deflate his whole body, he gave in, if only to set an example for his self-sacrificing friend. About 2 months ago, at school, the group home hasn't muzzled me in about 6 months, mostly because I refuse to talk while I'm there. Izuku's mind flashed to signing hands and irritated pink scar tissue and felt like he was going to puke. Okay, thank you for telling us that information, Shinso. Now I need to go through another few questions. They're pretty standard. Just answer as truthfully as you can and I promise we will take care of the rest. Now, do you have decent clothes at home? If I'm lucky, the home will get a donation of clothes. But as I'm the oldest and I just had a growth spurt, hand-me-downs are a no-go. I usually just wear my school uniform until I get to the Hatsums in the evening and can change into the spares they keep for us. I make sure to bring back the ones I wear home as often as possible, but I won't deny some of the t-shirts have ended up with the younger kids. Sorry. He looked at the screen where Hatsum-sen looked torn between crying and screaming. All right. Do they feed you? He hummed a bit. Kind of. They give me a shopping budget every week. I usually plan out meals and go shopping on Wednesdays after school. I'm also in charge of supervising the kids in the kitchen. There are several 10-minute 13-year-olds and I usually run them through rotations on who helps cook and who helps clean. But feeding 20 kids is expensive, so I try to eat elsewhere as much as possible to help the food stretch further for the others. Getting free meals at school helps a lot. And Hatsum-sen also lets me eat at the shop with them, which has been a lifesaver. Have they ever hit you? Not in a while. I think it's because of that growth spurt. I'm now as tall as the group leaders. I think they find it more intimidating and don't want to risk me fighting back. And then I made it through the exam into the hero course. But they have before, on occasion. Nowhere near as much as some fosters I've had though. And I make sure to step in if I see anyone being aggressive towards the littles, even if it's the kids fighting with each other. One last thing. Has anyone approached you, or to your knowledge one of the others, in a sexual way? Shinso's face darkened. Not at this home. You've faced it before elsewhere though. It should be in my file with the other reports of unlawful quirk use. The principal nodded. Okay, Shinso, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me this information. I promise you and the kids you've been protecting will be taken care of. When we are done here, I'm going to ask you to go with Aizawa-san to file the recording of this meeting with the police. We will have you and the others in a safe place by the time school is out. He then turned towards the other boy sat in front of him. Midoriya-kun. Unfortunately, this meeting will have to be a bit more brusque than it would have been. But on the matter of Bakugo's transgressions against your person, I have taken it upon myself to remove him from the hero course. He raised a paw to slow the Greenette's protests at the announcement. I have taken into account your own concerns about this course of action. So it's only temporary, and the boy will be made aware that he has the possibility of earning his spot back. He will have to attend mandatory anger management classes, as well as several other courses about bullying and trauma impacts. If he passes all of these to the teacher's satisfaction, he will have an interview with me and I will see if he has what it takes to be a part of my hero course. As it stands right now, he does not. But out of respect for you, I am giving him one more chance. With a sigh, the teen sat back, accepting the stipulations, even if they weren't exactly what he wanted. He noticed then that the underground hero was once again studying him. So that means you're the kid that Chio has been on a rampage for. Green curls bounced as the teen turned his head a bit. Chio, recovery girl. Though, yeah, I guess. I mean, it was super nice of her to use her quirk on me. It's such a useful healing quirk at M must be in high demand. To take time out of her schedule to help a quirkless kid she didn't even know just shows how good of a hero she is. The hero studied him for another moment. Okay, I get it now. He looked to Nezu, and Bakugo was the one that hurt him when Chio stepped in. The principal nodded. One of several. It seems the school is full of budding villains. Right. If he makes it back into the hero course, I want executive authority to expel him for any reason at any time. I would ask that he not be returned to my class, but I don't think Vlad could handle him. Permission given. Now, classes are about to start. I will ask Ectoplasm to cover your homeroom and make up a roster for your other classes. I also called up the Bakugos last night and they should be here soon, so I will take care of informing them of their son's new circumstances. Midoriya-kun, Hatsum-chan. Why don't you two head on to your classroom? Hatsum-san, thank you for joining us this morning. Be sure I will email you the full list of Bakugo-kun's punishments and requirements for you to go over as Midoriya-kun's current stand-in guardian. Shinso-kun, let Aizawa get you all settled, okay? With that dismissal, they filed out of the office. Izuku signed to Shinso to text and keep them updated, but he ushered Mei away quickly, not wanting to be anywhere near Auntie Mitsuki when she heard about her son's situation. They stop outside the door to Class 1H. Mei had been uncharacteristically silent for a while, pretty much since they sat down in Nezu's office. Her smaller green friend looked up at her in concern. Mei-chan, he asked quietly, hearing the other kids already in the classroom and not wanting to drag any of them into their conversation. He was shocked when, at the sound of his voice, the perpetually cheerful inventor broke into tears. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I don't know how to do this. What am I doing wrong? How did I not notice that both of my best friends were in so much pain? Oh, Mei, no. He ran his hands up and down her arm comfortingly. It's not your fault. We both hid it far from you. We love you too much to worry you with our problems. What kind of friend am I that you think I don't want to know about your problems? That I don't want to help? The Greenette frowned, unable to answer that question in a way that really made sense. So instead he sighed. I think Hitoshi and I are just so used to fixing everything ourselves. We just didn't think to ask you for help. I can't speak for HM, but my mom is gone a lot. You know that, and I've never had another adult who cared enough to help before I met your mom. It's the situation is still so new and different. I'm still not as sure what to do most of the time. And I think Hitoshi I is similar. She's still bawling, so he pulls her into a hug, doing his best to reassure her that it's not her fault their lives are fucked. He saw Majima-sensei step around the corner and slump a bit when he noticed the situation. The teacher walked up to them, stopping far enough away to not get into their bubble, but close enough that Izuku can hear him over his friend's meltdown. Nezu-san has informed all of the teachers of the situation. Why don't you two go around the corner to the empty meeting room and take a breather? Don't worry about homeroom. And I'll let Rin-sen know you will both be late. You were going to be told not to worry about heading to the third-year classroom today anyways, Midori. Just, whenever you two are ready to return, work on your project for Nezu, okay? The greenette nodded, and as the teacher slipped into the classroom, he turned his friend to walk down the hall to the meeting room as ordered. They end up cuddled up on the floor in the corner as he does his best to soothe the pink-haired girl through her tears, gently holding her and plaiting her dreads together into little wonky braids. Eventually she calmed, though they stayed curled up together for a little longer. Eventually he pulled away, wiping at her face with the edge of his sleeve in an effort to erase the tear stain. Eventually he gave up with a huff and hoisted them both to their feet. Come on, you should wash your face. He led her to the bathroom, and while she went inside to do as he asked, he pulled out his water bottle from where it was wedged into his backpack, ripping that fraying seam a little bit more. He handed her the bottle as she came back out, and they headed back towards the classroom as she drank. They entered into the middle of first period and settled in, the teacher giving them a nod but otherwise not saying anything. Izuku was finding it hard to think about his analysis, so he spent the rest of the period redesigning the problematic costumes in Class 1A. The meditative act of drawing soothed the raging thoughts in his head as he tried to process the events of the last 2 days. The rest of the day was rough, aside from the occasional text to the group chat from Shinso letting them know he was still alive. They really didn't know what was going on with him. The two who had been left behind were therefore stuck in a perpetual state of stress and worry. As such, neither of them were very hungry for lunch, so they instead made their way down to the support labs to tinker. While Mei tore through the project she pulled out with a single-minded determination, Izuku struggled to work on anything he had planned. In the end, he mostly just held pieces still for Mei to solder together. There was some sort of alarm halfway through the period. They weren't too concerned since their senpais in the lab next door had been working with explosives the entire time they had been down there. They figured that last blast had just been a bit too much, and then it was time for him to go watch Class 1B. At this he finally perked up a bit, the siren song of new Quirk strong. Luckily All Might seemed to be more prepared for the class now that he'd had a practice run at it, and things went a lot more smoothly with the teacher and most of the class ignoring him unless he was giving his analysis of the matches. The green boy had a quick chat with his tall classmate as they waited for the end of day dismissal, talking about their mutual interest in costume design. Before he knew it, they were on the train, headed towards the shop, and he was babbling about the quirks he saw and how they could be used for heroics if they were trained correctly. He did taper off of his rambles as they made it to the shop though, entering in through the back door near the cargo bay. Katsum-san was waiting for them. Tea steamed on the coffee table as she scooped them both into a hug. Hey there kiddos, how was the rest of your day? It was okay mom, they answered, before getting to the meat of the issue that had hung over their heads since that morning. What's going to happen with Hitoshi? The woman sighed and gestured for them all to get comfy on the couch. Okay, so I don't have all of the details as I am not his guardian, but from what I gathered from Nezu-san's emails, the situation at that group home wasn't the best. You'll have to wait and see if Hitoshi-kun wants to tell you any details. Do not push him if he doesn't want to share, understand? Anyways, for now, while everything is still under investigation, he is being placed with a hero who has an emergency foster license. Since he is their star witness, they want to make sure he is safe. Izuku tugged on his fingers, a habit he had tried to break but it just kept coming back when he was stressed. Will he be able to come hang out still? The red-headed woman sighed, snagging one of his hands into her own. I'm not sure. That will be up to his new guardian. You can try to call him and ask, but don't be upset if he isn't able to talk. Situations like this can be really hectic. The two nodded. They instantly whipped out her phone for a video call. It took a couple of rings, but eventually their friend answered. They could see he was sitting on a bed in what looked like a sparsely furnished guest room. Hey guys, gods above, he looked tired. His normal eye bags looked more like voids on his face than the normal light bruising. Hey Hitoshi, are you okay? Izuku was practically sitting in Mei's lap in an effort to both be visible on camera and to get a better look at the purple boy on the screen. Yeah, I think I'll be okay. They put me with Mr. Aizawa for now. They put UW with a racer hat. He studied Shinso's face carefully. Is that okay? The other teen shrugged one shoulder lazily. It's better than another group home. Plus they made the point that it will be easy for me to just hitch a ride with them to school so I can sleep in the car. The other two giggled at that. Trust their friend to be swayed by the promise of extra sleep. Hey is Hatsum-sen there? The woman nudged the kids gently until Shinso could see a bit of her on frame. Sure kid. What do you need? The tired boy scratched at the back of his neck awkwardly. Do you mind sending a couple of sets of clothes? They aren't happy I have so little and want to take me shopping as soon as possible. But I don't want to miss any more school. It's the first week and I just made it to the hero class. I think if I had some lounge clothes for the week, they would at least wait until Sunday. The woman nodded decisively, standing and making her way over to the little storage area where she kept clothes for the kids to change into after showering off. I'll have Mei bring you a bag in the morning. Thanks, I'll bring them back once I get my own stuff. No need, kid. If I had known you needed clothes, I would have taken you shopping myself ages ago. She couldn't see the screen, so she missed the embarrassed blush that spread across his pale face. It's not really that bad, he muttered to himself, only to cut off at the disagreeing looks on the two faces still visible on screen. Through late night, early morning texts, they all ended up deciding to meet at the gates. Shinso was leaned up against the wall outside as they approached. It was still early enough that there were very few other students out and about. They handed the exhausted boy a coffee snagged from their favorite cafe as they all headed inside. Eraserhead wants to talk with you before class, Hitoshi grumbled as they switched out their shoes. Izuku gave him a questioning glance, but to his minor irritation the purple menace just shot him his signature smirk. Oh, he knew exactly what he was doing, drawing his curiosity out like this. That asshole. They made it to the one classroom quickly. Izuku poked the taller boy's side nearly constantly to make a nuisance of himself, though he didn't break and outright ask a question. Both Eraserhead and Present Mike were waiting for them when the three teens entered the room. The underground hero got right down to business. All right, problem children. I'm going to tell you this one time. This discussion does not leave this room. What you are about to learn is a secret that has been guarded for safety reasons and is not to be shared with anyone. Suddenly his eyes flashed yellow and his hair rose from where it hung loose over his shoulders. Izuku couldn't stifle his snicker in time, causing the man to glare harder. Sorry, Eraserhead-san. It's just, that would be a lot more effective if we weren't. Us, he gestured to himself and May. Quirkless, physical mutation. The teacher's eyes stopped glowing and his hair settled. You know how my quirk works? The boy nodded, green curls bouncing. Why yes sir. I like in analyzing quirks. I found a CL clip of you fighting on a F forum a few years ago. It got taken down quickly, but I have so many questions. What is your capture weapon made of? Is your hair flow a ting because of a secondary quirk function? Why the red L lenses in your goggles? What happens when you use your Q quirk on yourself? The man stared at him blankly for a second before turning to the other teacher. Zashi, too much energy, too early. Tag. That made the other man straight up laugh as they shared a look. Oh, Izuku said when he caught on to the nickname and the look. You two are a couple. The two men turned to the green-haired teen in surprise. Hitoshi snickered at their shock. I told you he would figure it out at some point. Mike shook his head with a weird look on his face. Aizawa just sighed and said, We're married. Don't tell anyone. Yes, sir. The green-eyed bit of sunshine said easily. The man nodded before moving on to the next topic he wanted to cover. Nezu wants you with the hero course again today and tomorrow. We're taking a field trip after lunch, so meet up with us in front of the school at the bell. Also, you will probably be running back and forth a lot to watch different exercises, so wear something with that in mind. The teen nodded in acceptance, even if he was a bit sad that he wouldn't be able to go to the support studio for yet another 2 days. Ah well, May can hold down the fort there on her own. He preferred the designing phase to the building phase anyhow. Aizawa nodded back and pulled a lump of yellow cloth from beneath his desk, turning away from the rest of them as he climbed into the sleeping bag and promptly went to sleep. May looked at him incredulously, tilting forwards a bit like she wanted to go and poke the man. Shinso grabbed her by the shoulder with a snort and a shake of his head, before leading the pink inventor over towards his desk. Izuku tried to follow him but was stopped by the other teacher. Hold on, little listener. I wanted to talk to you real quick. You were the one to design these hearing aids, right? He gestured towards his ears. Izuku blushed instantly. He hadn't thought the man would bring up his little invention. Yes. The man laughed brightly. Why the question, listener? You should be proud of these. They're great. I've been dealing with the ones my support company designed for years. They turned themselves off every time I used my quirk. Do you know how irritating it is to have to constantly try and hit a tiny button while you're in the middle of a fight? And the Bluetooth feature is, God, brilliant. I love being able to listen to music at any time like this. Fantastic. By this point, the teen he was praising had turned into a flustered mess, face hidden behind his arms and steam almost pouring out of his ears. His friends were openly laughing at his reaction, knowing that his inner fanboy was probably freaking out even as he tried to process being praised by such a well-loved hero. After a few more minutes of gushing, Mike stood grinning at the embarrassed teen. As the boy stuttered out half-denials and garbled sentences, a more serious look came over the man's face. Slowly he crouched down to where he was below the boy's level, and visible to the downturned green eyes. Hey, kiddo, I'm also very proud of you. I know it's hard losing your hearing, and I know you've dealt with a lot of negativity. But look at you, pushing past all of that, making such amazing things. The boy's arms lowered so he could search the hero's face for lies or humor or malice. Finding none, he felt his eyes start to mist. And Hitoshi was there. He knew after an announcement like that his friend would need emotional support. So as the small green teen started to sniffle, he was wrapped up in familiar lanky arms. Oh, listener, it's okay. You're okay. The man stood up again and held his arms out, asking if the boy would be okay with a hug from him as well. After a short nod, both boys were wrapped up in the scent of leather and citrus. The pro only held his hug for a few minutes though, not wanting to overstep. When he stepped back, he kept a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smiling at him and giving it a squeeze. "Take a breath, kiddo. Do you want to go wash your face? The other kids will probably start showing up soon." Izuku nodded. He stepped out of Shinso's hold with a small smile to the taller boy. He gestured for him to go back to Mei and slipped out into the hall. Mike knelt down next to his husband and murmured a few things before standing. He turned to the two kids left in the room. "If any of you need anything, come find me in the teacher's lounge, all right? I've got to go to prep for class. Let Midoriya-kun know I'm always available if he needs help." With another smile and a wave, he left, a bounce to his step as if he was listening to music. Mei turned to Itoshi. "I think your new dad wants to adopt Zu-kun too." Itoshi coughed as his sip of coffee went down wrong. "Hi, Dad." "Mei." He flinched and looked over to the yellow blob on the floor in the corner. When he spoke again, his voice was a lot quieter. "They're a temporary foster placement. They are not going to want to adopt me." The girl tilted her head in confusion. "Why not?" Hitoshi gestured wildly to himself as he tried to find the right words to answer that question. I'm me. No one has ever wanted me." That made her frown and cross her arms. She was obviously geared up for an argument. But before she said anything, something in the corner seemed to catch her eye. After a moment and a blink, she took a deep breath and relaxed her stance. "I disagree, Hito-chan. My mom would adopt you in a heartbeat if she thought she could. Just because all of the adults in your life so far have been idiots, that doesn't mean you won't find one who actually has a brain and sees how awesome you are. Just keep an open mind, okay? Just like Izuku is trying to keep an open mind about the teachers here. Don't close them all out yet." Her tall friend shrugged, neither in agreement nor an argument, though he did look a little thoughtful, so maybe he would take her words to heart. Izuku took that moment to walk back in, followed closely by Yaoyorozu, who was asking him if he had any ideas for fixing her costume. The greenette spouted off the first few thoughts that rattled around in his brain as he led the tall hero student over to the other two. As he got close, the three friends shared a look, checking up on each other and promising consolatory cuddles as soon as possible. Mei was drawn into the conversation quickly when the green teen mentioned a tablet designed to replace the book Momo currently had at her disposal to help her remember molecular structures. The two inventors then devolved into technical jargon as they debated the program they should code for it, Izuku quickly overtaking his friend as his mind started planning the skeleton code. After a few moments, he snapped out of his mutter storm with a sheepish look at the obviously shocked Yaoyorozu. He missed the looks of pride his friends wore as their genius of a cinnamon roll once again shocked a newcomer. A few more early risers trickled into the room, Ada and Todoroki first, followed by Shoji and Koda, the latter of which signed a shy good morning. Ada quickly made his way over to greet the support students, loudly thanking them in advance for all the help they would be giving him and his classmate. Mei immediately jumped the new meat, asking him if he had any requests for babies and steamrolling his embarrassed questions about her phrasing. Eventually, the two support students made their leave. About half of the class had shown up by that point, and the room was getting a bit too hectic for them. Well, a different kind of hectic than what they would prefer. So they headed for 1H in their class full of kids who would chat with them about whatever projects they were working on. When they entered, they were greeted brightly by the towering Kuroyama Tsuoi. "Midoriya-kun, did you bring it? I want to see." The small teen laughed at his classmate's excitement and pulled his bag around to dig out the outfit he had made when Mia had taught him to sew. Undersuit, cropped jacket, and cargo shorts, all tied together with a utility belt. The maroon, red, and black clashed terribly against the bright yellow of his tired backpack. The hulking boy practically squealed as he was handed the bundle, unfolding it and holding up each piece one at a time to scrutinize, pointing out how useful having so many pockets was, while simultaneously praising the other boy for managing to make them fairly aesthetically pleasing at the same time. Izuku was for the second time that day a blushing, stuttering mess as someone showed deep appreciation for something he had made. That, of course, was when Mei decided to speak up. "Hey Zu-kun, Aizawa told you to wear something that would be easy to run in, right? Well, I bet that would be a lot better than your overalls or uniform. And it looks cooler than our gym uniforms. Why don't you wear it? As a bonus, you would be showing the hero course what they could have if they asked nicely." Two birds. The greenette considered that thought for a moment, then conceded with a shrug. Why not? I fitted it for myself so I could figure out how to custom size thing. Well, it would be a waste if I never wore it. The girl and the taller boy giggled in excitement, already planning what they should shove into the pockets, because why run around with so many and none of them filled with useful things? They decided to dedicate their lunch period to this surprise mini project, roping their homeroom teacher into their hijinks when he entered the room, bullying him into agreeing to let Izuku field test some of their inventions, arguing that situations for field tests were rare and that they should take this chance while they could. Izuku just smiled and shook his head at their badgering, though he readily agreed to bring their babies along. Who can resist getting to play with cool toys? Eventually, with the help of the bell, Majima-sensei managed to get them all settled into their desks. After morning announcements, he turned them loose for free study for the last little bit, before walking over to ask to inspect the outfit that Kuriyama was still clutching. Decent for a first attempt. The stitching isn't perfect, but the cotton fitting isn't bad. If either of you want, there's a sewing room down the hall from the support lab. You can order specialty fabrics, or there's a bulk selection of basic heroics grade fabrics in the popular colors. It's a good place to practice skills like this, and any prototypes you turn in can count as extra credit. Kuriyama was beaming with excitement by the time the teacher was done. Really, I love to sew. Get ready to be swamped with the newest and best designs for hero costumes, sensei. The man shook his head with a rueful smile. Honestly, I expect nothing less from this course. Just remember to work on your assigned projects too. Don't fall behind or I'll have the system bar you from that room. The bulky teen nodded with a salute. Yes, sir. As they were talking, the greenette at the desk in front of the other boy got an idea. A way to help the hero kids he had been watching while also not adding yet more work to his own plate. When the teacher walked away, he turned to his classmate. Hey Kuriyama-kun, what would you say to a team project? Any arguments they could have put up were interrupted by a loud voice on the insomniac's side of the screen. Shinso-kun, dinner will be ready in 30 minutes. Did you want to shower before or after? Purple eyes widened as he realized what was coming. Izuku looked at the screen in confusion. Was that present Mike? Why, I thought you were with Eraserhead. The voice came over the speaker again. Shinso-kuo. Oops, who are you talking to there, kiddo? The tired purple teen just sighed and turned his phone around so the hero could see. There stood Yamada, dressed similarly to when he came to interview Midoriya. No hope of them letting this go. The camera jostled a bit, presumably as Shinso shrugged. They won't button if you ask them not to. But Izuku is curious by nature, so he will figure it out eventually. His brain never lets a puzzle go. The hero hummed. Okay, say goodnight to your friends. I'll let Shu know and he will probably say you can fill them in tomorrow. The camera flipped around again and they're met with an exhausted-looking grin. You heard the man. I gotta go. Have fun with that puzzle tonight, Zoo. The greenette whined a bit as the call ended, but both of the support students felt a lot better after confirming that their friend was safe. First period was ethics. Aizawa walked in with a tired greeting, nodding to Midoriya and Hatsune before launching into their first lesson on morality of the year. The tired man left quickly when his replacement showed up, obviously heading for a nap. Snipe stepped out of his way right quick, knowing better than to block the underground hero. The cowboy hero then quickly started his biology lesson, handing Izuku a packet of chemistry theories and formulas to look over and memorize, promising that he would have experiments to run down in the support labs next week, fun things to test the theories and help with his comprehension of the subject matter. The teen grinned at the idea of getting to play with chemicals. Art history with Midnight was an experience. The woman's persona was a bit much, but she obviously had a deep love for the subject she taught. Her and Kuriyama had an intense discussion over the influence of classical comic designs over early hero costumes and promotional art. Everyone else just sat back and watched, completely unable to match their energy. Eventually, they were interrupted by the bell and Midnight had to release them for lunch. Kuriyama thanked the teacher sincerely for her insights before excusing himself to help May drag the greenette to the lab to prepare him for his little trip. And boy did they not skimp out on him. By the time they were done, he was in his outfit, and each pocket on the belt had some form of useful tool in it. The larger pockets on his pants were full of the comms units he was supposed to give to the hero kids, and a tablet to hook them up to. On his feet he had the boots May had finished, official name yet to be decided. He almost cried when he realized that she had made them using extra wide boots as a base, so they were less uncomfortable on his weird feet than they could have been. Kuriyama handed him a set of marble-sized bombs he had started developing. The yellow ones exploded into a sticky gooey mess that made it hard to move if your feet got stuck in it. The red ones were literally condensed, red, biodegradable glitter. He held those with care, and for himself he looped a cable for his Kyoketsu shoge around his waist. The knife end stuck in the sheath he had slid onto the belt, and the weight end kept from unraveling by a quick-release carabiner clip. He checked the charge indicator light on the hilt to make sure it was charged. All suited up, and looking more like a badass than a nerd, he made his way out to the front of the school. The bus was there but no one was around, so he leaned against the vehicle, opening up the notebook he was carrying to refresh on the notes he had taken during the battle trials while he waited. He didn't realize he had slipped into the zone until there was a gentle tapping on the metal side of the bus near him. He glanced over to see Shinso, who was obviously getting his attention with the rhythmic patter. There he is, the purple insomniac said with a teasing smirk. We've been trying to get your attention for like a couple of minutes. Might want to watch out when you're out in the open like this, Izuku. The greenette felt himself blush brightly when he realized the rest of Wana was filtering out through the doors and down the steps. Oops, his friend snorted in amusement, but before he could tease anymore they were interrupted by an energetic blonde. Midoriya, joining us again. That's great. This trip just got a whole lot more fun. Oh, Kaminari-kun. Hi. The electric boy grinned at his response. Well damn, is it just me? Or do those freckles get cuter every time I see them? Izuku made a strange noise before he tried to figure out how to reply. Luckily Shinso stepped in to save him once again. Oh come on Kaminari-kun. If you make his brain explode then no one can have him. Chill. Okay, so saving him was not the motive. Traitor. The smaller teen gave up on the conversation completely. Instead he tried to hide his face in his notebook so no one could see that his cheeks matched the accents on his jacket. He really was saved by the next teen to step up to their little group. Though once the boy spoke he wished he hadn't. Hey, Mido bro, Kirishima said, trotting up to them. Yo, did you hear? Bakugo got put on probation. You knew him from before, right? What do you think he did? The green-haired teen felt his heart sink into his stomach. It made sense that the class had been told something when their classmate had been yanked from the course so early into the year. But he wished no one had thought to ask him about it. This time when Hitoshi stepped in he actually saved his friend. Oh blasty, are you really asking what he did with that temper? I think we can all give an educated guess. He doesn't exactly know the meaning of restraint. Kirishima looked between Shinso and Midoriya quickly before visibly making the decision to drop the topic. Yeah, you're right. I had hoped he would chill out once the start of school nerves calmed down. But if he picked a fight or something there's really no helping it. Anyways, nice digs Mido bro. Red is the manliest color. Thanks Kirishima-kun. This was the PR prototype we based Hitoshi-kun's costume on. Kaminari snapped in an aha type of gesture. I thought they looked similar. So you designed his suit Midoriya. You both look so cool. Like hot soldier ninjas. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow at that. Though Izuku could see the light dusting of pink across his cheekbones and the tip of his ears. Soldier ninjas. The blonde boy nodded, golden eyes glittering with mischief. Yup, you both have the undersuits that are all clingy and armored like ninjas. But then the cargo pants and the jackets, totally military shapes. But then the colors and the hoods give you mysterious bad boy vibes. It's legit a whole look. Alright demon spawn. On the bus, let's go. A tired voice drawled from the front of the vehicle, distracting the boys from their conversation as they turned to the Eraserhead standing by the door. Immediately Ida was ushering the group in an effort to organize the mass of teens and get them onto the bus in an orderly manner. Izuku had to laugh when his chosen plan turned out to be useless due to the open layout inside. It took a few minutes, but eventually everyone was seated and the trip was underway. Izuku once again flipped open his notebook, taking the extra time for what it was and noting down issues he saw with costumes and gear. He was about halfway done with the girl on his right. Usui, Quirk, Frog, spoke up. Midoriya-kun, forgive me if this seems rude, but I always speak my mind Kiro. Why is a support student dressed in a hero costume and armed? The green boy in question paused in his frantic writing. Well, I didn't know I would be joining you guys today until I got to school this morning. And Aizawa-sensei told me to wear something to run in and my FR friends insisted I wear this instead of the gym uniforms because of the pockets. And the knife Kiro. I had a Kyoketsu Shojc actually. And Power Loader let me bring some support items that are ready for field testing. The girl frowned. Is such a simple and old-fashioned weapon really classified as a support item? Izuku wished he didn't blush easily as he ducked his head in embarrassment. Did it count as a support item? Shinso took his momentary pause as a chance to speak over his head at the frog-like girl. Hey, that thing is 7 months of hard work and sweat shoved into a well-made bit of weaponry and tech. It's what won Izuku his spot in the support course. You should ask him to give you a demonstration sometime. That thing is a work of art and he knows how to use it. For the most part, the taller boy's tone was amicable, but for that last sentence his melodic voice dropped into something a bit darker. Not quite a threat, maybe a warning. The frog girl didn't seem fazed by his slightly rude interruption. She just nodded with a hum, her curiosity obviously satisfied for the moment. She then returned to talking to Takoyami. Izuku gave his taller purple friend a small grateful smile before he went back to his notebook. He had a lot of things he needed to do before Sunday after all, and he didn't want to waste time if he didn't have to. They arrived at their destination a few minutes later, a large, domed structure Izuku recognized from the maps he had lifted off the UA servers as the USJ. He knew why Aizawa said he would be running now. As they all filtered off of the bus, the teen pulled out the comms and tablet from his pocket to start setting them all up for whatever exercise they had planned for the day. He had to take a moment to geek out when 13 showed up. But he was luckily not the only one. Uraraka was even more vocal than him in her admiration for the space-themed hero. But at a nudge from Shinso he got back on task. listening to the hero's speech as he handed out earpieces and connected them all to his tablet and to the frequency of the teacher's professional comms units. When he was done, he walked up to Aizawa to explain the setup and see if it was all right, or if he needed to tweak it for whatever the man had planned. He was in the middle of his explanation when he caught sight of a weird purple and black flicker from behind the man. Sensei," he said with a concerned tone. The man immediately spun around to catch sight of what he was looking at. He then swore colorfully, "Everyone, group together and get back to the bus." Izuku took a small step to the side so he could get a better look at what was going on while the rest of the teens asked questions. That was when the green-haired boy noticed the hands reaching through the purple mass. "Oh, a portal." Eraserhead slipped his goggles on as people poured into the central place in a rush. "Those are real villains. Get out of here. 13, protect the kids." He then jumped before Izuku had a chance to react. He felt a cold tingle of fear go down his spine at the thought of the underground hero in a fight alone against so many, but before he could dash in after him, he was grabbed by it. The tall speedster was yelling at him to get into the center of the group so the hero kids could protect him, basically dragging the smaller boy along as he ushered the rest of them towards the door. They didn't make it very far before being blocked by the same misty blob as before. The mist quickly reformed itself into an entity wearing a suit, glowing yellow slits where its eyes should be. "Hello children, apologies for inviting ourselves into your school like this, but we had intel that All Might would be here today, though it seems maybe there was a change of plan. Well, my duties stay the same." As the villain finished his little speech, Izuku saw Kirishima move as if he was going to attack. At the same time, he saw 13 raise her hand. The greenette reacted before he could think, tackling the other boy just in time. The hero let her quirk loose as they fell to the floor. The teen felt his relief at seeing a hero step and turned to despair as he heard a horrendous ripping sound and a scream. He rolled off of the hero student and turned just in time to see 13 slump to the floor, the back of her suit in tatters. He stumbled to his feet as the other teens screamed. He whirled to face Ida, locking eyes with the stunned speedster. "Ida, you need to go. The door is almost closed and you're the only one who can go get help. But I can't abandon you all. You want us all dead. No? Then go." He gave the blue-haired boy a shove. Luckily, it was enough to get him moving, dodging a trindle of shadow as he passed the villain, but making it through the door just before it slammed shut. Izuku felt a moment of relief before the fear took back over at the sudden sensation of falling. His vision was obscured by darkness for a moment, before he was suddenly able to see once more. Portal. Shit. He was still falling. Rocky ground was racing up to meet him quickly. He did his best to angle himself so the landing would hurt as little as possible. He hit the ground on the back of his shoulder, rolling several yards with the momentum before he managed to bring himself to a skidding stop. After taking a moment to assess the throbbing pain from the area of impact, deciding that it would be an ugly bruise but that his shoulder wasn't dislocated, he looked around himself. He spotted Kaminari and a couple of the girls nearby, the other boy groaning and rubbing his lower back dramatically. Yaoyorozu was helping the other girl to her feet when the support student noticed them. Villains, and a lot of them. They were surrounded. Clever fingers undid the carabiner clip holding his Kaioketsu Shoge in place around his waist. He unwound the cord as he ran to the others. "We have company," he pointed out as he drew close enough, which of course alerted the other teens to their little dilemma. He made it to them and quickly looked them over. No one seemed hurt save a few bumps and bruises. His mind was racing through what little he knew of their quirks, frantically trying to come up with a plan. Yaoyorozu stepped forward before he could. "Midoriya-kun, get in the middle. As hero students, it's our duty to protect civilians." But the green-eyed boy shook his head. "No, if you three try to fight while protecting me, we will all die here. I have martial arts experience. I'll pull my weight." The villains chose that moment to pounce. The teens spun so they were all back to back, and Izuku pulled the knife from its sheath, fully freeing his weapon. He repelled the first two villains on his side by swinging the weighted end of his Kaioketsu Shoge in short swipes, turning the electrical current on right before impact and turning it off when they went down in an effort to conserve charge. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yaoyorozu fight off a skinny man with claws with a bow staff she had pulled out of her arm, and Kaminari zap a couple of twins by catching their punches. That gave him an idea. He looked around, seeing an outcropping of rock nearby. He tried to get the others' attention before nodding his head towards the rocks and saying, "Get that to our backs." When he got confirmation, he and Yaoyorozu teamed up, fighting their way towards their destination as the other two covered their backs. Izuku was grateful for all of the practices with Mirakuma as he lashed out with his knife at the same time he swung the other end of the cord at a villain who was trying to blindside him. It took some effort, but they made it. Izuku switched spots with Kaminari, his weapon better for mid-range. Paired with Gyro's sound attacks, they managed to gain themselves a bit of breathing room. Time for the next step. Speaking low enough that the villains wouldn't catch on to what he was saying, he glanced over his shoulder at the tall, dark-haired girl. "Yaoyorozu-san, can you make an insulated sheet? Or a thin sheet of rubber? We need something to block electricity." She nodded. It'll take a minute, but I can make one. Do it. We will buy you time. Kaminari, how much control do you have over your output? The blonde jumped at being addressed but answered quickly, I'm pretty good with control. I practiced a lot because I didn't want to kill anyone. Izuku nodded, curls bouncing. Good, then this might work. I'm going to hand you the end of this cord in a moment. When I tell you to, I want you to pour as much juice into it as you can without overloading yourself. Don't worry about me touching it. My gloves are insulated. The other boy nodded, a serious look on his face as he placed his trust in the support student. Finished, the girl behind him announced. Right, Gyro, you and Yaoyorozu cover yourselves. Kaminari, get ready. He handed the other boy the knife end of his weapon, digging the metal spikes of the boots he was wearing deeper into the ground in an effort to make sure he was well grounded. He swung the round weight at the end of his specially made cord around in ever-growing circles around himself, both for intimidation and also to gain momentum for a throw. When Gyro announced the two of them were covered, he took a deep breath before throwing the weight straight into the center of the cluster of villains before him, shouting, Now Kaminari-kun. The electric teen poured power through his hands, and as the weight reached the very end of its leash, it lit up in a massive show of light, electricity overflowing and shocking everything in a 20-meter radius. Izuku cringed as he felt his hair stand on end, even as he mourned the delicate mechanisms in his creation as they fried underneath the onslaught of power. He released the weapon as the cord in his hands heated up enough to start burning him through his gloves. After a moment, the light faded and the weight dropped to the ground with a small thud. The greenette did his best to blink the stars out of his eyes as he looked over all of the downed villains. Once he was sure they weren't going to be getting up anytime soon, he turned to check on his fellow students. They were all looking back at him. Are you three okay? When they nodded, he took a deep breath and started to plan their next step. It took a second, and then he was cursing to himself as he dug the small tablet out of his pocket. Luckily, even though it was cracked, it was still functional. He tapped away, bringing all of the student comms online. Everyone, this is Midoriya. Status report. Slowly, group by group, he got an idea of their positions, swiping the labeled comms on his screen, dividing them up into who was with who to help him get an idea of what was going on. About half of the class had managed to dodge the portal mist and was busy trying to keep 13 stable. Todoroki was somewhere on the other side of the mountain zone. He had seen the light from their last attack and was heading to meet up with them. Tsuyu, Hitoshi, and Minda had just escaped the shipwreck zone and were making their way to the stairs, planning on skirting the edge of the central plaza. Takoyami and Shoji were busy fighting in the storm zone, but said they had things well at hand. Ajiro, Sato, and Kirishima had just made it to the exit of the conflagration zone. He nodded, piecing together the situation with every report that came in. Uraraka-san, what is the situation down in the plaza? It doesn't look too bad. Aizawa-sensei is still kicking some serious butt, and no one has been able to land a hit on him so far. Okay, that's good. And Ida should be back soon with help. All right, everyone head to the stairs as soon as possible. The pros should be here at any moment, and it'll be easier for them if more of us are ready to evacuate. For now, radio silence unless there's trouble. He received a round of confirmations and tuned back into the world around him. The other three were busy restraining the last of the villains they had downed, using zip ties that had most likely been made by Yaoyorozu. Gods, her Quirk was so cool. Seeing that they had things well at hand, he picked up his discarded weapon, looking over the damage. The indicator lights on the knife hilt were completely burned out. The cable was also singed, though it was still usable for the moment. Even though his practice swings weren't as smooth as normal, the cord making light crunching sounds as it was moved. Even the weight had turned color from the heat. He just hoped the tang was alright so he could salvage the blade. It had been a gift from Ushineta-sama after all. Todoroki walked around the rock outcropping. Izuku just so happened to be facing the right way to see as the ice user paused for a moment, taking in the amount of prone villains with ever so slightly widened eyes. Todoroki-san, the greenette called to get his attention, also alerting the other of his arrival. He glanced over his shoulder to see Kaminari bind the last of their victims. I think we're good to go here. Are you well enough for a run? Todoroki nodded. I am not hurt. Okay, good. Green Eyes looked over the others in his group one more time to make sure they were ready. Satisfied they were good to move, he turned towards the exit he could see off to the side. Let's get going. They ran as a tight group, Todoroki and Izuku leading the way while the others watched the sides and rear. Luckily, they managed to make it to the exit without any more villains appearing, and they dashed through, taking a quick moment to pause and figure out what direction to head. They were directly across the plaza from the door. After a moment of thought, Izuku led them to the left. That way they would pass by the shipwreck zone. He hoped they could join up with that group if they moved quickly. They jogged along the fence separating the mountain zone from the plaza, keeping to the shadows of the decorative trees planted in precise curves, separating the spaces between the different simulations. Luckily, most of the large group of villains was clustered in the center, focused on the pro who was holding his own against them. Izuku kept an eye on that fight as he ran, watching as Eraserhead took down villains left and right using tactics and agility. God, he wanted a closer look at how they made that scarf. They made it to the edge of the pool that formed the base of the shipwreck zone and spotted their fellow students in the shallows, half hidden behind a large rock feature. As they made their way closer, the green-haired teen caught a weird movement that was different from the rest of the fight taking place in the center. He turned to watch, the others slipping past him as he stopped. A villain covered in weird hand decorations was stepping calmly forwards. He seemed to be counting, his mumbling pitched high enough to carry easily over the sounds of his fellows as they fell. It took the support a second to understand what he was doing. When he did, he pulled Eraserhead's comms up on the tablet and connected it to his own as quickly as possible. The racer, Tier 6, light blue hair and weird hands. He's figured out your tell. Blink early so his strike is off. The pro didn't hesitate, blinking and dodging a strike from the Quirk he had been erasing, before taking that villain out with a harsh kick to the solar plexus. He spun, just managing to get his Quirk locked onto the newest danger in time as the villain, obviously a leader of some kind, grabbed his elbow. The teacher yanked himself free, tossing one of the minions into the hand-covered villain's path as he was pursued. He blinked early again before blanching as the minion's skin started flaking away under the other's touch. Izuku was muttering into the comms, analyzing the Quirk at lightning speed, the words so quick they were slightly slurred together but still intelligible enough to get the point across. 5-point activation. Dehydration. No. Disintegration. Can probably control the rate and speed of the spread once activated. Extremely dangerous. Eventually the villain got irritated with the hero constantly dodging his swipes, and with a frustrated growl he yelled, "That's it. Namu, attack Eraserhead." There was a blur of movement, and the next thing anyone knew the pro was on the ground. The large villain who had hung back so far standing above him with one of Aizawa's arms in its grip. Izuku's breath hitched when their teacher groaned, blood staining the ground where his head had hit the floor. The thing standing unmoving above him was horrific now that the teen had focused on it. Tall, with dark skin stretched thin over bulbous muscle, a beak lined with teeth accenting bulging eyes and an exposed brain. The blank look in its eyes made him uneasy, like he was looking at an old doll. The pro was down, but the lead villain, now that he had gotten started, was in a full-blown tirade. "This is all so pointless. All Might was meant to be here, but he isn't. How am I supposed to kill the boss when he isn't even here?" Long, deadly fingers scratched harshly at the dry skin of his neck. "What should we do? Retreat? Save some NPCs to fight another day? Ugh, this is so stupid." "Fine. But first," Izuku flinched as red eyes, half hidden behind a dismembered hand, flicked to the rock the hero students were hiding behind. The support student moved before he could think, heels clicking to turn on the motors in the souls. And then the deranged man was running towards his target. "I'll kill a few kids before I go. See, All Might try to recover when kids die on his watch." The next second Izuku would remember as if it was in slow motion, even though he knew that at the time everything was actually moving incredibly fast. The villain lunged for Tsuyu. She had slipped a bit further out of the protection the rock had given the group, pale fingers splayed and a deadly strike headed straight for her face. And Izuku was running, desperation and support item making him quicker than he could have ever dreamed of. The weighted end of his Kyoketsu shoge arched up, swung with as much force as he could muster while running. Fingertips were only a hair's breadth from making contact with flesh when the weapon made contact, slamming into a lanky forearm with the sickening crunch of shattering bones. The villain let out a shriek of agony as Hitoshi, slightly belatedly, yanked his classmate out of range. Red eyes quickly latched onto the projectile and followed its lead back to the panting teen who had thrown it. "You fucker. What the hell? Where did you even come from?" Instead of answering, Izuku yanked his weapon back, reeling it in with 3 quick tugs. Once it was fully back under his control, he started spinning it once again, swearing he would bake Mirokuma cake if he survived the day. He watched the villain's eyes dart between him and the other teens, obviously trying to decide on a target. So Izuku stepped forwards, 2 quick bouncing steps, and then a spin to add momentum, laying the cord across the back of his neck and shoulder to better control the movement. The villain lunged back, just barely dodging the weight that had been aimed for his head. It dented the concrete where it landed. When it bounced back up, the support student followed the movement with a precise rotation of his wrist, once again regaining his control. The villain was full on cursing him out by then, distracted by his rage at being attacked. Izuku quickly signed behind his back for Hitoshi to get the others to the stairs. He didn't dare chance a look to see if his friend saw, or even obeyed the order. All he could do was pray the others would get out of there as fast as they could. He watched his opponent carefully as he continued to spit cuss words and cradle his broken arm, before he suddenly froze. The change from agitation to stillness was unnerving. Izuku was so distracted by this he almost missed the order that fell from dry, scarred lips. "Namu, catch the kid." He couldn't even flinch before he was being lifted into the air. A large hand was wrapped around his face, fingers digging in painfully as his weight dragged him down. He kicked uselessly on instinct, his legs not long enough to really reach anything. After a split second he realized his knife was still in his hand. He spun it in his grip so he was holding it in reverse before plunging in down into the Namu's arm. Yanking it out quickly, he stuck again, trying to aim for the nerves to get the thing to release. But while the creature screeched in pain, its grip stayed firm. He could just see where he was striking from between the fingers holding him aloft. When the stab started healing over, he realized with a hint of hysteria that approach wouldn't work. He went to switch his grip again, determined to hit the tendons in the thick wrist that he couldn't really see. But the cord caught on something and the slight tug was enough for him to drop his blade. Shit. His hands went to the wrist instead, trying to find the leverage to pry himself free. Freckled fingers digging in harshly. He heard the others screaming, his name mixed into the jumbled mess of their raised voices. And then Hitoshi's voice cut through the air, clear and sharp. A demanding question aimed at the villain in charge. What the fuck do you think gives you the right to touch him? The brat broke my fucky. Izuku felt it in the force when his friends took control of the murderous psychopath. Everyone held their breath as the madman came to a complete halt. And then Hitoshi barked out an order, voice strained as if he was holding a great weight. Order the Namu to gently release him. A moment later, Izuku was being set carefully on his feet, the hand on his face releasing him. He staggered a bit as he refound his balance. But then Kaminari was there with supportive hands on his shoulders to keep him from falling. He looked up into terrified yellow eyes and gave the other boy a shaky smile. I am okay. The freckled boy took a deep breath and then forced his brain away from his fear, setting back into figuring out their next step. He looks for Hitoshi, finding him nearby sweating and pale. Toshi, are you okay? The purple-haired teen shook his head with a wince. Not really. I've never held onto a mind like this before. It's gross, and he's fighting like crazy. I don't know how long I can hold him. The greenette nodded sharply, starting to form a plan. He turned back to the other students. All except Kaminari were still in the water at the edge of the pool, looking at him with various strange expressions. Okay, all right, Kaminari, Jiro, Yaoyorozu. You three get to Aizawa. Try and perform first aid as best you can. Isui, go and find the quirk-canceling cuffs in Aizawa's belt and bring them to Hitoshi. We need to get this jerk's quirk under control just in case he slips out of the hole. Todoroki, guard Hitoshi. Don't let anyone touch him or the villain. The teens nodded, then scattered to their tasks. Midoriya waved Minta over to join him near the Namu. I need you to do your best to stick this guy's feet to the ground. I don't know if your quirk will hold him, but it's our best bet at the moment. Why, you want me to get close to that thing? What if it attacks me? The greenette shrugged. I'm alive, aren't I? You'll be fine. Now hurry it up. He stared the short purple perv down until the other boy complied, stepping out of the water and pulling the first ball from his head. With a sigh, he set about gathering his Kaioketsu Shoge from where he had dropped it. He watched as Tsuyu approached, handing the brainwasher the cuffs she had found. Hitoshi was practically shaking with the strain of fighting the villain in his own head. But he took the cuffs and made his way over to the disturbed man, clicking the cuffs into place slowly so as to not jar his control. They all breathed a sigh of relief. But then there was a swirl of mist around them, and Hitoshi was forced to jump back as the portal user placed himself in between the lead villain and the teen. The waver of concentration as the purple-haired boy was startled was enough for the one under his control to break free. Immediately he was ranting, screaming about killing them all. Calm down, Shigaraki Tamura. The man made of shadows soothed calmly. It seems we have been outplayed here. We should retreat to play again another day. The lead villain, Shigaraki, scratched at his neck in harsh movements, making his cuffs rattle. Shit, fine Kurogiri. But first, I will hurt All Might. He spun to face Izuku once more. Namu, kill the green one. He once again moved without thinking, throwing himself to the side. It still wasn't enough to dodge the blow completely. The left side of his torso felt like it was on fire as he was launched several meters away. He rolled, trying not to let himself be a stationary target for the monster he knew was still locked onto him. He managed to roll himself onto his feet in time to watch as the Namu freed his second foot from the trap of Minta's balls, skin tearing off in chunks only to regrow quickly. Shit. He dug around in his pockets for the bombs Kuroyama had given him, tossing a handful out in front of him in an effort to gain time. There were 6 pops in quick succession, and suddenly the area the Namu was running into was a mess of sticky floors and glitter was flying everywhere. It didn't slow the beast by much, but it gave Izuku just enough time to get in 2 quick hops to build up energy in his boots. As the Namu got close, he launched himself up and over it. The hooked blade that had been made for him by a master swordsmith flashed in the light before it dug deep into the exposed brain. His landing was not graceful, knees too weak to catch his weight. He slammed into the floor with a bounce and slid for a foot or two. His side was screaming at him and he tasted blood in the back of his throat. But they were still in danger. He struggled his way to his hands and knees, just in time to see the Namu fall to the floor, dead. The sounds Shigaraki made in that moment were unholy, his vows for revenge chilling to the young teens. But before he could try to attack, quirk or no, the doors banged open and the sound of gunshots filled the air. and before the students had a chance to process the new development, the attack was over. The pro heroes were there to save the day. Shinso and Todoroki scrambled towards the downed team. Midoriya, Izuku. They crouched in front of the greenette, concern obvious. He managed to give them a tired smile, blood in his teeth, but genuinely touched by their show of care. But then his arms give out. Itoshi caught him before he could face plant. Shit, Sue, fuck, hold on, we need to get you on your back. The smaller teen let out an involuntary whine of pain when one of them touched his side. His vision went completely white, but he managed to catch a few panicked words. Fuck, shit, ribs. Yeah, that about summed up his feelings right at that second as well. They managed to get him settled after another minute of cursing and pain. He looked bad, pale beneath his freckles, and finger-shaped bruising wreathed the top half of his face. His clothes are dusty and torn in spots. They weren't meant for action like they had seen that day, made as a mock-up from cheap materials. God, Sue, fuck, I'm so sorry. I couldn't move to stop it. I shouldn't have lost control. Shit. Hitoshi clenched his fists as his hands shook, guilt flowing through him. Izuku heard the tears in the other boy's voice and forced himself to pry his eyes open. Tosh, he rasped with a cough, not noticing the other flinch as blood spattered his lips. Don't you dare. It's not your fault. The villains did this on their own. Gods, it was getting harder to breathe. The other boy didn't get a chance to reply before Todoroki was suddenly pulling him to his feet. The purple-haired teen had totally missed the approach of paramedics. The medics forced them back, but Hitoshi stubbornly remained within vision and hearing range, blanching as they cut Izuku's shirt and undersuit free to see the injury to his side. It was bad, already swelling and turning a vivid indigo. The boy felt the start of a spiral. He hadn't had a panic attack in a while, but he knew the signs. And as he stared at his wounded friend, he knew one was coming. But then his vision was filled with a blur of red and white, gray and blue. Todoroki, Shinso-kun, you need to breathe. Panicking right now will not help Midoriya. The chilly boy broadcasted the movement as he slowly grabbed Hitoshi's hand and placed it against his own chest. Breathe with me. By the time the brainwasher had himself under control, his friend was on a gurney and being wheeled away, and a paramedic was breaking away from the group to come check on them. Are you two okay? If you are good to walk. The heroes are asking all of the students to meet at the entrance. There's a first aid station set up for minor injuries, and the cops will want your statements. The boys nodded and headed off to join their class, Todoroki still holding onto the other's wrist in an effort to keep him grounded. Hitoshi prayed to any deity that would listen that Izuku would make it through this with the rest of them. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.